Hi, welcome back guys. This is your sensei, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Godlike Naruto Got Harem? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. In the hidden village of Konoha, a dark secret lingered beneath the surface, one that had been carefully concealed for years. This secret revolved around a group of special orphans, children who had never officially been born but possessed extraordinary potential that the village sought to exploit. In the name of progress, these children were subjected to inhumane experiments and torture, all aimed at harnessing their abilities. Among them was a boy who, despite his potential, failed every test and was discarded, his mind wiped and reprogrammed to serve as a mere tool for the military. The others, however, were subjected to relentless torment to unlock their capabilities. 18 years later, the research facility where these experiments took place suddenly went dark. A first response team was dispatched to investigate the mysterious silence, and the boy, now a failure in the eyes of his superiors, was reassigned from his usual special forces duties to join this team. As he ventured deeper into the facility, he began to uncover the truth about himself and the fate of those who had come before him. The team was composed of notable figures from Konoha's military hierarchy. General Hiruzen Sarutobi led the Konoha Military Company, with Lieutenant General Jiraiya Senju overseeing the First Response Team initiative. Major General Danzo Shimura commanded the Special Forces Division, while Major Tsunade Shimura managed the Medical Division, and Major Orochimaru headed the Research Department. The First Response Team itself included Lieutenant Kakashi Hataki as the leader, with Second Lieutenant Kurinai Yuhi as second-in-command. Corporal Sakura Haruna served as the team medic, Corporal Sasuke Uchiha handled electronics, and Lance Corporals Kiba Inazuka, Shino Aburame, and Ino Yamanaka took on scouting and communications roles. Among them was Private Naruto Uzumaki, who was determined to prove himself. As the investigation unfolded, the team faced numerous challenges. The facility was a labyrinth of horrors, filled with remnants of the past and echoes of the suffering endured by the children. Each member of the team had their own motivations for being there, but they were united by a common goal: to uncover the truth and put an end to the dark legacy of the experiments. As they delved deeper into the facility, the boy who had once been deemed a failure began to reclaim his identity. He discovered hidden strengths and forged connections with his teammates, each of whom had their own scars and stories. Together, they confronted the remnants of the past, battling not only the physical dangers within the facility but also the emotional turmoil that threatened to consume them. The journey was fraught with danger, but it also offered the promise of redemption. The boy learned that he was not alone in his struggles, and as the team faced the horrors of their shared history, they began to forge a new path forward. The bonds they formed would prove crucial as they confronted the darkness that had haunted Konoha for far too long, ultimately leading them to a confrontation with the very forces that had sought to control them. In the end, the investigation would not only reveal the truth about the experiments but also challenge the very foundations of the village itself. The boy's journey from a discarded tool to a key player in a larger struggle would redefine his destiny and the fate of those around him, setting the stage for a new chapter in Konoha's history. In a world where magic and technology coexisted, a young sorceress named Ilera embarked on a journey to discover her true potential. She had always felt a deep connection to the mystical forces around her, but her upbringing in a small village limited her exposure to the wider world of magic. Ilera's parents, both skilled artisans, encouraged her creativity but were unaware of her latent powers. One fateful day, while exploring the enchanted forest near her home, Ilera stumbled upon an ancient relic. This artifact pulsed with energy, awakening her abilities and revealing visions of a greater destiny. Ilera felt a surge of confidence as she realized that she was meant for something extraordinary. As she ventured further into the forest, she encountered a group of adventurers who were seeking a legendary treasure said to grant immense power. Intrigued by their quest, Ilera decided to join them, hoping to learn more about her magic and the world beyond her village. The group consisted of a brave knight, a cunning rogue, and a wise mage, each with their own reasons for pursuing the treasure. Throughout their journey, Illara faced numerous challenges that tested her resolve. When confronted by a fierce dragon guarding a mountain pass, she discovered her ability to harness elemental magic. Drawing upon the energy of the earth and sky, she created a protective barrier for her companions, allowing them to strategize and ultimately defeat the beast. This victory solidified her place within the group and boosted her confidence. As they traveled, Illara also encountered moments of doubt. During a particularly harsh storm, she struggled to maintain her focus, feeling the weight of her responsibilities. However, the support of her newfound friends helped her regain her composure. They reminded her of the strength she possessed and the importance of believing in herself. The group faced various trials, from treacherous terrains to cunning traps set by rival treasure hunters. Ilara's quick thinking and growing mastery of magic played a crucial role in overcoming these obstacles. She learned to blend her creativity with her magical abilities, crafting spells that not only protected her friends but also showcased her unique talents. As their adventure unfolded, Illara began to uncover the truth about the relic she had found. It was linked to an ancient prophecy that foretold the rise of a powerful sorceress who would unite the realms of magic and technology. This revelation ignited a sense of purpose within her, driving her to embrace her destiny fully. In the final confrontation with the treasure's guardian, a powerful sorcerer who sought to control the relic for himself, Illara stood firm. Drawing upon everything she had learned, she faced him with determination. The battle tested her limits, but with the support of her friends and her newfound confidence, she emerged victorious. With the treasure secured and the realms safe, Illara returned to her village, forever changed by her experiences. She had discovered not only her magical abilities but also the strength of friendship and the importance of believing in oneself. As she looked toward the horizon, she knew this was just the beginning of her journey, with many more adventures awaiting her in the future. Naruto lay on the floor of his apartment, staring at the ceiling. He had failed the test to become a genin and felt disheartened. His classmates, including Sakura and Sasuke, had passed, leaving him feeling like the only failure. The thought of trying again next year held no appeal for him. He had only wanted to become a ninja to gain recognition, but the academy had made it clear that would never happen. A knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. Irika, his mentor and a figure he considered a father, entered the room. He immediately sensed Naruto's despondency and suggested a bowl of ramen to lift his spirits. However, Naruto was not interested in food. Irika was taken aback. Naruto rarely turned down a chance for ramen. He encouraged Naruto to consider trying again next year, but Naruto felt he lacked any real ninja skills. Irika, concerned for Naruto's well-being, tried to reassure him by pointing out his talent for pranks, which required a certain skill set. Despite Irika's efforts, Naruto remained unconvinced and suggested he might travel the world instead. Irika offered to speak to the Hokage about allowing Naruto to retake the exam, but Naruto declined any special treatment. Irika left, hoping Naruto would not take any drastic actions. Meanwhile, Sasuke sat in his classroom, feeling a mix of frustration and concern. He had hoped to cultivate a rivalry with Naruto, but the failure of his classmate had left him feeling as though his efforts were wasted. He had avoided pushing Sakura away, knowing Naruto had feelings for her, but now he felt a sense of disappointment. As he scanned the room for potential rivals, he dismissed his classmates one by one until he settled on Kiba, who seemed more competent than Naruto and could serve as a worthy opponent in his quest for strength. As Irika prepared to announce the new teams, he noted the empty seat where Naruto should have been. He called out the names of the teams, and Sasuke's thoughts drifted back to Kiba, who was dozing off during the announcement. Irika finally announced Team 7, which included Shino, Sasuke, and Kiba. Kiba, startled awake, acknowledged his placement before returning to sleep, oblivious to the disappointment of the girls who had hoped to be on Sasuke's team. Irika continued with the team assignments, noting the shortage of students who had passed. Team 8 was formed with Hinata and Sakura, both feeling the absence of Naruto keenly. Hinata, in particular, felt as if her motivation for becoming a kunoichi had been diminished by Naruto's failure. Irika concluded the announcements, instructing the students to wait for their jounin captains. Kiba and Shino found themselves sitting next to Sasuke, who was now part of a new dynamic that would shape their futures as they embarked on their journeys as ninjas. The day began with Team 7 gathered in a classroom, filled with anticipation about their new Jounin instructor. Sasuke displayed his usual cold demeanor, expressing indifference to the situation. Kiba, eager to engage, turned to Shino, seeking his thoughts on the matter. Shino, ever practical, assumed that their Jounin would be competent enough for the role. Kiba settled down, feeling a sense of boredom wash over him. Meanwhile, Team 8 was experiencing their own struggles. Sakura and Hinata were both lost in their thoughts, contemplating the boys they admired and the barriers that kept them apart. Sakura found a small comfort in the fact that Ino was not on Sasuke's team, which allowed her to focus on getting to know Hinata better. She approached Hinata with the intention of forming a friendship, introducing herself and sharing her interests, though she found herself giggling at the thought of Sasuke. Hinata, shy and reserved, introduced herself as the heiress of the Hyuga clan and mentioned her admiration for a boy who embodied courage and determination, smiling warmly at the thought of Naruto. Sakura's curiosity about Hinata's crush led her to wonder who the boy could be, but she quickly dismissed any thoughts that strayed from her focus on Sasuke. As Naruto walked past the academy, he observed several genin leaving with their new Jounin captains. A wave of envy washed over him, but he quickly suppressed it. Having decided to leave the village behind, he gathered his belongings, hoping to find acceptance elsewhere. A brief encounter with a villager turned sour, leading to a cold exchange that further fueled Naruto's resolve to depart. As he slipped quietly out of the village, an ANBU agent on duty noticed him but was swiftly dealt with by an assassin, who took pleasure in the thought of Naruto's impending demise at the hands of a wild animal. Meanwhile, Kurenai Yuhi, the Jounin assigned to Team 8, began to assess her squad. Acknowledging that they were one member short due to a recent tragedy, she encouraged the girls to introduce themselves, hoping to foster a sense of teamwork. Hinata's lack of confidence was evident, and Kurenai noted it as a result of her upbringing. Sakura, on the other hand, struggled to maintain her composure, bursting into giggles during her introduction. With introductions complete, Kurenai announced a starter test, instructing the girls to meet her at Training Ground 12. They eagerly agreed and set off together. Meanwhile, Sasuke found himself in a room with Kiba, who was animatedly recounting a recent adventure involving his dog, Akamaru. Sasuke, unimpressed, realized that Kiba was no substitute for Naruto, who, despite his own annoyances, had a certain charm. Just then, a silver-haired Jounin entered the room, his face mostly obscured but his demeanor suggesting a playful attitude. Kiba, unfazed, greeted him enthusiastically, while the Jounin surveyed the trio, sensing that Kiba was the only one doing the talking. Kiba's eagerness to engage in battle was met with the Jounin's blunt assessment of their abilities, calling them pathetic. Kiba's indignation sparked a challenge, but the Jounin dismissed him, instructing the team to head to the roof. Kiba, fueled by excitement, charged ahead, while Shino expressed his concern about the irrationality of their actions. Sasuke followed quietly, pondering the dynamics of the team. Upon reaching the rooftop, they found Kiba bouncing with energy, while Akamaru remained relaxed. Kiba welcomed his teammates, who had taken their time to conserve their chakra, a logical approach in Shino's eyes. He contemplated the peculiar makeup of their team, questioning the inclusion of Sasuke, who did not seem to fit the scouting role they were meant to fulfill. In his eyes, the Hyuga heiress was a more logical addition to the team. The Byakugan was a valuable asset for any scouting mission, while even if the Uchiha awakened his Sharingan, his effectiveness in a scouting role would be limited. The Sharingan was primarily a combat ability. The Jounin acknowledged this and confirmed that he would be testing the group. The purpose of the test was to determine if they were ready to become genin, but first, he suggested they introduce themselves. Shino pointed out that it would be logical for the Jounin to lead the exercise since he was the squad leader. The Jounin introduced himself as Hatake Kakashi, stating that his personal likes and dislikes were not important, and he playfully mentioned his hobbies before turning to Shino for his introduction. Shino calmly stated his name and shared his passion for collecting and cataloging bugs, expressing his dream of demonstrating their usefulness to the entire village. Kakashi acknowledged this and turned to Kiba next. Kiba enthusiastically introduced himself, expressing his love for dogs and disdain for cats, and began to share his dream. Kakashi smiled and indicated that he had a general idea of their personalities before turning to Sasuke. Sasuke introduced himself, stating that he had no particular likes, but he disliked loud individuals and fangirls. He revealed that his ambition was to revive his clan and eliminate a specific person. Kiba, misunderstanding the situation, flailed his arms in a panic, insisting he hadn't meant to kiss Sasuke, which only frustrated Sasuke further. Kakashi observed the dynamics of his new team, noting the mix of personalities: a brooding avenger, an enthusiastic fool, and a logical bug collector. He mused that he should have remained in ANBU. The scene shifted to a somber funeral where rain poured down on the mourners gathered to honor the late Sandaime Hokage, who had been assassinated. Kakashi surveyed the crowd, noting the presence of many foreign ninjas. He recalled a mission given to him by the late Hokage as he lay dying from poison, a mission he was determined to fulfill. His Nin-ken, Pakken, alerted him to a cloaked figure nearby. Kakashi approached the figure and inquired about their relationship with Sarutobi, the former Hokage. The figure, masked and emotional, revealed that he was an old friend. Kakashi guided the figure away from the funeral to a quieter spot where Ibiki and Enko were seated. After a brief exchange, Naruto, the cloaked figure, expressed his disbelief over the Hokage's death and his intent to avenge him. Kakashi cautioned Naruto about the dangers of being back in the village, but Naruto was resolute, stating that no one would escape the consequences of harming those he cared about. Ibiki then instructed Kakashi to give Naruto a letter and a key that had been entrusted to him by the Hokage. The letter expressed the Hokage's regrets for not being able to share more about Naruto's family and the burdens he carried. As Naruto read the letter, he was overcome with emotion, feeling as though he had failed the Hokage instead of the other way around. Ibiki reassured him that he no longer needed to be the mercenary known as Kitsune and that he could leave that life behind. He explained that the acting Hokage had agreed to grant Naruto immunity from his past crimes if he returned and pledged loyalty to Konoha. When Naruto inquired about the acting Hokage, Kakashi revealed that it was Danzo, the head of ANBU Root, and expressed his disdain for the man, noting that he had always undermined Sarutobi. Naruto then recounted his past experiences, revealing that he had been part of a team with Haku and Zabuza, and shared the harrowing details of their mission against the Mizukichi. He described how they had been set up and the challenges they faced, including a devastating chakra bomb that had nearly cost him his life. He admitted that he had no knowledge of what had happened to his teammates after their mission, leaving him with unanswered questions and a sense of loss. As a mercenary, Naruto chose to adopt the name Kitsune, believing that if he used his real name, people would eventually discover his past as the host of the Kyuubi. He feared that his friends would learn of his transformation into a murderer and could not bear to face them. The name Kitsune, which means fox, was fitting since he resembled one, and he had been given a fox mask that he now wore. The honorific Sama was added later, as he became known for his effectiveness in his line of work. Kakashi acknowledged Naruto's cleverness, noting that without the mask, no one would recognize him as the mercenary Kitsune. However, Naruto expressed that removing the mask would reveal him as the Kyuubi, not just its jailer. He reflected on the cruel nature of life, vowing to avenge the old man before leaving the village. He pocketed a key and began to walk away, feeling his legs weaken. Kyuubi urged him not to leave, explaining that there was only one way to clear both their names. If Naruto became Hokage, he could explain the circumstances surrounding the Kyuubi's attack on the village and would have the authority to seek information to aid in avenging the old man. Naruto considered this, realizing that while it would not be easy to gain acceptance, he could prove his loyalty and skills to eventually become Hokage. As they left the bandit camp they had raided, Zabuza noticed Naruto holding a pack of instant ramen, which he cherished as if it were a sacred artifact. Haku smiled at Naruto's enthusiasm, and although Zabuza threatened him in jest, Naruto remained cheerful. He decided to accept Kakashi's offer of loyalty to Konoha, at least until he avenged the old man. He chose to operate under the name Kitsune, feeling uncertain about his identity as Naruto. Kakashi presented him with a forehead protector, a symbol of his acceptance into the village. Naruto expressed his hope to make the village proud before disappearing in a swirl of wind. Kakashi reflected on how much Naruto had changed, noting his increased skill and control, while also recognizing the heavy burden of loss he carried. Ibiki and Anko discussed Naruto's coping mechanisms, suggesting that his alter ego, Kitsune, served as a defense against the trauma he had experienced. They noted that despite his struggles, Naruto still displayed his humanity, especially in the wake of the old man's death. Anko, with her usual playful demeanor, dismissed her own emotions, leaving the others to ponder her peculiar nature. Kurenai entered the room, addressing Danzo, who was acting Hokage. She firmly rejected the idea of including a cold-blooded murderer on her team, despite Danzo's insistence that it was Sarutobi's dying wish for Kitsune to receive a second chance. Kurenai's resolve was clear: if Kitsune threatened her students, she would take action. Meanwhile, Sakura and Hinata awaited their sensei's arrival, reflecting on their past with Naruto. Sakura had grown stronger during his absence, focusing on her own power, while Hinata had come to terms with her feelings for Naruto, which Sakura envied. Kurenai soon appeared, announcing that they had been assigned a new team member, Kitsune. Sakura was taken aback, recalling the mercenary's notorious reputation. As Kurenai introduced Kitsune, he emerged beside her, clad in gray leather with a forehead protector wrapped around his hand. A black katana was sheathed at his side, marked with a fox emblem on his belt. The atmosphere shifted as the reality of their new teammates settled in, leaving Sakura and Hinata to grapple with the implications of having an S-class mercenary among them. He wore an ANBU mask adorned with a red fox pattern and stood at ease, despite the hostile glances directed at him by both Sakura and Kurenai. Naruto reflected on the situation, recalling that Sakura had glared at him before, but he brushed it off. Hinata approached the figure known as Kitsune and bowed politely, expressing her honor in meeting him. She pointed out her small fox, which was secured to her belt, and explained that she named it Naruto after someone she respected, Naruto Uzumaki. This elicited an explosive cough from Kitsune, prompting Kurenai to inquire if something was wrong. Naruto cleared his throat and asked Hinata why she respected this Naruto. She responded that he was brave and never gave up, despite having left the village after failing the Genin exam. Hinata believed that Naruto must have left to seek the training necessary to become Hokage. Naruto found her reasoning somewhat accurate and reflected on how he had misjudged her feelings toward him. Kurenai suggested they introduce themselves, sharing their likes and dislikes. She stated her name and mentioned that her preferences were known only to those she trusted. Sakura mirrored her sensei's sentiment, while Hinata introduced herself, sharing her love for foxes and her admiration for Naruto Uzumaki. She expressed her dislike for those who judge others without good reason and revealed her dream of making her father proud. Kitsune, maintaining an air of mystery, shared that his real name was known only to those he trusted, but he answered to Kitsune. He mentioned various likes and dislikes, stating that his dream was to become Hokage and not waste the opportunity given to him by Sarutobi. Sakura expressed surprise at Kitsune's height, to which he responded that they were the same age. She was astonished, given his reputation and the tales surrounding him. Kitsune explained that he had simply endured a difficult upbringing. Kurenai noted that they should embark on a mission to improve their teamwork, hoping it would not be a D-ranked mission. Kitsune playfully complained about the possibility, prompting a chuckle from Kurenai. She acknowledged his longing to lighten the mood, but reminded him to act serious. Kurenai decided they would undertake a C-ranked mission the following day, suggesting they go out to eat as a team that day. The students agreed, and as they walked toward the food district, Kurenai wondered how Kitsune knew his way around so well. Suddenly, Naruto found himself lying in a grassy field beside a cliff, where a waterfall cascaded into a small pool. Flowers dotted the landscape, and a familiar voice called out to him. A female figure approached, adorned with fox ears and two tails, smiling coyly. It was Kyubi, who had not visited him in a while. She playfully chided him for avoiding his destined mate, nibbling on his earlobes. Naruto chuckled at her words, recalling how Kyubi had begun to express her affections since he had become the Kitsune. Kyubi pouted, insisting that just because he had lost his innocence did not mean he should lose the ability to love. Naruto defended his feelings for a girl who had reciprocated his emotions, but Kyubi reminded him of the circumstances surrounding their relationship. She pointed out the necklace he wore, a diamond shaped like a shard of ice, which he had received from her. In turn, Naruto teased her about the collar he had given her, to which Kyubi responded with a grin, stating that it was a wonderful gift she could never take off. As their playful banter continued, Kyubi expressed her jealousy over Hinata's interest in Naruto. He found humor in her reaction and reminded her of her identity. Kyubi, annoyed, stood up and insisted he knew who she was. Naruto then probed her about another reason for wanting him to stay in the mindscape. Kyubi revealed her concerns about Orochimaru, who had previously bound her to attack Konoha. She sensed that with Sarutobi's death, the village was vulnerable, and she warned Naruto about the unease permeating the atmosphere, particularly noting the disloyalty radiating from Jounin Kakashi toward the new Hokage. A civil war was looming on the horizon, presenting a perfect opportunity for Orochimaru to seize control. Naruto, feeling exhausted, expressed his longing for rest, understanding the potential danger posed by Danzo if he discovered Naruto's true identity. As Naruto's mindscape faded, he drifted into a dream that revisited his past. In a separate realm, Zabuza observed two figures awaiting an explanation. He informed them that they were experiencing the changes of PBRTY, which led to an increased awareness of the opposite gender, overshadowing their other thoughts. Haku, curious yet concerned, sought a solution to their predicament. Zabuza suggested that the best way to clear their minds would be to engage in NTMT relations, sharing his own experience as a misguided example. Naruto, bewildered by the concept, admitted his ignorance about such matters. Zabuza, frustrated, realized he would have to explain the basics of relationships to Naruto. Haku, feeling embarrassed, offered to assist Naruto in navigating this new territory, though Zabuza remained skeptical of their motivations. He decided that taking them to a BRDL might be the most effective solution, despite his reservations about potential emotional entanglements. As Zabuza left them alone, he hoped they would remain focused on their training for the upcoming confrontation with the Mizukichi. Naruto, startled by a sudden outburst, realized it was merely a dream. He smiled as he recalled the events of the previous night, noting the awkwardness that lingered between him and Haku afterward. Rising from his bed, Naruto surveyed his apartment, which had been well maintained by old man Sarutobi. The room was adorned with weapons and trophies reflecting his achievements. He adjusted a mask that held sentimental value, a gift from Haku and Old Mummy, and prepared for the day ahead. Just then, a knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. Hinata entered, apologizing for her earlier intrusion. She expressed her longing to make amends for the behavior of Sakura and Kurenai. Naruto reassured her, noting that their dislike was understandable. As they left his room, Hinata shared her research on Naruto, revealing that he had never endangered a Konohinin during his time as the Kitsune. She mentioned her admiration for him, which led to an awkward admission about her past behavior. They were scheduled to meet Sakura and Kurenai at the Hokage Tower, prompting Naruto to lead the way, albeit feeling a bit lost. Hinata, taking the lead, urged him to hurry, noting that he should know the route since he had been sent there for his team assignment. Naruto, flustered, explained that the previous day had been hectic, and they continued on their way to meet the acting Hokage. Meanwhile, in another part of the village, Sasuke confronted Danzo, expressing his frustration. Danzo reprimanded Kakashi for not keeping his subordinates in check. As the discussion continued, Kurenai entered the room, accompanied by two kunoichi and a retired mercenary. Kakashi and Kurenai exchanged playful banter, with Kiba eagerly inquiring about Kakashi's masked face, revealing the light-hearted dynamics among the group. As the characters navigated their intertwined fates, the stage was set for new challenges and developments in their lives. Kurenai arrived for her mission briefing, where Danzo handed her a scroll containing the details. She was tasked with skirting a bridge builder to Wave Country. Since the builder was currently out drinking, she had a day to rest and prepare before their departure the following day. Kurenai acknowledged the instructions and turned to leave, but Sasuke interrupted, expressing his frustration over the priority given to her team. He questioned the capability of Hinata, suggesting she was too weak for a C-rank mission. In response, Kitsune, who was present, warned Sasuke not to insult his comrades, his voice laced with a menacing intensity. Sasuke, shocked by the sudden pain in his finger, realized it had been broken in the confrontation. He attempted to free his hand and fix the injury, only to cause himself more discomfort. Danzo intervened, asking if a fight was necessary. Kitsune offered a reluctant apology, admitting to feeling stressed, which Sasuke reciprocated, surprising everyone in the room. Kitsune then complimented Sasuke for his resilience, noting that many would have fainted under such pressure. Sasuke, reflecting on his past, revealed that he had witnessed worse horrors. Naruto, observing the exchange, recalled a favor he owed Itachi and proposed to Danzo that both teams should be sent on the mission. Danzo, initially skeptical, eventually agreed, acknowledging Kitsune's request. Kakashi, sensing the tension, asked to speak with Kitsune privately. Once outside, he inquired about the reasoning behind the request for both teams, wondering if there was a potential threat. Kitsune admitted he had no knowledge of any impending danger but felt that taking the mission from Sasuke would only breed resentment. Kakashi, understanding the dynamics at play, noted that Kitsune and Kurenai seemed to have a good rapport. As they returned to Danzo's office, Shino and Kiba observed Kitsune with curiosity. Kiba felt a kinship with him, noting his canine-like behavior, while Shino found him oddly familiar. Sasuke continued to nurse his injury in silence. Kakashi confirmed that a joint mission was acceptable if Kurenai had no objections. Kurenai reluctantly agreed, warning that there better be some action, or there would be consequences. Kakashi, with a teasing tone, remarked on the nature of Kurenai's nickname for Kitsune, which led to a light-hearted exchange about the implications of such a name. Kurenai, flustered, insisted she would refrain from using it again, while Kitsune muttered a playful comment that Kurenai overheard. Kakashi continued to jest, suggesting that Kitsune was merely being mischievous. As the meeting concluded, Kurenai instructed everyone to gather at the main entrance the next day at 1 o'clock. The assembled genin left, except for Kitsune, who vanished in a swirl of leaves. Meanwhile, in a shadowy room, a group of figures discussed their plans, revealing that they were seeking Naruto Uzumaki and believed Kitsune's connection to him was crucial for locating their target. In a different part of Konoha, Tenten was busy in her father's weapons store, venting her frustrations about relationships. Sakura entered and inquired about her mood. Tenten expressed her annoyance with Niji, who had recently ended their relationship, claiming she was hindering his training. Just then, Kitsune walked into the store, feeling somewhat out of place. He asked Tenten if she offered sharpening and restoration services for katanas, to which she confirmed, ready to assist him. The blade was dual-edged, with one edge black facing the foe and the other red, facing the wielder. Tenten examined the blade and inquired if both edges could be sharpened. Kitsune, smiling behind his mask, responded that if possible, he would prefer both edges, but the black edge would suffice. Tenten mentioned that they could do a simple job like that for free, as long as he didn't mind waiting. Kitsune revealed he had a mission the following day, prompting Tenten to ask if he was a ninja. He raised his hand, displaying his forehead protector, and confirmed he was a genin. Tenten introduced herself, and Sakura, who was present, identified Kitsune as her teammate. Kitsune acknowledged Sakura's presence, and Tenten complimented his physique, which he returned, noting her fitness as well. Tenten playfully remarked that flattery would not earn him a discount just yet. Sakura informed Tenten that Kitsune was an S-class mercenary, which intrigued Tenten. She offered to assist him with anything he needed, but Sakura indicated she was merely stopping by to say hello before leaving them alone. Kitsune expressed that while he had other things he would like someone as pretty as her to do, he would settle for buying some supplies at the moment. Tenten felt a blush rise at the compliment, contrasting Kitsune with Niji, who rarely offered her compliments. Kitsune picked up a kunai and remarked on its sharpness, to which Tenten proudly stated that only the best kunai were sold at her shop, all handmade. He expressed interest in learning how she crafted her weapons, but she jokingly suggested he would need to marry her to learn those techniques. Tenten then assured him she would personally work on his sword, alleviating his worries about having it ready for the next day. Kitsune expressed gratitude for meeting someone who did not judge him based on his reputation, and Tenten shared her preference for personal views over rumors. They agreed that Kitsune would return the next day to purchase his supplies. Kitsune bowed politely and left, feeling a sense of satisfaction in making friends rather than being seen solely as the QB container. Meanwhile, Ino was in a bad mood, stuck working while her teammates bothered her. Shikamaru helped her stock the shelves, but Chuji insisted on eating his chips. Ino wished for a mysterious figure to walk through the door, someone intriguing yet not moody like Sasuke. When Kitsune entered, Shikamaru greeted him, mistakenly calling him Naruto. Ino quickly recognized him as the Kitsune guy Sakura had mentioned. Kitsune confirmed his identity, and Ino offered her assistance. Kitsune inquired about herbal plants for medicines, specifying he needed mild poison and antidotes. Ino, eager to help, went to retrieve the supplies. Shikamaru, noticing Kitsune's mask, questioned his identity, leading Kitsune to admit he was Naruto but requested that Shikamaru keep it a secret. Shikamaru noted the similarities in Kitsune's mannerisms to Naruto's, which he had picked up on during a previous encounter. As Ino returned with the herbs, she expressed her willingness to help Kitsune, who shared his difficult past of growing up without parents. Ino empathized with him, suggesting he could reach out for help whenever needed. Kitsune thanked her and paid for his goods, leaving the store in a cheerful mood, appreciating the kindness he had received. Ino smiled to herself, captivated by Kitsune's strong and mysterious presence, believing he was the perfect man for her. Meanwhile, Kitsune sneezed as he made his way to his next destination. At a nearby bar, Kurenai downed her drink while Enko teased her about needing some tender loving care. Kurenai mentioned that Kitsune had been flirting with her, prompting Enko to consider playing with him. Kurenai, protective of her student, snapped at Enko, who playfully suggested Kurenai was jealous. Enko then claimed to know Kitsune's real name and what lay beneath his mask, leaving Kurenai intrigued and slightly horrified. Kurenai was determined to learn a secret, offering Enko an enticing deal of all the dangos she could eat in exchange for information. Enko, with a playful grin, teased that the secret was an S-ranked one, but the promise of dangos made her reconsider. After some back-and-forth negotiations, they settled on a deal that would last for 6 months. As they discussed the secret, Kurenai's curiosity piqued when Enko mentioned a young boy she had once wanted to adopt. Enko revealed that the boy was none other than Naruto, the one known as the QB Kid. Kurenai was taken aback, realizing the implications of Enko's words. She decided to seek out Naruto immediately, feeling a mix of concern and determination. Meanwhile, Naruto was wandering alone, humming to himself when he stumbled upon a peculiar stone inscribed with names. After ensuring he was alone, he removed his Kitsune mask and rubbed his face, reflecting on the deepening whisker marks and the sorrowful expression in his blue eyes. His hair, flecked with orange, was a testament to the merging of his essence with the QB. As he pondered the stone's significance, Kakashi approached him, explaining that it was a memorial for those who had sacrificed their lives for Konoha. Naruto bowed to the stone, expressing his hope that those honored there were at peace. Kakashi confirmed that he had known Naruto's parents and reassured him that they would be proud of his resilience and commitment to protecting the village. Naruto felt a surge of emotions as he processed Kakashi's words, grappling with the weight of his past and the truth about the QB. Kakashi, sensing Naruto's turmoil, excused himself to meet his team, leaving Naruto to reflect on the heavy burden he carried. Just then, Kurenai found Naruto and expressed her relief at seeing him unharmed. She checked him for injuries, her concern evident. Naruto, however, was skeptical of her affection, questioning why it had taken so long for anyone to show care when he had needed it most. Kurenai clarified that her concern was for him as a person, not just as a Jinchuriki, and expressed regret for not being able to protect him in the past. As they spoke, Naruto's frustration boiled over, revealing his inner turmoil about being the host of the QB. Kurenai, sensing his pain, comforted him with a hug, feeling a deep connection to him. In that vulnerable moment, their emotions intertwined, leading to a kiss that surprised them both. Kurenai felt a mix of shock and longing, realizing that her feelings for Naruto had evolved beyond mere mentorship. After pulling away, they both acknowledged the implications of their actions. Naruto joked about the potential fallout from their relationship, while Kurenai grappled with her feelings and the consequences of their kiss. They shared a light-hearted moment, teasing each other about their circumstances and the unexpected turn their relationship had taken. As they navigated their feelings, Naruto reflected on the complexities of love and connection, while Kurenai struggled with her own emotions and the moral implications of their bond. Despite the confusion, they both felt a sense of happiness in their newfound closeness, knowing that they could support each other through the challenges ahead. Naruto felt a surge of determination as he contemplated his feelings. He had recently discovered a way to confront the Kyuubi for the pain it had caused him, particularly the loss of his parents. He decided that he would allow himself to experience love once more. In a shadowy building, a sudden noise echoed, drawing the attention of a gruff man who chuckled at a girl who had just broken a sinbon. She rubbed her neck, where a red fox tattoo glowed faintly, and expressed her unease, sensing that something significant had occurred. Meanwhile, Zabuza was growing impatient, wondering why they had not returned yet. He noted the positive reviews they had received, while Haku reassured him that their leader had his reasons. Zabuza, however, was curious about those reasons, and Dazboz, their guide, mentioned that he wanted to create dramatic tension. Zabuza questioned their purpose, and Dazboz explained that he found a text summary boring, opting instead to have them participate in the narrative. As they continued their banter, Zabuza remarked on Naruto's behavior, suggesting that he was becoming quite the womanizer. Haku believed Naruto was simply confused and needed someone to help him find clarity. Zabuza dismissed Haku's concern, suggesting he was too engrossed in a particular book. Haku then inquired about a mysterious mating mark, to which Zabuza responded that she should already know the answer. Haku playfully admitted that she was merely following the script. The scene shifted to a new chapter, where Kurenai was tapping her foot impatiently, wondering about the whereabouts of Kakashi and Kitsune. Kiba yawned, commenting on Kakashi's habitual tardiness, while Sakura expressed her frustration at the delay. Tazuna, the bridge builder they were skirting, was growing increasingly anxious as they waited. Just then, Kakashi and Kitsune arrived, with Kakashi explaining that he had gotten lost on the road of life. Kurenai attempted to scold him for his lateness but found it difficult to maintain her stern demeanor due to the memories of what lay beneath his mask. Kiba urged the group to move, concerned that lingering would make them vulnerable to ambush. Shino and Hinata agreed, prompting Tazuna to express his relief as they finally set off. Team Kakashi took the lead, with Team Kurenai providing rearguard, while Tazuna remained in the center, nervously scanning their surroundings. Kitsune playfully startled Tazuna, who reacted with surprise. Kakashi then handed Tazuna a book, which Kitsune found surprising as it was not the typical orange cover he expected. Tazuna was taken aback by the contents, which detailed Kitsune's mysterious background and high bounty as an S-class mercenary. Kitsune felt a sense of relief upon learning that he did not have a price on his head, which meant he was less likely to be targeted. As they continued their journey, Hinata expressed curiosity about Kitsune's past, but he suggested that he would share more when they were not on a mission. The group walked on, and Kitsune wondered how the artist had managed to capture his likeness. Kakashi explained that witnesses had provided descriptions for the drawing. Kitsune returned the book to Kakashi, who tucked it away. Tazuna made a light-hearted remark about Kitsune's capabilities, to which Kitsune responded with a growl, asserting his prowess. Kakashi then called Kitsune aside for a private conversation, just as they passed a puddle that both ninjas eyed suspiciously. Suddenly, chains erupted from the ground, ensnaring both Kakashi and Kitsune. Instead of the expected violence, they vanished in a puff of smoke, leaving the group startled. Kurenai quickly ordered everyone to protect Tazuna, realizing they were under attack. Kakashi, meanwhile, was absorbed in his book, sitting beside Naruto, who questioned the wisdom of their earlier actions. Kakashi assured him that their Kage Bunshin would suffice for the simple C-class mission, recalling how Naruto had previously acted as a decoy to help Haku learn a technique. Thanks to Kakashi's Sharingan, He felt confident in not needing to sert his genin. Solid bunshin were impressive, and both Naruto and Kakashi quickly moved forward. Naruto picked up his mask and put it on, acknowledging that the situation was more serious than they had anticipated. They needed to hurry towards the last known location of the Kage Bunshin. Shino scowled beneath his hood, frustrated that his bugs could not approach the two ninjas. Only Sasuke and Kurenai seemed to be making any impact. Hinata was holding her own, but her fighting style was ineffective against targets that refused to stay still. Kiba and Sakura were focused on defending Tazuna as instructed, while Kitsune and Kakashi had yet to reappear. Kurenai expressed her annoyance at the situation, noting that the two ninjas seemed to rely on a chain to coordinate their attacks. Sasuke suggested that if they could isolate that chain, they could end the battle quickly, though Kurenai pointed out the difficulty of the task. Sasuke threw a kunai to pin the chains to a tree, but to his dismay, the chains merely snapped, and the kunai fell harmlessly to the ground. The two ninjas laughed, one of them drawing a scimitar and the other following suit. They charged as a unit, forcing Sasuke and Kurenai backward. They shouted their intent to eliminate Tazuna, and Kurenai realized she was in no position to assist him, having been pushed back into a cluster of trees. Hinata acted quickly, diving to push Tazuna out of the way, but she sustained a deep wound on her shoulder from a swift slash. Sakura reacted with anger as she saw Hinata fall, and she launched a punch at one of the brothers. However, her arm was caught and broken with a mere flick of the wrist, causing her to stagger backward, struggling to remain conscious. The twins turned their attention to Sakura, but Kiba and Akamaru intervened to fend them off. Kiba made a hand sign behind his back, signaling Shino to send some bugs to latch onto their opponents. One of the brothers struck Kiba, landing a direct hit on his left arm, which only fueled Kiba's frustration. Sasuke, feeling annoyed, decided to take action. He unleashed a fireball technique, but the two ninjas extinguished it effortlessly. One of them mocked Sasuke for using fire jutsu against opponents who wielded water jutsu. Just then, Kakashi arrived, smiling as he assessed the situation and noticed Hinata's injury. The ninjas recognized Kakashi and Kitsune, grinning at the sight of the latter. One of them taunted Kitsune about Hinata's condition. Kitsune, devoid of emotion, confronted the brother, who lunged at him with a scimitar. Kitsune blocked the attack with his arm, red chakra coursing down it and hardening it like steel. He prepared to show the ninja true pain and fear. To the others, it seemed like little had happened, but the remaining ninja collapsed to his knees, overwhelmed by visions of destruction and loss. Kitsune stood before him, his eyes glowing with intensity, while the Kyuubi loomed behind him, radiating a sense of impending doom. The ninja succumbed to fear and fell unconscious. Hinata, whispering Kitsune's name, expressed her shock at the outcome. Kitsune acknowledged that he was not sorry for killing the man, but he regretted that his friends had to witness such a brutal display. While the others gathered themselves and questioned Tazuna about the mission, Kitsune washed the blood from his mask using a jutsu he had learned years ago. Later, Kitsune found himself climbing a mountain, currently relegated to menial tasks among mercenaries due to his rank. He was tasked with delivering stolen scrolls related to the Jinchuriki, a mission that did not concern him much. The Kyuubi encouraged him, reminding him to hurry so they could enjoy some quality time together later. As he approached the meeting place, Kitsune felt a sense of unease. Two clients awaited him, one resembling an Uchiha with raven black hair, while the other looked like a giant fish. Both wore black cloaks adorned with red cloud patterns. The Uchiha look-alike inquired about the scrolls, and Kitsune handed them over, expecting payment. Instead, the giant fish man, Kisame, prepared to attack. Kitsune evaded his strikes, realizing he had been tricked. He retaliated with red chakra, delivering a powerful kick that sent Kisame crashing into the mountain. The impact caused a crack that resulted in the destruction of a nearby village, but Kitsune felt little remorse, believing the villagers should have chosen a better location. Itachi, the Uchiha, frowned at the display of chakra, sensing the potential threat it posed. It was a moment filled with nostalgia as Kisame emerged from the rubble, grinning widely. Itachi recognized the boy standing before him as Naruto Uzumaki, a fact that brought a warm smile to his face. Kitsune, however, was puzzled and inquired about Itachi's knowledge of him. Itachi explained that he could sense the Kyuubi's chakra within Kitsune. The revelation led to a discussion about Sasuke, Itachi's younger brother. Itachi's expression turned distant as he asked about Sasuke's well-being, to which Kitsune replied that it had been a year since they last saw each other. Kitsune described his relationship with Sasuke, noting that he was one of the few who could engage with him, albeit mostly to be called an idiot. Itachi speculated that Sasuke's remarks were a way to motivate Kitsune to improve himself, to become a rival worthy of competition. As they spoke, Itachi shifted the conversation, asking Kisame how much longer they had until they reached their destination. Kisame confirmed it would not be long. Itachi then offered Kitsune a small bag of coins as payment and presented him with a mission. He instructed Kitsune to be the rival Sasuke needed upon returning to Konoha, to help him grow stronger. Itachi handed over a scroll containing advanced fire jutsu and Sharingan techniques, emphasizing that Kitsune should only give it to Sasuke when he deemed him ready. When Kitsune expressed doubt about not selling the scroll, Itachi activated his Sharingan, instilling confidence in Kitsune that he would not disappoint him. Kitsune, showing respect to Itachi, accepted the task. Itachi, however, cautioned him to keep their conversation a secret from Sasuke. Kitsune then sheepishly asked for water, explaining that he had exhausted his supply while using the Kyuubi's chakra. Itachi acknowledged the need for hydration and instructed Kisame to give Kitsune a scroll that would teach him to extract water from the air. Kisame complied, hinting that their paths might cross again under less favorable circumstances before they vanished from sight. Kitsune, now alone, pocketed the Uchiha techniques and contemplated his next steps. He realized that falling from the mountain had led him to discover one of his greatest powers, pondering whether fate had intervened to distract him. Just then, Kakashi called for his attention, and Kitsune noticed his teammates were ready to proceed. They had been discussing whether to continue their mission, which Kurenai-sensei deemed at least B-ranked due to the unexpected strength of their recent adversaries. Hinata approached Kitsune, smiling as she explained that they needed his vote on whether to continue. She expressed concern for their safety but reassured him that they would protect each other. Kitsune, valuing the safety of his friends above all, agreed to continue, stating he would protect them with his life. Hinata relayed his decision to the others, and a sense of relief washed over the group. She revealed that they had hoped he would join them, which surprised Kitsune. Hinata acknowledged the tension from the recent encounter but noted that Kitsune had acted in defense of his teammates. She found his fierce protectiveness exciting, which made Kitsune chuckle. He clarified that while they were ninjas, they were not murderers but assassins who killed to protect others rather than for personal gain. Meanwhile, Zabuza and Haku discovered the remains of two ninjas they had hired. Zabuza was shocked, while Haku recognized the work as that of Naruto. They speculated on why the ninjas would attack him and whether he had returned to Konoha. As they discussed the situation, Haku used a Senbon to revive the surviving brother, who revealed that Kitsune was with Naruto's group, indicating they were unprepared for such a formidable force. Zabuza acknowledged the situation and suggested they return, realizing that Naruto would soon be back with them. Haku proposed they confirm whether Kitsune was indeed Naruto. As Kitsune and Hinata walked ahead, she used her Byakugan to scout their surroundings. Hinata spotted someone alone nearby and motioned for Kitsune to investigate. He decided to send a clone to check it out, demonstrating his confidence in handling the situation. As Kitsune raced off, Kurenai expressed concern about him going alone, but Kakashi reassured her of Kitsune's capabilities as an S-class mercenary. Sasuke, curious about Itachi's ranking, realized that even Kitsune might not be strong enough to confront him. He contemplated seeking training from the mercenary, intrigued by the respect Itachi had shown him. With determination, Naruto removed his mask and headed toward the location where his clone had been destroyed, ready to face whatever awaited him. Naruto recalled the last image his clone had seen, an ice Senbon. He knew there was only one person capable of creating such a weapon. As he contemplated this, Zabuza appeared beside him, expressing disappointment that Naruto had only achieved S rank, suggesting he could have aimed for an even higher rank. Naruto responded with a grin, noting that to earn such a rank, he would need to defeat another Kage. Zabuza chuckled, pointing out that Naruto lived close to one, but Naruto clarified that Konoha currently had no Hokage, only an acting one. Curiosity about Haku's whereabouts led Naruto to ask Zabuza directly. Haku then revealed herself, stating that she needed Naruto and that he was coming with them. In a surprising twist, Naruto had been perched on a tree branch, having swapped places with a clone just in time to avoid capture. Haku, now lying across his lap, expressed her relief at seeing him recovered from their previous battle. Zabuza, observing the situation, urged Naruto to focus, as they were all in danger. He and Haku were bound by indestructible chakra chains, leaving Naruto as their only hope against the Mizukage, who had underestimated him. The Mizukage taunted Naruto, demanding he surrender, but Naruto declared his loyalty to Zabuza, vowing to fight for him. Despite the overwhelming odds and his injuries, Naruto felt a surge of determination. As the battle escalated, Naruto contemplated using a powerful technique, despite the risks involved. Ignoring the warnings from the Kyuubi within him, he launched another attack, only to find himself severely injured and on the brink of unconsciousness. The Mizukage threatened Haku, which ignited a fierce response from Naruto. He unleashed the Berserker Kyuubi no Jutsu, transforming into a powerful form that radiated immense killing intent. The Mizukage, caught off guard by Naruto's transformation, struggled to comprehend the situation. Naruto formed a massive sphere of red chakra and hurled it at the Mizukage. The explosion that followed obliterated the surrounding area, leaving a vast canyon in its wake. As the dust settled, Naruto, confused and propelled by the force of the blast, wondered if he had truly won. The Kyuubi informed him that he had unleashed a wave of chakra that had devastated the village. Concerned for Haku's safety, Naruto hoped she had survived the chaos, recalling the mating mark she bore, which had granted her some of the Kyuubi's power. Meanwhile, Haku, exhausted from the ordeal, collapsed as the red chakra dissipated. Zabuza, witnessing her state, acknowledged the wisdom of allowing Naruto to bond with her. Haku reflected on the power of the mating mark, which had given her a burst of strength just when she needed it. She had activated it to escape with Zabuza, knowing Naruto's attack would not harm him. As they searched for Naruto, Zabuza expressed concern about his whereabouts, while Haku admitted her mark was too low on chakra to sense him. In the aftermath, Naruto stroked Haku's neck, relieved to see her tattoo returning to its vibrant color. He expressed his shame at thinking he had harmed her, but Haku reassured him that they were together again and could continue their journey. Naruto pondered their next goal, realizing they had defeated the Mizukage but feeling uncertain about their future. Haku encouraged Naruto to find a new purpose, and he declared his ambition to become Hokage, vowing to protect all his precious people. He listed those he cared about, reflecting on the connections he had formed, even as he acknowledged the losses he had faced. With determination in his heart, Naruto resolved to forge ahead, ready to embrace whatever challenges lay before him. Sasuke appeared to be doing well, and Haku noticed that the group they were with consisted mostly of women. This observation led to a tense moment when Haku confronted Naruto about a kiss he had received. Naruto, confused by Haku's icy demeanor, acknowledged the kiss but did not understand its significance. Frustrated, Haku stormed off, leaving Zabuza to shake his head at Naruto's obliviousness. Zabuza reminded Naruto that if he was aligned with Konoha, he was effectively against them, but Naruto remained resolute in his ambition to become Hokage and make his mentor proud. Zabuza acknowledged Naruto's determination and walked away, while Naruto replaced his mask, feeling uncertain about the impending confrontation with Haku and Zabuza. Upon returning to his teammates, he sensed their worry but also felt their relief at his return. Kitsune, a powerful ally, lightened the mood with a chuckle, while Kiba expressed his confidence in having such strength on their side. Shino noted the logic in feeling secure around someone so powerful, and Hinata, blushing slightly, admitted that Kitsune reminded her of Naruto and that she had been worried during his absence. Kurenai expressed her longing not to lose Kitsune as a student, and even Sasuke begrudgingly acknowledged Kitsune's capabilities. Sakura, feeling a sense of camaraderie, indicated that if Sasuke respected Kitsune, she could too. Tazuna, eager to avoid another ambush, urged the group to hurry to his house. Kakashi agreed, leading the way. As they prepared to move, Zabuza and Haku discussed their plans. Haku suggested they should allow their opponents time to strengthen themselves, but Zabuza dismissed the idea, arguing that they should proceed without delay. Haku pointed out that since they had not engaged in a specific fight, they could move forward without waiting for Zabuza to heal. Zabuza accepted this reasoning, and they both acknowledged the peculiar nature of the mating mark that Haku had received from Naruto, drawing a parallel to Orochimaru's cursed seal and expressing sympathy for Sasuke. Their conversation shifted to the length of the chapter they had just experienced, with Haku noting that their reintroduction had improved the quality, despite some action scenes being less than stellar. The narrative took a humorous turn as they acknowledged the challenges of writing, with Dazboz lamenting his inability to remember jutsu names and the state of his internet connection. Haku playfully threatened him, while Zabuza prepared for his upcoming fight scene, urging Dazboz to get the jutsu names right. As they concluded their discussion, Haku posed a question to their audience, inviting feedback on whether they preferred a week of training to develop Naruto's relationships or to jump straight into the final battle, encouraging readers to leave reviews to express their preferences. Kitsune felt a sense of satisfaction as he enjoyed his meal, secretly amused by the disappointment of those around him when he chose not to remove his mask. They had arrived at Tazuna's house without any issues, and Kitsune was thankful for that. He was still contemplating how to resolve their situation peacefully. Tsunami, the woman serving him, offered more food, and although Kitsune found her attractive, he had grown indifferent to appearances after spending so much time with Kurenai. He accepted her offer, appreciating her friendly demeanor, which was a refreshing change from most people in Konoha. Tazuna, however, interrupted, reminding Tsunami that Kitsune needed to remain agile for protection. After Tsunami left the room, Kitsune suddenly stood up, declaring he had a solution. The others exchanged puzzled glances, wondering what he meant. Kurenai suggested that someone should accompany him, especially with the sun setting. Kakashi, ever unpredictable, shouted out a random word, diverting attention from Kurenai's earlier slip. She silently thanked him for the distraction, still grappling with her feelings about how much Kitsune had matured into a formidable young man. Meanwhile, Zabuza prepared for an attack on Tazuna's home, contemplating the impending confrontation. He glanced at Haku, feeling a twinge of sympathy for her. It seemed that Naruto had chosen his village over their bond, leaving Haku in a state of confusion. She was lost in her thoughts, reflecting on the depth of her feelings for Naruto and questioning whether their shared experiences meant anything to him. Zabuza, having shifted his perspective on Haku, now regarded her more like a daughter. He asked if she was all right, and she responded with a weak smile, admitting she could not bring herself to fight Naruto. Zabuza reassured her that she did not have to engage in such a battle. Just then, Naruto appeared, revealing his intention to propose a deal. He suggested a 1-week time frame for a showdown between his team and Zabuza, with the outcome determining Haku's fate. If Naruto's team won, Haku would return to Konoha. If Zabuza's team won, Naruto would go with them. Zabuza hesitated, unwilling to risk his life in Konoha, but he considered allowing Haku to leave if her safety could be guaranteed. Haku looked up at Zabuza, who encouraged her to accept the opportunity for a better life. He expressed his longing to wander freely, having dedicated himself to finding her. The terms of their agreement were set. If Naruto's team could incapacitate Kurenai and Kakashi, it would be considered a victory for Zabuza. He was intrigued by the challenge, especially knowing Kakashi's reputation as the legendary copy nin. As they finalized their agreement, Zabuza felt a sense of anticipation for the upcoming confrontation. Haku expressed her gratitude, but Zabuza reminded her to keep her emotions in check during battles. Turning to his mercenary group, he was shocked to find them defeated, with chaos surrounding them. Haku discovered a note among the remnants, written in Naruto's handwriting, explaining the situation and apologizing for the mess caused by one of the fallen mercenaries. Kitsune then appeared, inquiring about supplies to clean his armor, prompting Tazuna to grumble about the state of things. Kitsune attempted to appear innocent, despite the mask obscuring his expression. When asked about the defeated mercenaries, he shrugged, admitting he hadn't bothered to ask for details. The team was preparing for an upcoming confrontation, and one member decided it was time to inform the others. The leader of the bandits, Zabuza Momochi, had issued a challenge for a duel in a week, promising that they would be left alone until the duel took place. This news prompted a mix of reactions among the group. Kakashi, amused by the situation, questioned whether a deal had truly been made with Zabuza. The response confirmed that the week-long delay was intended to give them time to strategize against both Zabuza and his assistant, Haku. Kitsune, another member of the team, expressed concern about Haku's abilities, which could mirror his own. This revelation caused a stir among the genin, with Kiba expressing disbelief at the possibility of Haku possessing similar powers. Shino, ever the strategist, pondered how they could combat such a formidable opponent. Kiba, however, remained optimistic, confident in Kitsune's abilities. Sakura joined in the support, encouraging Kitsune as well. Despite their faith in him, Kitsune felt a sense of frustration, knowing that Haku's powers derived from his own. If they were to face off, it would only serve to exhaust him. Sasuke, skeptical of Kitsune's strength, challenged him, questioning his claim of being an elite ninja. Kitsune, distracted by the quality of his weapon, did not engage in the argument. Kakashi reminded the group of the importance of training, especially with the Chunin exams approaching. He reassured them that they would find a way to neutralize the threat posed by Haku. With a renewed sense of purpose, the genin began to devise their training plans. Hinata chose to spar with Kiba to enhance their taijutsu skills, while Shino focused on refining his insect techniques. Sasuke insisted that Kitsune spar with him, while Kakashi offered to teach him new techniques. Kurenai decided to gather intelligence, and Sakura aimed to assist Sasuke in his training. The following morning, the group awoke early to a lavish breakfast, which delighted Kitsune. They commenced their training shortly after 7. Sasuke was determined to engage Kitsune in a sparring match, but his attempts were met with resistance. Kitsune remained focused on developing a new technique, ignoring Sasuke's increasingly frustrated demands. As Sasuke's persistence grew, he sought Kurenai's intervention, pleading for her to order Kitsune to comply. Kurenai, seeing Kitsune's dedication, questioned the necessity of such a command. Kitsune, in a playful mood, suggested that if Sasuke could mstr the ultimate persuasive technique, he would agree to spar. Sasuke, incredulous at the notion, demanded to know what this technique was. Kurenai, amused by the exchange, pointed out Sasuke's lack of politeness. Meanwhile, Kitsune playfully demonstrated his so-called ultimate technique by asking Kurenai for a kiss, much to her surprise. She complied, leaving Kitsune momentarily stunned and Kakashi bewildered by the effectiveness of such a simple request. As the training continued, Kurenai observed Hinata and Kiba sparring, noting Hinata's improvement against Kiba's agile movements. Kiba, despite taking hits, managed to maintain his composure and resilience. The team was growing stronger, preparing for the challenges that lay ahead. His speed was gradually increasing, and Kurenai observed that he was avoiding using any family jutsu. She encouraged her students to focus on their ninjutsu and genjutsu, noting that their taijutsu was progressing well. Kakashi approached Kurenai with a relaxed demeanor, teasing her about her eagerness to kiss Naruto, which she dismissed as a prank intended to annoy him. Kakashi, however, maintained a knowing look that suggested he believed there was more to it. Kurenai expressed her concern about Naruto's feelings for a girl named Haku, whom she had seen him with the previous night. The way he looked at her suggested deep affection, raising doubts about whether he might be leading them into a trap. Kakashi acknowledged the situation, admitting that while he didn't think Naruto would betray them, his connection to Zabuza was troubling, especially since he had managed to arrange a fight with him. Kurenai felt uneasy about the implications of her actions towards Naruto, insisting that she did not want to toy with his emotions given his troubled past. Kakashi pointed out that there was nothing wrong with developing a closer relationship, especially since Naruto was of age. He suggested that Kurenai should flirt with him to earn his trust. Kurenai hesitated, concerned about the potential consequences of such actions. Kakashi reminded her not to hold back in their training, emphasizing the importance of not letting the enemy dictate the fight. He reassured her that the genin would be fine, especially considering Naruto's fierce protective instincts. As Kurenai turned around, she noticed the two genin approaching her, eager to learn more about genjutsu. They expressed their longing to expand their skills beyond the academy standards, prompting Kurenai to agree to help them. Meanwhile, in a different realm, Kyuubi approached Naruto, attempting to engage him despite his reluctance. She had transformed his mindscape into a lavish setting, but Naruto remained distant, refusing to acknowledge her attempts to connect. Kyuubi expressed her sorrow over his parents' deaths, explaining that she had been bound by Orochimaru and was not herself when the tragedy occurred. Naruto, however, was not comforted by her words, feeling that her past actions were unforgivable. Kyuubi, desperate for his attention, collapsed in despair, revealing her vulnerability. She expressed her love for him, but Naruto was conflicted, struggling with his feelings for someone associated with his family's demise. He wished she would leave him alone, but Kyuubi, feeling hopeless, drew a dagger, intending to end her own existence. In a moment of panic, Naruto lunged forward, grabbing the blade and injuring his hands to prevent her from harming herself. This act of bravery revealed his true feelings for her, and Kyuubi, sensing his care, transformed back into her original form. She healed his wounds and reassured him of her unwavering support, even during his darkest times. Naruto expressed his guilt over his feelings for her, acknowledging the complexity of their relationship. Kyuubi reminded him that love is not something one can control, and as she traced the spiral on his stomach, she leaned in to kiss him. Caught in the moment, Naruto reciprocated, their connection deepening as they shared a passionate kiss, momentarily forgetting the weight of their pasts. Haku was concerned about the potential consequences of her actions, knowing that Naruto was in a precarious situation. She had just informed him of a change in plans regarding their upcoming confrontation. The battle would now involve 5 participants on each side, with Zabuza and Haku selecting 3 allies, while Naruto's Jounin could choose 3 as well. This arrangement did not include Naruto himself. As Haku explained the details, she held Naruto's mask, reminding him that the people around him might not appreciate him for who he truly was, unlike her. Naruto, determined to prove himself, expressed his intentions to remain in Konoha until he made his mentors and family proud. Haku questioned how the deceased could show appreciation, but Naruto was confident he would know when he had succeeded. Their conversation took a serious turn when Haku mentioned the possibility of using the mating mark, a powerful technique that could complicate their relationship. Naruto asserted that he would take drastic measures if she chose to use it, but Haku stood firm in her resolve to keep their family together. Despite the tension, there was a warmth between them, and Haku appreciated Naruto's compliment about her defiance. After their exchange, Haku prepared to leave, reminding Naruto to inform Kakashi and Kurenai about the changes. She bowed slightly before departing, leaving behind the kitsune mask. Naruto contemplated the situation, aware that he needed to follow the agreements made to ensure a peaceful resolution. As he focused on his training, Naruto decided to test a new technique he had been developing. He approached Sasuke, asking him to be a test subject for his new seal. Sasuke, somewhat reluctant, agreed to participate. Naruto applied a red chakra seal to Sasuke, which caused a brief moment of discomfort but ultimately did not hinder him. The two began sparring, and Naruto was eager to see the effects of his new seal. He unleashed a powerful wind technique, hoping to gauge Sasuke's reaction. To Naruto's surprise, Sasuke experienced a strange sensation, feeling as though time had slowed down, allowing him to evade the attack effortlessly. This unexpected result indicated that Naruto's seal had worked, albeit only once. Naruto explained that the seal was based on the mating mark used by Haku, and he had created a version that mimicked its effects. However, the true mating mark required specific conditions to activate fully. Sasuke, still recovering from the dizzying experience, inquired about receiving the tattoo for their upcoming battle, but Naruto indicated that it depended on Sasuke's responses to certain questions. Meanwhile, Haku observed the 3 mercenaries she had hired for the upcoming fight. Each of them was formidable in their own right, and Haku was confident they would overpower Naruto's team. The first mercenary, known as Snake, had a pale complexion and a martial style focused on crippling opponents. He lacked ninjutsu and genjutsu skills but was proficient in kenjutsu, wielding his sword with a unique, WHP-like technique. The second mercenary, humorously named Sasuke, was a MSTR of the drunken fist style. His unconventional fighting style was both entertaining and educational to watch. He also lacked ninjutsu and genjutsu abilities and carried a concealed short blade. His appearance was disheveled, and he had a reputation for using his foul odor as a tactical advantage in battle. The third mercenary remained a mystery, keeping to herself while the others trained. Though her identity was unknown, she was reputed to be the most skilled of the trio, shrouded in secrecy. As the day progressed, both Naruto and Haku prepared for the challenges ahead, each determined to prove their strength and resolve in the face of adversity. She wore a tattered black cape adorned with red clouds, leading Haku to suspect she was an exiled member of the organization that she and Zabuza had encountered while searching for Naruto. The only visible skin was on her hands, which were skillfully folding a sheet of paper into a set of shuriken. Haku inquired about her reasons for taking the job, hoping to uncover her motives. The woman responded vaguely, indicating it was a personal matter. When pressed further, she dismissed his curiosity, turning her cloaked face away. Haku persisted, suggesting her motivations might involve a man, to which she reluctantly admitted there was some truth to that. However, she clarified that it was more about a bond with a sibling and the need for funds to find the one who had freed her. Intrigued, Haku listened as she explained that it was a long story she did not have time to share, as she needed to prepare for the impending battle. Demonstrating her skills, she flicked one of the paper shuriken at a nearby tree, causing it to topple along with several others. Meanwhile, Kurenai observed her students training, noting their progress. Kiba acknowledged their recent laziness due to a lack of motivation following the Chunin promotion incident. Hinata agreed, feeling particularly uninspired without a certain blonde to encourage her. Kurenai praised their skills but reminded them to remain focused. She checked on Kiba's injured arm, which he claimed prevented him from helping with chores at Tsunami's house, where they were staying. Despite his protests, Kurenai insisted he could manage. Hinata, however, was struggling with her emotions. She had developed a healing ointment after witnessing Naruto's struggles, intending to give it to him. But when she had the chance to speak to him, panic had overtaken her, leaving her feeling guilty for not expressing her feelings. Memories of Naruto's absence weighed heavily on her heart, and she feared for his safety, imagining him suffering alone in a distant land. As she lay in bed, tears streamed down her face. Kitsune, who cared for her deeply, listened from outside her room, wishing he could comfort her. He entered quietly, but in her restless state, she accidentally knocked off his mask, startling her awake. Confused, she mistook him for Naruto and expressed her longing for their connection. Kitsune, wishing to reassure her, smiled gently, but the moment was fleeting. Hinata, overwhelmed by her emotions, confessed her love for Naruto, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. In a moment of spontaneity, she kissed him, only to faint from the intensity of the moment. Kitsune, witnessing this, felt a mix of emotions as he left the room, leaving Hinata to dream of happier times with Naruto. Kiba and Kurenai entered shortly after, noticing Hinata's cheerful demeanor. Kiba, perplexed by her sudden happiness, decided it was best to leave the room, while Kurenai shared a knowing smile, reflecting on the complexities of young love. Outside, Kitsune encountered Sasuke, who challenged him to a sparring match, claiming he was too slow. Frustrated, Kitsune explained the exhaustion from using a sealing technique multiple times. Sasuke, undeterred, insisted on a rematch the following day, confident in his abilities. As they discussed training, Sakura and the others returned, surprised to see Sasuke smiling, a rare sight that sparked her curiosity. Kitsune, feeling the weight of the day's events, prepared to engage with his friends, knowing that their bonds would be crucial as they faced the challenges ahead. Sakura was excited at the prospect of helping with Sasuke's training, especially since both Kakashi and Kurenai had given their approval. Kurenai expressed her hope that Sakura would return safely, while Kakashi was pleased, as any opportunity for him to enjoy more reading time was welcome. Sakura eagerly agreed to participate, but she was puzzled when Kakashi mentioned wanting to know how much pain she could endure. He explained that it was for a friendly spar, but he needed her to test one of his new seals. Sasuke had already volunteered, and he needed another partner for the sparring session. The process of scribing the seal was painful, but using it would not be. Determined, Sakura assured Kakashi that she would go through with it, regardless of the pain involved. Meanwhile, Sasuke, feeling annoyed that Sakura was interrupting his training with Kitsune, walked away. Although he would never admit it, he enjoyed sparring with Kitsune, finding their training sessions to be more like fun family time than actual training. As he walked off to complete his chores, he pondered whether he was replacing his family with Kitsune. Kiba, carrying several heavy boxes, grumbled that Sakura and Sasuke were like Hinata and Naruto, both pursuing someone who barely noticed them. Sakura helped Kiba with the boxes and reflected on Kiba's words. She remembered Naruto's persistent attempts to win her affection, which she often tried to forget but had to acknowledge. Kiba placed the boxes down outside the house and gestured for Sakura to do the same. Sakura expressed her concern about whether her treatment of Naruto had contributed to his departure from the village, a question that had troubled her for years. Kiba reassured her that while she played a small part, it was likely a combination of factors that led to Naruto leaving. As they entered the house, they passed Kitsune, who was leaning against a wall. Kitsune inquired about Naruto's fate, having heard he left the village after failing the genin exams. Rumors suggested that he had been cheated out of passing by a traitor who was later killed by missing Nin. It was said that Naruto was traveling the world, learning from Isus to return and save Konoha in its time of need. Kitsune found the idea amusing, questioning whether Naruto was a superhero. Sakura, however, remained optimistic, believing that wherever Naruto was, he was growing stronger and might one day be a match for Sasuke. The week passed quickly, and the results of the training were evident. Both Sasuke and Sakura had significantly improved, able to hold their own in fights for extended PRDS without tiring. Sasuke had learned powerful fire jutsu from Kakashi, enhancing his abilities. Hinata fought with renewed vigor, defeating Kiba and pushing him to improve as well. They began using more jutsu in their sparring, no longer holding back. Kiba even utilized the Jujin Bunshin technique, employing Akamaru as a decoy. Their confidence in their fighting skills grew, and Hinata claimed to have invented 2 new techniques, which made Kiba uneasy, as he had been the target of her training. Shino had formed a bond with a colony of insects at the designated dueling ground, but his actions remained a mystery to everyone. Kurenai and Kakashi gathered information about Gato and his operations, but they only managed to collect rumors. Kitsune improved the Kyubi Hoyu technique, allowing for 2 uses, although he could not create the seal more than 3 times. After that, he had to rely on his own chakra reserves, which would not be a problem for the upcoming duel. As they prepared to leave Tsunami's house, Kurenai informed everyone that the upcoming battle would be tough. Kitsune hesitated, realizing he had forgotten to mention additional conditions for the fight. He explained that it would be a 5-on-5 contest, with Kurenai and Kakashi required to participate. If either of them were defeated, the rest would have to surrender. Similarly, if Zabuza and Haku were defeated, their mercenary allies would also have to surrender. When Kitsune revealed that he could not participate in the fight, the shocked response echoed for miles, even reaching the encampment of the mercenaries and their leaders. Haku smiled at the news, feeling confident that victory would be hers. On a bright day, Team Konoha prepared for battle on the bridge. Kakashi Hatake, their leader, surveyed his squad. He had the trendy ninja hero, Kurenai Yuhi, the Uchiha prodigy, Sasuke Uchiha, the Hyuga heiress, Hinata Hyuga, and Sakura Haruno. Kakashi pondered the selection of his team. While he recognized Sasuke's potential, especially after teaching him several jutsu, he worried about Sakura's lack of progress. Despite her determination to improve, she seemed more likely to be a liability in the face of danger. Kakashi questioned Sakura's readiness to fight, and she affirmed her commitment to make up for her previous shortcomings. Kurenai noted the team's tardiness, and Kakashi, despite being on time himself, refrained from reading his book, not wanting to risk getting it stained. Sasuke expressed his unease about the situation, and Sakura felt a chill, sensing they were being watched. The bridge, devoid of workers and mercenaries, was enveloped in a thick mist that had appeared since their arrival. Kurenai inquired if they were walking into a trap, but Kakashi dismissed the idea, believing that Kitsune, their ally, wanted them to succeed. Suddenly, the tranquility shattered as chunks of the bridge exploded, sending wooden spikes flying toward the team, who managed to evade the attack. Emerging from the mist, the missing Nin team, led by Zabuza Momochi, confronted them. Kakashi recognized Zabuza as the one responsible for the Mizukige's murder, although Zabuza claimed Naruto was to blame for that incident. Haku, Zabuza's partner, prepared for battle, and Kakashi laid out the conditions for their fight. If he and Kurenai were defeated, the victory would go to Sasuke and Hinata, while if the latter two were incapacitated, the win would belong to Kakashi and Kurenai. Haku expressed her intent to claim Kitsune after their victory, prompting Sasuke to declare that he would protect Kitsune at all costs. As the battle commenced, Zabuza commanded Haku to unleash her jutsu. She moved her hands with incredible speed, creating large walls of ice that separated the team members. Sasuke, dismissing the separation as a foolish tactic, attempted to attack Haku with a fire technique. However, the ice walls effortlessly absorbed the flames, and Haku smugly informed him that the structure would protect her automatically. Sasuke realized that the ice walls were rapidly repairing themselves, making it impossible for him to break free. Haku taunted him, urging him to surrender, but he refused. He began forming hand seals, determined to find a way out. Meanwhile, Kakashi engaged Zabuza in combat, parrying his attacks. Zabuza mocked Kakashi's skills, boasting about his own water-based techniques. Kakashi pointed out that the ice cage had cut Zabuza off from any water source, but Zabuza grinned, revealing he could draw water from the ice itself. As they both performed the water dragon technique, Zabuza summoned a massive dragon made of ice, which charged at Kakashi. He narrowly escaped the attack, skidding through the wall as it healed behind him. The battle was far from over, and both teams were determined to emerge victorious. As he surveyed his surroundings, he realized he was in another section of the prison, and he was not alone. Kakashi sighed, wondering about Haku's whereabouts. Sasuke growled in response, expressing frustration over Haku's ability to reshape the walls at will. Kakashi noted that their captors seemed to have no intention of killing them, as a technique like this could easily crush anyone inside. It appeared they were aware of Kitsune's protective nature towards his allies. Sasuke felt a surge of frustration, realizing that if they were not trying to kill them, he could not use the Kyubi Hoyu. He kicked an ice wall in anger, only to stub his toe painfully. He reflected on how Kitsune would have charged through the walls without hesitation. Kakashi, glancing around, emphasized the need to disable Haku to have any chance of escape, as the ice fortress was making their situation nearly impossible. He pointed out that any water jutsu they used would only draw upon the melted ice, while their enemy could utilize the ice itself. Sasuke's frustration deepened as he lamented his inability to defeat what he considered weak opponents, questioning how he would ever face Itachi. Kakashi reminded him that their current concerns were more pressing. He covered his Sharingan, conserving chakra since there was no immediate enemy to confront. Sasuke confirmed that he could only use the Kyubi Hoyu when he was on the brink of death. Kakashi, with a hint of a smile, thought about introducing Sasuke to Raikiri. Meanwhile, Snake approached Sakura, taunting her about her appearance. Sakura, feeling uneasy about the man's presence, was also concerned about being separated from Sasuke. However, she resolved to fight without holding back, determined not to let her feelings for Sasuke interfere with her abilities. As Snake mocked her, Sakura's inner self seethed with anger. She focused her energy into a powerful strike, charging at Snake, who merely laughed and attempted to block her attack. The impact of Sakura's fist shattered Snake's hand and sent him crashing through several ice walls. As the walls quickly reformed, Sakura felt drained but victorious. She realized that while her attack had been effective, it had nearly depleted her chakra reserves. As she searched for a way out, a shattering noise behind her alerted her to Snake's return, bloodied and furious. He vowed revenge, claiming she had ruined his arm. Sakura, feeling a surge of panic at her dwindling chakra, prepared for the next confrontation. Snake brandished his sword, revealing its WHP-like capabilities. Sakura instinctively dodged his attack, narrowly avoiding a severe injury. She realized that she needed to act quickly, as her options were limited. As Snake advanced, he made lewd comments that only fueled her determination to fight back. With her back against a wall and Snake closing in, Sakura devised a plan. She feigned desperation, activating an explosion tag hidden nearby. As Snake realized too late what was happening, the explosion sent debris flying. Sakura, shaken but unharmed, looked at the destruction around her, grappling with the reality of what she had done. In another part of the prison, Kurenai was engaged in a fierce battle against a cloaked mercenary. Her genjutsu had no effect, and the mercenary seemed to thrive under its influence. Kurenai, frustrated, decided to rely on her fire techniques instead. She unleashed a series of fireballs, but the ice walls extinguished the flames, revealing hidden kunai that soared toward the mercenary. Kurenai felt a moment of triumph as the kunai struck, but her victory was short-lived when the mercenary transformed into sheets of paper, reassembling herself unharmed. The mercenary acknowledged Kurenai's efforts but warned her that it would take more than concealed weapons to defeat her. Kurenai, realizing the mercenary's reliance on paper, formulated a plan, understanding that she would need to wait for Sasuke to handle Haku before she could finish the fight. The mercenary warned Kurenai not to underestimate Haku, claiming she was a far more capable fighter than Sasuke and had complete control over the ice prison. Kurenai steeled herself, knowing that the battle was far from over and that they would need to rely on each other to escape this dire situation. She would not be harmed unless she desired it. Kurenai gritted her teeth as a paper projectile sliced her arm, lamenting the pain of paper cuts, which she found to be particularly bothersome. The mercenary opposite her, confident in her abilities, prepared to launch another barrage of paper projectiles. Just then, the wall beside her exploded, and a fierce fire burst tore through the room, startling everyone present. Sasuke stormed into the chamber, visibly frustrated and blaming Kakashi for the chaos. Kakashi, unfazed, claimed that his plan had worked, though Sasuke felt nearly killed by it. Kakashi assured him that he had faith in Kitsune's seal, but Sasuke, still skeptical, surveyed the damage and wondered if he had harmed anyone. Kakashi confirmed that Sasuke had missed his target. As the fight continued, Sasuke dodged a flurry of paper kunai that struck the ground around him. Kakashi, impressed by the skill of the paper-wielding mercenary, commented on the impressive origami skills required to create such weapons. The mercenary, recognizing Kakashi as the Kapinin, expressed her surprise that he was still alive, given that Zabuza was supposed to handle him. Kurenai joined them, relieved to see Kakashi and Sasuke. She inquired about their well-being, while Kakashi mentioned that he could still sense everyone, though he was concerned about Sakura, who had disappeared after the explosion. Sasuke, still engaged in battle, called for assistance as he fought off the paper shuriken. Kakashi noted that the mercenary had no intention of killing them, which caused a pause in the fight. The mercenary, confused, asked how he knew, to which Kakashi explained that she lacked killing intent, a rarity for someone in her profession. He mentioned that even Kitsune had found ways to justify his actions to avoid killing directly. The mercenary revealed that she was searching for her liberator, a mercenary who had freed her from a life of forced killing. She spoke of her past, bound to a man by a complex jutsu, and how she no longer wished to take lives. When asked about the identity of her liberator, she revealed that it was Naruto Uzumaki. Sasuke was taken aback, realizing that the person he had dismissed as a fool had actually saved someone. Kakashi, intrigued, asked for her name, and she introduced herself as Konan, MSTR of origami. She revealed her slender figure and appealing face, adorned with a paper flower in her hair. Though her attire was designed to be exotic, it was somewhat undermined by the plain clothing underneath. Kakashi introduced his companions, Kurenai and Sasuke, and asked if she would yield, considering their combined strength. Konan agreed to yield, allowing them to secure her wrists. However, an ice wall suddenly enveloped her, and Haku's voice echoed through the chamber, indicating that she would be sent outside for failing her mission. Haku expressed surprise at the defeat of 2 mercenaries while the team remained intact. Kakashi reflected on their strength, noting that while they were stronger together, they could still hold their own individually. Haku acknowledged this but reminded them that Zabuza and he were still in the fight, along with Sasuke, who was training one of their teammates in hand-to-hand combat. Kakashi realized that only Hinata seemed to be still engaged in battle. Kurenai suggested regrouping to find everyone, while Kakashi expressed his frustration at the prison's layout complicating their search. Sasuke, eager to locate their teammates, proposed they begin searching immediately. Kakashi led the group onward, knowing he would have little time to read his book that day. Meanwhile, Hinata struggled against the overpowering scent of a particularly large opponent. She found it difficult to focus, as the odor was overwhelming. The man, boasting about his toughness, stumbled toward her, clearly inebriated. Hinata, trying to remain composed, politely suggested he surrender, but he only mocked her for fighting alone. Despite his taunts, Hinata remained determined. She recognized the alcohol on him and resolved to end the confrontation swiftly so she could reunite with Naruto. Drawing on the training she had received from Sasuke, she began forming the hand seals necessary for the jutsu he had taught her, preparing to turn the tide of the battle. A ball of fire shot towards the drunken man, engulfing him in flames. The alcohol fueled the blaze, and the man's cries of pain became unbearable for Hinata. However, as a kunoichi, she was committed to her duty and would show no mercy to the enemy. Fat Sasuke, seemingly unharmed by the flames consuming him, grinned and declared that he was going to use his technique, which he called the Flaming Titan. He reveled in the power of his fire-based jutsu, asserting that the battle was over. Hinata frowned, realizing that engaging in close combat would be perilous. She pondered what Naruto would do in such a situation. In her imagination, Naruto appeared, standing protectively between her and the opponent. He had a plan which he called Ultimate Love no Jutsu. Suddenly, the area became hazy with a pink mist, and Hinata urged him not to charge in recklessly, fearing for his safety. Naruto expressed his willingness to sacrifice himself rather than see harm come to her, believing that their love would conquer evil. Back in reality, Hinata sighed, acknowledging that such a scenario was unlikely. She skillfully evaded another barrage of fire missiles. The drunken man claimed to be amateur, but his accuracy was lacking. All she needed to do was wait for the flames to extinguish before she could take him down. Fat Sasuke unleashed several spears of flame towards her in rapid succession. Despite her agility, Hinata sustained minor wounds and landed awkwardly, twisting her ankle. He taunted her, declaring that it was over for her. A roaring ball of fire struck the ground where she had been standing, creating a gaping hole in the bridge. As Fat Sasuke celebrated his apparent victory, the ground erupted beneath him, and a furious, slightly singed Hinata emerged from below the bridge. She launched her assault, executing a series of precise strikes that overwhelmed the large man. With a combination of kicks and punches, she sent him soaring into the air, ultimately delivering a powerful kick that sent him crashing down into the water below. Hinata smiled, wishing Naruto could have seen her victory, feeling proud that she had won without even activating her Byakugan. Sakura, who had managed to escape from the hole created by the fireball, joined her and remarked on the power of maidens in love. Hinata helped Sakura out, curious about her disheveled appearance. Sakura explained that she had encountered a pervert, and Hinata shared her own concerns about whether Naruto would accept her after her actions. Suddenly, Haku emerged from one of the ice walls, revealing a darker side of Naruto. Haku warned Hinata that the Naruto she knew was gone and urged her to abandon her crush. Hinata, determined, took up the gentle fist style, vowing to live her life as Naruto would. Haku threatened her, but Hinata remained resolute, refusing to surrender. Sakura defended their position, pointing out that they were outnumbered and had already used their mating marks. Haku, intrigued, questioned their affections for their crushes, but both girls denied any NTMT relationships. Haku scoffed at their declarations of strength and hurled ice needles at them. Despite their attempts to evade, the girls were struck and fell to the ground, injured. As Haku prepared to finish them off, a red blur intercepted the ice needles. Kakashi led his group forward, navigating through the labyrinth of ice walls. Kurenai expressed doubt about their direction, but Kakashi reassured her, insisting that they were on the right path. They soon found themselves in a large room, where Zabuza awaited them, ready for battle. Isu Kengoku, or Ice Prison, was a powerful technique that combined the chakra boost from the mating mark with Haku's unique bloodline. This ability allowed Haku to create an entire fortress of ice that could repair itself using any nearby water source. As long as she remained within 10 meters of a wall, she could control all aspects of this icy structure. In a different technique known as Renpatsu Yari, Haku unleashed a series of rapid-fire spears made of flame. Although this technique had a short range and limited armor-piercing capabilities, it required minimal chakra, making it a useful option in battle. The scene shifted to a fierce battle on the bridge, where Kitsune fought valiantly against a group of bandits. He skillfully wielded his katana, cleaving the first bandit in half and executing a swift 360-degree arc that took down 6 more attackers who had surrounded him. Despite the chaos, Kitsune remained focused, even with an arrow embedded in his arm as he defended the entrance to Tsunami's house. The enemy had launched their attack shortly after Kakashi and his team had departed, but Kitsune had managed to fend off the initial wave while Kiba and Shino set traps around the building, which had decimated the second wave. The piles of defeated foes in the front room indicated that Kitsune had just faced the 12th wave. He often wondered why people thought they could win against superior skill by simply overwhelming their opponent with numbers. Kiba rushed down the hallway, his face smeared with blood, though Kitsune was relieved to see it was not his own. Kiba was accompanied by a clone, presumably Akamaru. Kitsune grimaced as he pulled the arrow from his arm, acknowledging that he had seen better days. Kiba took in the destruction around them and expressed his surprise at the extent of the carnage. Kitsune informed Kiba that he had left Tazuna, Tsunami, and Inari in a hidden basement with Shino. Kiba glanced out the window, noting that the enemy seemed to be waiting before sending more soldiers. Kitsune explained that Gato, the enemy leader, was trying to conserve his resources by sending waves of bandits to wear them down rather than attacking all at once. Kiba expressed his anger at Gato's tactics, while Kitsune surveyed the room, which had once been a traditional dining area but was now a gruesome scene. Kiba, accustomed to death from his past experiences, found humor in the situation, joking about the mess they had made. Kitsune chuckled at the thought of blaming Shino for the chaos, but Shino reminded them that they were still surrounded by bandits. When Kiba asked about Tazuna and the others, Shino revealed that they had been taken by Gato's men, who had stormed in and kidnapped Inari, threatening to execute him if Shino intervened. Kitsune kicked a corpse in frustration, realizing they would have to rely on the bug he had placed on Inari to locate Gato's base. He speculated that they had several hours before Gato would execute Tazuna, as Gato would likely want to prolong the suffering in front of his family. Shino pointed out that Inari was already mentally affected by the execution of someone close to him, leaving the implication of what would happen if his grandfather were killed hanging in the air. Kitsune decided it was time to act, sheathing his katana and retrieving 3 pills from his pockets. He explained that these were special soldier pills that would enhance their abilities but could be fatal if taken in excess. Kiba took one, noting its minty flavor, while Kitsune lamented the taste of his own pill, which he described as resembling sewage. As they prepared to move, Kitsune summoned a clone to inform the others of Gato's actions. With the clone dispatched, Kitsune and his companions raced into the forest, evading the bandits camped nearby. Meanwhile, Haku confronted Kitsune, reminding him of their agreement. Kitsune clarified that he had not broken any rules, as he was merely a jutsu and his presence did not violate their terms. Haku insisted that they had held off their attack on Tazuna, but Kitsune questioned why Gato's henchmen had attacked them if that was the case. The tension in the air suggested that the situation was far from resolved, and the battle was far from over. Kitsune, Kiba, and Shino were on a mission to rescue a family in distress. Haku, realizing the urgency of the situation, decided to inform Zabuza about the impending rescue. In a swift motion, she vanished into thin air. Bunshin Kitsune turned to check on his companions, concerned for their well-being. Hinata nodded affirmatively, mentioning that she had some healing ointment. Kitsune noticed her injuries and frowned, questioning who had harmed her. Hinata smiled softly, choosing to keep the truth to herself. She understood Haku's motivations, as both she and Haku shared deep feelings for their respective loves. Instead, she explained that she had simply fallen while attempting to run up a wall. Kitsune remained skeptical, recalling Haku's aggressive intentions. Hinata reassured him that if Haku had truly wanted to harm her, there had been ample opportunity. Kitsune acknowledged her point but advised caution before disappearing in a puff of smoke. Hinata then took out her special healing ointment, suggesting it was time to tend to their wounds. Sakura smiled as Hinata offered her some bandages from a small pouch, which she assured was clean and separate from the one that usually held little Naruto. Sakura teased Hinata about worrying for her pet fox during a life-and-death battle. Hinata expressed concern for Naruto, knowing that her sister Hanabi was not adept at caring for animals and their father was too busy to look after him. Sakura, while bandaging her own cuts, encouraged Hinata, suggesting that Naruto would surely fall in love with her. Hinata blushed at the compliment, feeling insecure about her looks compared to Sakura's, and worried that Naruto had always preferred Sakura. Despite her insecurities, Hinata stood up, reminding Sakura that they needed to find Kurenai and Kakashi-sensei. They ventured deeper into the labyrinth, determined to reunite with their team. Meanwhile, Zabuza was enjoying the chaos of battle, skillfully dodging Kakashi and Sasuke's attacks while trying to shake off Kurenai's genjutsu. Sasuke, frustrated by Zabuza's evasiveness, launched a fire attack, but Zabuza effortlessly blocked it with ice walls. Kakashi, realizing the limitations of his Sharingan due to the ice and mist, knew that engaging Zabuza in close combat would be dangerous. As the mist thickened, Haku appeared, announcing that Gato had attacked their home and kidnapped the residents. Kitsune was leading a group to rescue the hostages. Zabuza, furious that Gato had disregarded their agreement, declared that they would no longer work for him. Haku questioned whether they would still fight, but Zabuza decided that Kitsune's mission took precedence, and they would forfeit the battle. Kakashi suggested calling it a draw, but Zabuza insisted on forfeiting, acknowledging the skill of his opponents. He then declared that Haku was now under Kakashi's command, leaving Kakashi bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Haku complied, expressing her loyalty to Kakashi, who requested that she simply call him by his title. With the situation clarified, Zabuza resolved to confront Gato, and Kakashi agreed to move forward with Sasuke while instructing Kurenai to gather the others. Haku requested to accompany Kakashi, who reluctantly agreed, noting her remaining chakra reserves. Kurenai, worried for Naruto, set off to find Hinata and Sakura, hoping they were safe. Meanwhile, Kiba and Shino were navigating their own path, observing that their enemies seemed unprepared for their arrival. Kitsune felt relieved, realizing that the attackers had likely diverted their forces to the house, indicating the importance of Tazuna. Kiba noted that the mission had escalated from a C-class to an A-class, revealing that Tazuna was building a bridge that threatened Gato's trading monopoly. Kitsune expressed a sense of pessimism, having witnessed the CYCL of exploitation before. He hoped that once Gato was dealt with, the people of Wave would learn to stand strong and protect themselves from future threats. Although one might consider being pessimistic, Shino and his companions found themselves at a hidden complex nestled among the trees. The intricate layout of houses was cleverly concealed, and without the walkways connecting them, they would have easily overlooked the place. Several traps were set up around the area, but Kiba's keen sense of smell and Shino's insects quickly neutralized those threats. Kiba turned to Shino, inquiring about their next move. Shino decided to send a bug to gather information before they made their strike. Kitsune, however, had a faster plan. He began forming hand seals and summoned a clone, which transformed into a small bird and took flight into the forest. Kitsune explained that once the clone spotted Tazuna, it would dispel itself, allowing him to absorb all the information it had gathered. Kiba expressed his admiration for the Kage Bunshin technique, imagining how useful it could be during exams. Kitsune acknowledged its potential but reminded Kiba that it was a Jounin-level technique, making it unlikely for someone in need of taking exams to use it. Kiba felt disheartened at the thought of never being able to learn it, but Kitsune encouraged him, suggesting that with time, he might develop the necessary chakra to perform the technique. Suddenly, Kitsune's demeanor shifted as he revealed that their target was in the furthest building, guarded by several mercenaries. He planned to create a distraction while the others rescued Tazuna and his family. Meanwhile, Zabuza raced toward Gato's temporary headquarters, with Haku by his side. Kakashi and Sasuke followed closely, maintaining a safe distance to react if Zabuza turned hostile. Sasuke asked if they were nearly there, to which Zabuza confirmed they were close, warning them that Gato had hired formidable mercenaries. Haku expressed concern for Kitsune, knowing how he could act impulsively when hostages were involved. Zabuza simply nodded in acknowledgement. In a flashback, Zabuza recalled a moment when Naruto had asked if they had arrived yet. They were on their way to a critical battle against the Mizukage, but Naruto's incessant chatter was proving to be a distraction. As they walked through a field, they encountered bandits threatening a woman. A tall blonde-haired woman was bravely confronting the bandits, while a shorter, black-haired woman was in distress. The lead bandit dismissed the blonde's threats, taunting her about her weakness for blood. Zabuza, observing the situation, decided to refrain from intervening, as he needed to conserve his strength for the upcoming fight. However, Naruto's sense of justice was ignited, and he felt compelled to act. As the situation escalated, Naruto's anger manifested, and he unleashed his chakra, overpowering the bandits. Zabuza watched as the blonde woman fought back fiercely, demonstrating her strength. After a fierce battle, Tsunade, the blonde woman, healed Naruto, who had been injured during the confrontation. Grateful for her assistance, Naruto expressed his appreciation, declaring his aspiration to become Hokage one day. Tsunade, amused by his enthusiasm, acknowledged his ambition and mentioned that she should visit Konoha to see the Sandaime Hokage. Naruto reminisced about his time in Konoha and the few people he held dear, including the old Hokage and his teacher, Iruka. With a smile, Tsunade wished him luck on his journey, recognizing the determination of the young boy who aspired to be a leader. In a moment of reflection, Tsunade expressed hope that they would meet again when Naruto would become the Hokage. As Naruto evaded a barrage of kunai, Shizune watched in admiration, acknowledging his impressive skills. Zabuza, however, warned Naruto about the dangers of his bravado, while Naruto, undeterred, rushed toward the source of the noise. Tsunade smiled, finding a strange resemblance between Naruto and others she had known, and she reassured Shizune that she had overcome her fears of blood. Although she still felt a bit unwell, she believed she would be all right. Zabuza grumbled about Naruto's tendency to lose his cool, a sentiment echoed by Haku. Sasuke added his own concerns, stating that if Naruto were to die, he would have to rely on someone he deemed a fool to grow stronger. Kakashi, with a hint of humor, pointed out that Sasuke's insult was almost a compliment compared to their usual exchanges. He noted that many others shared their concerns for Naruto's safety. Haku inquired about the acceptance of Naruto, known as Kitsune, among the group. Kakashi confirmed that all the Jounin were aware of Naruto's true identity, while the Genin remained in the dark. Haku was surprised that they allowed him to live among them despite knowing his past. Kakashi explained that Naruto was the jailer of the Nine Tails, a hero to Konoha, even if the village itself did not recognize it. He expressed relief that Naruto had been trained by Haku, hoping that he would be able to defend himself against the villagers and avoid seeking revenge. Sasuke speculated about Naruto's true identity, connecting the dots from Zabuza's earlier comments. He noted Naruto's troubled past and his friendship with the Sandaime Hokage, leading him to conclude that Naruto Uzumaki was indeed Kitsune. Kakashi, after a moment of contemplation, asked Sasuke if his opinion of Naruto would change if he were correct. Sasuke admitted that it would improve, recognizing Naruto's strength and hoping to learn from him. Kurenai led the Kunoichi back to the house, where they were met with a shocking sight. Sakura rushed outside, overwhelmed by the scene, while Hinata noted the merciful nature of the deaths they encountered. She explained that all the victims had died from decapitations, sparing them from suffering. The group decided to clear the house of bodies, opting to burn them rather than bury each one individually due to time constraints. Conan, who had recently defected, offered her assistance. Kurenai, surprised by her presence, asked if she could help with the cleanup. Although Conan admitted to having a weakness for water, she was willing to do whatever it took to reunite with Naruto. Hinata, curious about Naruto's surname, learned that his full name was Naruto Uzumaki. This revelation excited both Sakura and Hinata, who bombarded Conan with questions about Naruto's well-being. Conan described Naruto as strong and caring, recalling his cheerful demeanor and the fox-like whisker markings on his face. Meanwhile, in a flashback, Naruto found himself in a desolate wasteland, confronted by Conan and Pain, who sought to capture him as the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Naruto, unfazed, challenged Conan, sensing her reluctance to fight. Conan, bound by her loyalty to her emsu, insisted that she had no choice, but Naruto countered that everyone had a choice. As their confrontation escalated, Conan launched a barrage of paper projectiles, but Naruto swiftly evaded her attack, preparing for a decisive move when he noticed something on her neck. Conan revealed her seal, a powerful binding that compelled her to obey her emissary under the threat of pain. Intrigued, Naruto expressed his interest in seals, suggesting he could remove it. Conan, initially skeptical, questioned why he would help someone like her. Naruto, with a playful demeanor, indicated that he always assisted those in distress. As their conversation continued, Conan felt a strange warmth in her cheeks, a sensation she had not experienced before. When Naruto asked if she would like to be freed, she nodded in agreement. With determination, Naruto placed his palm on her seal, channeling his chakra into it. The effort was intense, causing him pain and blood to flow from his hand. Despite Conan's concern for his well-being, Naruto pushed through, insisting that neither of them was destined to be prisoners of their circumstances. Finally, he succeeded in transferring the seal's ownership to Conan, granting her the ability to make her own choices. Grateful, Conan expressed her indebtedness to Naruto, who dismissed it, suggesting they were even since they had both helped each other. However, she lamented that she could not return home, fearing Pain would find her. Naruto proposed a journey to Suna, a place he intended to visit soon. He took her hand, leading her away, unaware of the blush on her cheeks. Later, Kurenai confirmed to her companions that Naruto appeared happy during his search for a girl, though she could not recall the name. Hinata, overhearing this, felt a rush of hope, wondering if he might have been seeking her all along. Sakura, frustrated by the lack of men around, pointed out that they seemed to be left with the cleanup while the others were absent. Kurenai explained that she had returned with them due to their injuries and that Conan had joined them after defecting to their side. Suddenly, Hinata alerted Kurenai to an approaching group of bandits. Conan stepped outside, transforming into countless sheets of paper that became razor-sharp shuriken, swiftly dispatching the attackers. Kurenai acknowledged Conan's loyalty, realizing that she would protect them to stay connected to Naruto. As the battle subsided, Sakura attempted to lighten the mood, while Kurenai assigned Conan to keep watch for any further threats. The narrative shifted to Kitsune, who found himself in a one-sided battle against Gado's forces. As he navigated the chaos, he felt the effects of a pill wearing off, leaving him fatigued. Kiba approached him, looking pale and anxious, leading him to a central building where a disturbing scene awaited. Inside, a ritual had been performed, leaving a man in pieces yet somehow alive, a gruesome testament to the dark powers at play. Kitsune, disturbed by the revelation, instructed Kiba to gather Tazuna and the others, urging them to leave immediately, sensing the danger that loomed ahead. Kitsune usually expressed either boredom or excitement, but now he sounded terrified. Kiba, sensing the gravity of the situation, inquired if Kitsune could win against the formidable opponent he feared was approaching. Kitsune, with a heavy heart, removed his mask and handed it to Kiba, revealing a weary face marked by scars. He explained that he stood little chance against the enemy, even with his red chakra. He recalled a previous encounter where he had barely escaped with his life. Despite his exhaustion and the absence of his red chakra, he felt compelled to confront the threat, knowing that if he did not, his friends and those he aimed to protect would face dire consequences. As Kitsune walked into the central building, Kiba turned to see Shino skirting Tazuna. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Kiba insisted they needed to find Kakashi for reinforcements. Shino agreed, taking Tazuna and his family home while Kiba set off to gather their allies. Inside the building, Naruto struggled to maintain his composure upon witnessing a gruesome scene. A body lay dismembered, its organs displayed grotesquely on a table, kept alive by a dark ritual. The head, filled with despair, pleaded for an end to the suffering. Naruto, filled with resolve, assured the man he would make it painless. Drawing on his chakra, he unleashed a technique he had learned, obliterating the brain and bringing a merciful end to the torment. Suddenly, a familiar presence made itself known, a girl with a katana similar to Naruto's. She wore a black trench coat and bandages beneath, her bright blue eyes sparkling with a childlike glee as she addressed him. Her name was Rinoko, a figure from Naruto's past who had taught him the art of combat, but at a grave cost. Outside, Zabuza sensed an overwhelming killing intent approaching. He and Haku recognized the danger and confirmed that Rinoko had returned. Kakashi, arriving on the scene, learned of her dark reputation and the terror she instilled in Naruto. Zabuza recounted how Naruto had barely survived their last encounter, emerging gravely injured and in a state of near death. The group understood the gravity of the situation. They needed to rescue Naruto and retreat as quickly as possible. As they rushed to find him, Zabuza's urgency grew. Haku remained close, checking her weapons, while Sasuke and Kakashi followed, ready for whatever lay ahead. Kakashi reminded them of the importance of teamwork, emphasizing that they would not abandon Naruto. Meanwhile, Naruto faced Rinoko in a fierce battle, their surroundings ravaged by their clash. Despite his efforts, he struggled against her seemingly impenetrable defenses. Rinoko taunted him, suggesting he lacked the purpose needed to prevail. As she unleashed a devastating attack, Naruto narrowly evaded it, frustrated that she had grown stronger since their last fight. Determined, he launched a barrage of fire projectiles, only to find that even those were deflected by her invisible barrier, leaving her only slightly singed. The battle raged on, each combatant pushing the other to their limits, as the forest around them began to succumb to their overwhelming power. Naruto had learned something new. As he struck the ground with a powerful blow, the earth shattered and exploded, sending debris flying. Rinoko, quick on her feet, leaped into the air to avoid the chaos below. She landed gracefully in a nearby tree, her laughter ringing out as she acknowledged Naruto's efforts. She had not expected him to MSTR earth-based attacks. Despite his determination, Naruto felt a twinge of disappointment that his attack had not harmed her. He stood up, nursing his injured fist, and acknowledged that while he excelled in ninjutsu, Rinoko had the upper hand in kenjutsu. With a confident grin, she swung her blade in a wide arc, unleashing an invisible attack that Naruto barely managed to evade. In response, Naruto unleashed a blade of wind with a swing of his katana, but Rinoko effortlessly deflected it. She feigned offense at the attempt, insisting that his fire techniques would not fare any better. Frustrated, Naruto called out to Kyuubi for assistance, but the creature was reluctant, wanting just a few more minutes of rest. As Rinoko prepared another attack, Naruto felt the pressure mounting. He focused his chakra and managed to dodge her latest move, but he was now running low on energy while she remained unscathed. Rinoko expressed her disappointment, suggesting it was time to end their playful sparring. Meanwhile, Haku, who had been watching from a distance, suddenly felt a sharp pain in her neck. Zabuza noticed the red glow marking her skin and realized that Naruto was in trouble. He explained to Kakashi that the mark was a connection between Naruto and Haku, allowing them to share chakra, but it came with painful consequences for Haku. As urgency set in, Naruto prepared a new jutsu, forming hand seals that crystallized the moisture in the air into ice spears aimed at Rinoko. She managed to shatter the spears coming from the front, but the ones from behind struck her, causing significant damage. Naruto felt a surge of confidence, believing he had found a weakness in her defenses. Rinoko, however, was unfazed. She revealed that she had seen through his tactics and knew he was relying on borrowed power. She taunted him about the damage he had inflicted on Haku before, reminding him of the pain she had endured. As she pulled the ice shards from her body, healing herself in the process, Naruto was left in shock. Despite the odds, Naruto was determined to fight back. He called upon Kyuubi's chakra, feeling the familiar red energy envelop him. Rinoko acknowledged this new development, but she doubted Naruto's ability to harm her without a strong motive. He admitted that alone he was at a disadvantage, but he had reinforcements on the way. With a swift motion he performed a summoning jutsu, calling forth Kyuubi Harem, a powerful figure with long red hair and fox-like features. She appeared unarmed but ready to defend her container. Naruto explained the situation, emphasizing the need to obliterate Rinoko in one decisive blow. Kyuubi assessed Naruto's current power level and informed him that he was operating at a fraction of his usual strength. They could potentially execute a powerful combo, but it would require immobilizing Rinoko first, a task that seemed nearly impossible given her regenerative abilities. As they strategized, Naruto sensed a projectile approaching from the forest. He caught it midair. It was his mask. Kiba landed beside him, announcing his arrival with excitement. Naruto, relieved to see his friend, reminded Kiba that he had instructed him to retreat and complete their mission. The battle was far from over, and they would need to work together to overcome the formidable Rinoko. The rules were straightforward. The mission took precedence. Kiba expressed his enthusiasm with a grin, emphasizing that ninjas who did not adhere to the rules were worthless, but those who abandoned their teammates were even worse. Sasuke, landing beside the masked figure known as Kitsune, acknowledged the trouble that Naruto seemed to be in. Kitsune, annoyed, dismissed Sasuke's comment. Sasuke pointed out that only Naruto had ever referred to him in such a way, indicating that he had figured it out himself. Kakashi, who had just landed next to Kyuubi, noted the situation and expressed surprise at discovering that Kyuubi was the demon that had attacked Konoha. Kyuubi, unfazed, challenged Kakashi, who quickly raised his hands in a gesture of peace. Sasuke, frustrated, wondered how Naruto had managed to get Kyuubi to fight for him. Kyuubi, with a grin, shared that they were forgetting something important. Kakashi then began searching for a girl named Rinoko, asking Zabuza for her description. Zabuza pointed her out, and Kakashi acknowledged her presence. Rinoko, excited by the prospect of more opponents, beamed with delight. Kitsune quietly instructed the others to keep her occupied while he and Kyuubi devised a plan. As the others surrounded Rinoko, she realized that her defensive techniques were becoming ineffective against multiple attackers. While her Warujigen was designed for large-scale battles, it was not suited for this situation. Sasuke initiated the assault with a fire technique, testing his limits despite his weakened chakra. Rinoko, however, effortlessly deflected the attack with a wall of wind, which covered her front. Kakashi quickly assessed the situation and informed the group that they needed to attack from behind. Sasuke, undeterred, launched another fire technique while Rinoko was distracted. To his surprise, she ignored the flames, even as they struck her. Sasuke was bewildered, realizing that she had sustained injuries but was regenerating. Meanwhile, Kiba transformed Akamaru into a more feral version of himself and charged in, but like Sasuke, he found that Rinoko was focused solely on Kakashi and his Sharingan eye. Sasuke, frustrated, charged at Rinoko with a kunai. She recognized his potential for the Sharingan and swiftly countered, but time seemed to freeze as Kyuubi unleashed a burst of chakra. Rinoko acknowledged Sasuke's speed with a grin, while he struggled with the pain in his eyes. Kitsune observed that Kyuubi's chakra was attempting to activate Sasuke's Sharingan, which intrigued Kakashi. Kitsune explained that he had studied the red chakra and knew how to manipulate it, revealing that he had no intention of using Sasuke until he had the Sharingan, at which point he would take his eyes. As the tension escalated, Kitsune and Kyuubi completed their hand seals, each preparing a massive Rasengan. They combined their techniques, creating an enormous chakra sphere that slowly advanced toward Rinoko. The sheer size of the attack prompted everyone to leap away to avoid it. Sasuke, feeling the pain in his eyes subside, could see the chakra of the attack clearly. Rinoko, noticing his Sharingan, expressed her longing for them. In a bold move, Sasuke dove between Rinoko and the giant Rasengan, hoping to distract her. Renoko, fixated on the Sharingan, leapt towards Sasuke, but he evaded her grasp. As she collided with the massive sphere, Kitsune shouted for everyone to flee. The group quickly followed his lead, escaping the impending chaos. Meanwhile, Kurenai sighed in relief as they finished cleaning the house, and Inari entered, grinning and praising the ninja for their impressive skills. Inari felt completely overwhelmed by Shino's impressive skills during their recent encounter. Inspired by Shino's bravery, he dreamed of becoming a hero himself. Tsunami, noticing her son's admiration, turned to Shino, who nodded politely in acknowledgement of the gratitude being expressed. Shino explained that to be like him, one must remain calm and rational while always protecting their family, which he referred to as one's hive. Inari, confused by the term, quickly understood the meaning behind it. Kurenai greeted the returning group, inquiring about Kitsune's condition. Shino calmly informed her that Kitsune was engaged in a life-and-death struggle but would likely return soon. Hinata and Sakura, seated at a table, smiled warmly at Shino, who then turned to Tazuna, asking about the red paint splattered in the forest. Konan stood up to clarify that it was not paint but the result of her confrontation with a small group that had threatened their safety. Shino introduced himself to Konan, who revealed her quest to find Naruto Uzumaki. Shino noted that Hinata had an ally in her search, and she agreed. As Shino settled down with some biscuits, Tsunami complimented the group on their clean room, which had taken hours to tidy up after a recent battle. Just as Sakura felt a sense of accomplishment, an explosion shook the room, causing a vase to fall and shatter. Despite her frustration, she offered to clean up the mess, only to be startled by several singed ninjas crashing through the wall. Kakashi, along with Sasuke and Kitsune, emerged from the chaos. Sasuke expressed his annoyance at not being warned about the explosive attack, while Kitsune explained that he had been mixing different types of chakra, leading to the unexpected outcome. Haku, recovering from the blast, inquired about Zabuza's whereabouts, and Kakashi speculated that Zabuza had been thrown in the opposite direction. He reminded Kitsune to give him a heads-up next time he attempted such a technique. Kitsune apologized to Tsunami for the damage to her wall, and she graciously reassured him that it was a minor concern after he had saved their lives. Kiba chimed in, grateful for Kakashi's cushioning technique that had prevented serious injuries. Before they could settle back into normalcy, Kitsune requested a private conversation with Kiba and Sasuke, leading them outside. Once outside, Kitsune revealed that he was aware they knew his true identity and asked them to keep it a secret. Kiba agreed, provided that Kitsune promised to inform Hinata first. Kitsune assured them he would, but not immediately. Sasuke, having deactivated his Sharingan, then set a condition for keeping the secret. He wanted Kitsune to be his rival, someone who would help him grow stronger. Kitsune understood Sasuke's motivations, which stemmed from his longing to confront his brother Itachi and uncover the truth behind the massacre of their clan. Sasuke expressed his reluctance to kill Itachi without understanding the full story first. In response, Kitsune presented Sasuke with a scroll containing advanced Uchiha techniques, a testament to Sasuke's growth and potential. The two shared a moment of laughter, a release of the pent-up emotions they had both experienced. Sasuke playfully inquired if that meant he was considered one of Kitsune's precious people. Kitsune, with a grin, acknowledged that he had trained and watched over Sasuke like an annoying little brother. Sasuke, in turn, expressed that he wouldn't mind having Kitsune as a brother, contrasting their relationship with that of his own with Itachi. As they made their way back to the house, the construction of the bridge was completed under the watchful eyes of the shinobi. With Gato's demise, it seemed that no one else was willing to disrupt their progress. Kitsune felt a sense of relief, reflecting on how he had survived his recent confrontation with Renoko, knowing that this time he had allies by his side. Kitsune reflected on the irony of the Kyuubi lecturing him about the importance of friendship. He felt a surge of strength from his bond with his companions as he stood alongside other shinobi, invited to witness the unveiling ceremony as honored heroes. Tazuna, the bridge builder, addressed the crowd, seeking a name for the newly constructed bridge. Suggestions flew from the audience, with one person proposing the name, Wave Bridge of Freedom. Tazuna, however, insisted on a name that truly encapsulated the spirit of bravery and freedom that had gone into the bridge's construction. Inari suggested the Shino Bridge, but Tazuna found it lacking. Sasuke chimed in with the Kitsune Bridge, which earned him a playful nudge from Kitsune. Tazuna dismissed that idea, noting that naming it after an infamous mercenary would not be fitting for such a glorious structure. Tazuna then encouraged the crowd to think of a name that would inspire hope and courage. Hinata raised her hand and suggested the Naruto Uzumaki Bridge, which resonated with Tazuna. He recognized the significance of the name, given the location, and the crowd erupted in agreement. Kitsune, however, expressed his concern that the villagers did not truly know who Naruto was, to which Hinata inquired if he did. Kitsune admitted to having some knowledge of Naruto but was uncertain about the extent of it. With the villagers cheering, Tazuna declared the bridge would be named the Great Naruto Bridge. Kakashi then suggested it was time to return home and inquired about Haku's whereabouts. Kitsune noted that she had gone to search for Zabuza and decided to check on her. Kurenai offered to go instead, believing Haku might appreciate a conversation with another girl. Kitsune shrugged, hoping to spend time with Haku later. Kakashi mentioned his intention to release Haku from her servitude, acknowledging the cruelty of keeping her bound. Kitsune commended Kakashi's decision, and soon after, Haku returned, expressing her disappointment at not finding any trace of Zabuza. Kitsune reassured her that he was sure Zabuza was alive and declared his intent to prove it, though his proclamation fell flat. Suddenly, a volley of kunai struck the bridge, pinning Kitsune in place. Attached to one of the kunai was a note from Zabuza, indicating that he was alive and warning Kitsune to take care of Haku. Haku felt relieved upon reading the note, while Kurenai expressed her hope that Zabuza would not seek a rematch. As Team Kakashi and Team Kurenai prepared to head home, Kiba enthusiastically rallied them. Sasuke, with a hint of annoyance, followed along, while Kitsune joked about being promoted to a lesser level of foolishness. Sakura, walking alongside Shino and Hinata, remarked on the boys' antics, noting Shino's calm demeanor. Hinata found their rivalry exhilarating, seeing them as brothers. Sakura then inquired if Hinata could use her Byakugan to see through Kitsune's mask. Hinata admitted that she had tried but was unable to penetrate the chakra shield surrounding it. Sakura teased Hinata about her interest in Kitsune, prompting a flustered response from her. As the shinobi made their way back home, a young man in a black cloak approached the crater left by Kitsune's attack. He called out to his Nesser, who emerged, fully healed and ready to move on. She expressed a longing for a rematch with Kitsune but decided to leave him be for now. The young man, content to remain her disciple, followed her as they walked away, sharing a light-hearted moment. Back at his apartment, Kitsune collapsed onto his bed, exhausted from the mission. He had been unable to sleep, worried that someone might try to unmask him. Ironically, Sasuke had figured it out and revealed Kitsune's identity to Kiba. Just as he began to remove his mask, a knock at the door interrupted him. Sasuke barged in, demanding to be taught. Kitsune groaned, explaining the importance of downtime after a mission. Sasuke insisted on training, driven by his ambition to strengthen his clan. Kitsune suggested that Sasuke focus on the family jutsu he had been given, but Sasuke admitted he did not understand them. Kitsune shook his head, suggesting Sasuke ask Kakashi for help, but Sasuke revealed he could not find him. Kitsune shrugged, pondering what to do next. Wind was the element that resonated with Kitsune, making it difficult for him to assist with fire techniques. He believed there was someone nearby who could teach Sasuke the necessary fire jutsu. As Sasuke prepared to leave, Sakura approached Kitsune, curious about their conversation. Kitsune explained that Sasuke needed a mentor for his fire training and suggested that Sakura might be able to help him find one. Sakura expressed her uncertainty about her feelings for Sasuke, while Hinata joined them, sharing her own feelings for Naruto. Kitsune felt overwhelmed by the attention he received, even with his mask on. He mused that perhaps he attracted people despite his disguise. His thoughts were interrupted when Hinata informed him that Kurenai had requested his presence at Training Ground 7. Kitsune, feeling a sense of dread, followed Hinata, wondering what he had done to upset Kurenai. As they arrived at the training ground, Kitsune noticed a cloaked figure approaching his door, who seemed to be intrigued by his home. Hinata excused herself, leaving Kitsune feeling uneasy about the private lesson that awaited him. He was uncertain about what Kurenai might have in store for him. Kakashi appeared, greeting Kitsune and revealing that he was dealing with rival issues rather than team training. Guy soon joined them, dressed in his signature spandex and bowl-cut hairstyle, accompanied by a strange clone and 2 others, one of whom Kitsune recognized as a Hyuga by his eyes. Tenten, another member of the group, complimented Kitsune on his sword, which he had recently repaired. Kitsune returned the compliment, appreciating Tenten's craftsmanship. Niji Hyuga, the self-proclaimed genius, expressed his disdain for Hinata, Kitsune's teammate. Kitsune, feeling protective, confronted Niji about his insults, warning him not to disrespect his friends. Niji attempted to retaliate but found himself at a disadvantage when Kitsune used his strength to subdue him. Kitsune released Niji, who fainted from the pressure. Rock Lee, Guy's enthusiastic student, mistook Kitsune's actions for a challenge and declared his admiration for the spirit of youth. Kitsune was taken aback by Lee's exuberance and tried to excuse himself from the situation. However, Guy and Lee's dramatic display of camaraderie created a comical scene that left Kitsune bewildered. Tenten, feeling embarrassed by the spectacle, apologized to Kitsune for the unexpected turn of events. Kitsune, focusing on Tenten's beauty, assured her that he could help her with her feelings for Niji, who was currently preoccupied with training for the Chunin exams. Tenten expressed her doubts, but Kitsune promised to do his best to facilitate their connection. As the chaotic scene continued around them, Kitsune and Tenten shared a moment of understanding, both aware of the challenges that lay ahead in their respective journeys. As the sun began to set, Tenten nodded to Kitsune, signaling their parting for the day. Kitsune, with a mischievous grin, discreetly kicked Niji, a playful gesture meant as a reminder of their shared experiences. Kurenai approached Kitsune, her expression warm yet curious, and remarked on how much he had changed over time. She recalled the days when he was solely focused on ramen and dreams of becoming Hokage. Now, he had transformed into a seasoned mercenary, having witnessed horrors that would unsettle most. Kitsune chuckled, reassuring Kurenai that as long as he had his precious people by his side, he would endure. Kurenai offered her support, letting him know she was available if he ever needed someone to confide in. Just then, an ANBU agent appeared, delivering a summons from the acting Hokage, Danzo. Kitsune accepted the scroll with a sense of unease, expressing his disdain for Danzo, who seemed to embody everything contrary to the late Hokage, Sarutobi. Kurenai shared her concerns about Danzo's leadership, hinting at the uncertainties surrounding the village's future. The council had decided that Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, would be the next Hokage, but his whereabouts were unknown. Kitsune recalled his last encounter with Jiraiya, who had taught him the Rasengan, a technique developed by the Yondaime. After their conversation, Kitsune prepared to leave, but Kurenai reminded him of her earlier offer of support. He vanished in a swirl of leaves, heading toward the Hokage's office. Inside, Danzo glared at a young boy who had attempted to assassinate him, reminding the child that such actions were considered treason. The boy nodded, understanding the gravity of his actions, and fled the room. Kitsune entered, making a bold statement about the consequences of Danzo's actions. He warned that executing a child would only incite civil unrest. Danzo dismissed him, but Kitsune stood his ground, challenging the acting Hokage's authority. Their confrontation escalated until Kakashi intervened, reminding Kitsune of his place and the importance of following orders, especially under the current leadership. Kakashi informed Kitsune that Haku, the Ice Bloodline user, was waiting for him at his home. Danzo, still focused on his paperwork, excused Kitsune, who left the office with a sense of defiance. He refused to acknowledge Danzo as Hokage, even in an acting capacity. Once outside, Kakashi and Danzo discussed the implications of Kitsune's behavior. Danzo expressed his intention to maintain control over the village, while Kakashi pointed out the limitations of Danzo's authority as an acting Hokage. Their conversation revealed the underlying tensions within the village, as both men navigated the precarious balance of power and loyalty. Kitsune, determined to protect those he cared for, headed home, ready to face whatever challenges awaited him. Kitsune walked through Konoha, feeling a surge of anger. He was frustrated by the way a certain individual was treating Haku, as if she were nothing more than a possession. The thought of that person selling Haku to a noble filled him with rage, and he imagined a grim fate for anyone who dared to do so. As he continued his path, he noticed a peculiar section of the fence. The planks had shifted from their usual vertical arrangement to a horizontal one. Intrigued, he approached and discovered a small boy emerging from behind the fallen segment. This boy was the same one he had seen in Danzo's office, and Kitsune recognized him immediately. The boy introduced himself as Konohamaru and expressed his longing to become stronger in order to avenge his grandfather, whom he believed Danzo was responsible for killing. Kitsune listened intently, realizing the boy's determination. He offered a deal. If Konohamaru could prove Danzo's guilt, Kitsune would help him avenge his grandfather. The boy eagerly accepted the challenge, vowing to become stronger and find the evidence he needed. As Kitsune resumed his walk, he pondered whether he had made the right decision. The thought of inciting rebellion crossed his mind, but he was undeterred. He felt a sense of excitement at the prospect of fighting alongside others who shared his grievances against the village's leadership. The air was thick with tension, and he sensed that a spark could ignite a larger conflict at any moment. On his way home, Kitsune encountered Anko, who was enjoying a plate of dango. Their banter was light, but it quickly turned serious as they discussed Danzo's hold over the village. Anko expressed her disdain for him, comparing his malevolence to that of Orochimaru, a former student of Sarutobi who had betrayed them all. Kitsune felt a familiar unease at the mention of Orochimaru, a name that lingered in his memory. After parting ways with Anko, Kitsune was greeted by Haku, who ran up to him with excitement. She informed him that she had news, but Kitsune's mind was preoccupied with thoughts of her future. Haku playfully mentioned that her past experiences made her less desirable as a wife, which led to a discussion about Konan, a paper ninja who seemed intent on finding Kitsune. As they entered Kitsune's apartment, Haku inquired about Konan's interest in him. Kitsune explained that he had once freed her from her emser and helped her find a new life in Suna. Their paths had crossed again after a tumultuous encounter with another Jinchuriki, which had left a lasting impression on him. Haku listened intently as Kitsune recounted his experiences with other Jinchuriki he had met during his travels. He spoke of Yujito, who had a fiery temperament but was skilled in controlling her Bijou, and Killer Bee, whose eccentric personality and unique fighting style made him memorable. He also mentioned Gaara, the one he had clashed with in Suna. The conversation flowed easily between them, filled with shared experiences and the challenges they faced as Jinchuriki. Kitsune felt a sense of camaraderie with Haku, knowing they both carried the weight of their pasts and the expectations of their futures. Together, they would navigate the complexities of their lives in Konoha, forging their own paths amidst the turmoil surrounding them. He was the one-tailed Jinchuriki, possessing less control than others. However, with assistance, he managed to overcome Shikaku's influence through a seal he had designed. Haku expressed her admiration, wishing she could have traveled with him, imagining the vast experiences he must have had. Naruto reflected on his journey, recalling the interesting people he met along the way, some of whom taught him valuable techniques, including the Rasengan and Kaze Yari. He also learned to wield a katana in various styles and even mastered the use of a metal fan as a weapon, which proved to be more challenging than it appeared. Despite his decision to abandon his ninja path when he encountered Haku and her mother, he ended up learning from some of the greatest minds in the world. Haku inquired if there were any techniques he could demonstrate, expressing her eagerness to be his apprentice. Unfortunately, Naruto had to decline, as someone else had already taken that role, a favor he had agreed to for the sake of the other person's brother. He mentioned that the payment he received was something that some might argue was worth more than gold, yet it was entirely useless to him. With a shrug, Haku acknowledged their solitude in the room and cozied up to Naruto. They both shared a light-hearted moment, contemplating what they could do together in such an NTMT setting. Haku playfully suggested they could think of something, and with a wink, she dashed to the bedroom, with Naruto following at a relaxed pace. Haku expressed her excitement about being able to share this moment again, and they shared another kiss. Suddenly, a strange noise interrupted them, prompting Naruto to mentally communicate with Haku about the sound, which he initially dismissed. However, he soon realized that something was amiss. He held up a hand to signal Haku to stop her playful antics, as he sensed an unwelcome presence. He called out for Jiraiya, the notorious pervert, to reveal himself, and after a comical exchange, Jiraiya appeared dramatically, only to have his entrance spoiled by Naruto's swift actions. Jiraiya, slightly disgruntled, stood up and commented on the ruined atmosphere. Haku, now covered by the sheets, asked who this man was, and Naruto simply referred to him as a pervert who happened to possess some useful knowledge. Jiraiya took the opportunity to remind Naruto of a past incident involving a Byakuza, teasing him about his flirtations. Naruto, feeling embarrassed, urged Jiraiya to stop, especially aware of Haku's growing irritation. As Jiraiya continued to recount details of Naruto's past escapades, Haku's glare intensified. The conversation took an unexpected turn when Jiraiya recognized the presence of the Kyuubi, leading to a summoning that brought Kyuubi into the room in her humanoid form. Jiraiya, intrigued by the modified seal on Naruto, inquired about it, and Kyuubi confirmed that Naruto had followed her instructions without causing harm. Jiraiya then shifted his focus to Kyuubi, proposing that she model for his new book. Kyuubi, unimpressed, declined, expressing her disdain for Jiraiya's so-called art. The exchange continued, with Kyuubi criticizing Jiraiya's past missions and Naruto's involvement in them. Haku, curious about a particular technique, pressed Naruto to demonstrate the CC Jutsu. Despite his reluctance, he knew he had little choice but to comply, realizing he was in a precarious situation. With a burst of smoke, Naruto transformed, and Haku's expression remained unreadable. Kyuubi reminded Naruto of his superhuman regeneration, hinting at the absurdity of the situation they found themselves in. Haku observed the situation with a mix of sadness and determination. She recognized that Naruto had been so deprived of affection that he had turned to questionable pursuits to fill that emptiness. Acknowledging her part in this, she resolved to help him move past these distractions. Meanwhile, Jiraiya found himself in a precarious position. He had been confronted about his influence on Naruto, and Haku, standing tall and resolute, prepared to confront him. As she began to perform hand seals for one of her most powerful techniques, Jiraiya's attention was momentarily diverted, leading to an embarrassing mishap that sent him crashing out of the window. Naruto, witnessing the scene unfold, closed the window with a sigh, acknowledging the disruption Jiraiya had caused. Haku expressed her disappointment, feeling that the moment had been ruined. Just then, a loud series of knocks interrupted them, and Sasuke's voice called out, demanding training. Frustrated, Naruto grumbled about his growing disdain for the village as he picked up his mask, contemplating whether to delve into Naruto's backstory or jump straight into the training for the Chunin exams. The chapter aimed to re-establish the tension within the village, particularly between Danzo and those loyal to Sarutobi, while also setting the stage for the budding romances with Haku and Kurenai. Other character arcs would be explored in future chapters. In a council meeting, Jiraiya entered to find the members looking expectantly at him. He was greeted with pleasantries, but he quickly dismissed their attempts to persuade him to take on the role of Hokage, insisting they seek out Tsunade instead. Danzo, however, revealed that they had been unable to reach her and hinted that a substitute would need to be found if Jiraiya refused. Aware of Danzo's ambitions, Jiraiya felt a twinge of guilt for considering abandoning his village but ultimately decided to prioritize his own safety. Danzo reassured Jiraiya that he did not need to make a decision immediately, suggesting he return in a week. Eager to leave, Jiraiya exited the council room, only to be stopped by a familiar voice. Kitsune confronted him, questioning his intentions and suggesting he might be suited for a temporary Hokage role until Tsunade could take over. Jiraiya hesitated, feeling the weight of Kitsune's words, which carried a sense of urgency and concern for the village's future. As Kitsune walked away, he reflected on his own thoughts and the importance of gathering his friends for support. Meanwhile, Sasuke wandered around his estate, Feeling bored and considering seeking out Naruto, who was still recovering from his recent chakra depletion. He decided against it, knowing Naruto had been training hard. Just then, Konan emerged from her room, and Sasuke informed her that the acting Hokage wanted to see her later. An idea sparked in his mind, and he asked Konan if she would spar with him. She agreed, and he prepared for their match, though he soon regretted his eagerness. Later, Kitsune arrived late to a meeting with Kurenai, who expressed her frustration at his tardiness. Hinata sat nearby, happily playing with little Naruto, while Sakura was visibly upset. Kurenai quickly intervened, announcing that she had decided to nominate Sakura for the Chunin exams. The team reacted with a mix of surprise and excitement, ready to face the challenges ahead. Kitsune appeared somewhat distracted as Kurenai addressed her team, asking if anyone had something to say. Hinata expressed her confidence, believing that together they could overcome any obstacles. Sakura added her enthusiasm, seeing it as an opportunity to showcase their abilities. Kitsune, however, seemed less certain, shrugging in response to Sakura's teasing about her potential fear. Kurenai distributed the forms for an upcoming exam, encouraging them to take their time in deciding whether to participate. Sakura quickly declared her intent to enter, followed by Hinata, who also expressed her commitment. Kitsune, with a dramatic sigh, joined in, humorously noting that someone would need to keep the two girls safe. Kurenai pondered aloud about the prevalence of pens among them, to which Kitsune explained their usefulness, both as a tool and a distraction. After submitting their exam slips, Kurenai expressed her satisfaction with their confidence and reminded them to train diligently over the coming week. The three genin acknowledged her instructions and watched as she vanished in a swirl of leaves. Sakura then turned her attention to Kitsune, curious about his worries. Kitsune decided to pose a serious question to both girls, indicating that their answers would determine their readiness for the exam. He planned to speak with them individually to ensure their responses were genuine. Kitsune first took Sakura aside, leading her into the trees for privacy. He presented a hypothetical scenario where they needed to intercept another team to steal an item. He explained that while he and Hinata would be occupied with their opponents, Sakura would face Sasuke. Sakura contemplated her response, acknowledging her crush on Sasuke but recognizing the importance of the mission. She concluded that she would attempt to use genjutsu to distract him rather than engage in a direct confrontation. Kitsune noted her honesty and was pleasantly surprised by her maturity. They returned to the group, and Kitsune then called Hinata to join him. He posed a similar scenario, this time involving Naruto as the opponent. Hinata confidently stated that she would fight Naruto, believing he would strive to win without resorting to tricks. She expressed her determination to help him understand the importance of perseverance. Kitsune felt reassured by both girls' willingness to prioritize the team's success over personal feelings. Hinata playfully suggested that she would forgive Kitsune for doubting her commitment if he treated her and Sakura to dinner. When Kitsune inquired about the type of dinner, Hinata suggested something simple like ramen. He agreed, leading them back to Sakura, where he announced that they had all passed his test and dinner would be on him. Excited, Sakura jumped up, eager to know what they would be having. Hinata winked at Sakura, hinting at their ramen plan. Kitsune, oblivious to their exchange, continued toward Ichiraku's, where they would enjoy their meal together. Meanwhile, Sasuke was tending to his injuries after a training session with Konan. Despite the pain from numerous small paper cuts, he acknowledged that the training had been beneficial for improving his evasion skills. Konan inquired if he needed anything else, but Sasuke declined, realizing he was late for a team training session with Kakashi. He chuckled, noting that if he left immediately, he would arrive half an hour early. Sasuke always arrived exactly 3 hours late. Konan decided to remain at the Uchiha complex to continue with her assigned tasks. Despite Sasuke's suggestion that she take a break, she felt it was only right to work and earn her keep since she was staying in his housing complex. As she diligently cleaned the house, she sensed a familiar presence approaching. Jiraiya appeared, chuckling as he recognized Konan. He had heard she was there but had not believed it at first. He inquired about her purpose for being in the area, to which she explained that she was searching for Naruto Uzumaki. Jiraiya's mind raced at the thought of her discovering that Kitsune was actually Naruto, imagining the potential chaos that could ensue. He noted that there was at least one other woman vying for Naruto's affections but quickly shifted the conversation to inquire about Nagato and Yahiko, expressing his surprise at not having seen them in a long time. Conan's response was somber: both of them were dead. Jiraiya offered his condolences, and Conan acknowledged that it was not entirely his fault. Jiraiya then mentioned he needed to think things over and prepare to leave. Before he did, Conan asked if he planned to become the next Hokage. Jiraiya dismissed the idea, claiming he would not be suited for the role. However, Conan argued that his care for the village and his impressive skills as a ninja made him a suitable candidate. She reminded him that Sarutobi had been his old mentor, suggesting it would be an honor to follow in his footsteps. Jiraiya chuckled at the thought, reflecting on how his nickname paled in comparison to the previous Hokages. Conan encouraged him to earn a new nickname by becoming a Hokage who dedicated himself to his village and gained the respect of the ninja world. Jiraiya found her points compelling but was uncertain about his next steps, especially since he did not know where Tsunade was. Conan warned him that Danzo was slowly harming the village, and she could already see signs of decay. Jiraiya sighed, acknowledging her concerns as he walked away. Meanwhile, Hinata laughed as Kitsune recounted another story from his past to her and Sakura. They had just finished their ramen, and Kitsune's speed at eating was impressive, as his mask never seemed to move. He shared a tale about a time he had been sent on a mission by Jiraiya to steal Tsunade's clothes, which had ended poorly for him. This incident had marked the end of his missions with Jiraiya, as he had ended up in the hospital for 3 weeks after the attempt, and Tsunade had learned of his involvement. Jiraiya had also spent time in the hospital as a result. Kitsune had heavily censored the details of the story, but he still remembered his last day in the hospital vividly. Tsunade had been applying bandages to Naruto's arms while he lay in a hospital bed, scowling. She expressed her confusion about his actions, reminding him of his ambition to become Hokage. Naruto admitted that he had once aspired to that goal but felt he could never be a respected Hokage due to his past actions. Tsunade reassured him that there was a fine line between respect and fear, emphasizing that unwavering loyalty to Konoha and the skills to defend it were what truly mattered. She noted his recent promotion to S-Class, suggesting that his abilities would speak for themselves. Naruto shrugged off her encouragement, referring to her as Granny, which earned him a scowl. He explained that he had never known his parents, prompting Tsunade to apologize for her earlier comment. Naruto dismissed her apology, stating that it was not her fault. When Tsunade inquired about how his parents had died, he shared that he had been told they died defending their village and him. Tsunade smiled sadly, acknowledging that at least he knew they had loved him. As Tsunade attempted to change the subject, she mentioned that he would soon be free to leave the hospital and could continue his work as a mercenary. Naruto expressed his thoughts about returning home, but he had not been welcomed there. He recounted how the villagers had treated him poorly, calling him names and attempting to harm him. Tsunade was outraged, insisting that he was just a child and that the villagers were wrong to treat him that way. Naruto was surprised by her support, and Tsunade reminded him of the bond they had formed when he had saved her during a crisis. Their conversation was interrupted by Shizen's entrance, who teased Tsunade about her gambling habits. Tsunade scolded Shizen, but the light-hearted banter brought a smile to Naruto's face, and he expressed his gratitude for Tsunade's support. He felt a sense of hope as he considered his future, knowing he had allies who believed in him. Granny had been looking after Naruto, and he felt grateful for her care. Tsunade, with a playful grin, warned him that if he called her Granny one more time, he would be stuck in the room for at least another year. In response, Naruto suggested calling her Kasen, explaining that she had always been there for him, making it a fitting name. Tsunade's heart swelled with joy at this suggestion, and she embraced Naruto tightly, feeling a sense of fulfillment in being called a mother figure. Shizen, Tsunade's assistant, cleared her throat, pointing out that Tsunade's enthusiastic hug might be too much for Naruto. She understood Tsunade's reaction, as since Dan's death, Tsunade had given up the chance to have children to honor his memory. Having someone refer to her as a mother was a dream come true. Hinata smiled, expressing her surprise that Naruto had been adopted by such a renowned medic nin. Kitsune nodded in agreement, having avoided mentioning names and instead referring to Tsunade as a famous medic nin of high renown. Sakura asked if Tsunade had taught Naruto any jutsu, noting the advantage of having a medic nin on their missions. Naruto explained that while Tsunade had tried to teach him, he had to leave to pay his respects after hearing about Sarutobi's passing. He felt it was important to write to his mother to reassure her that he was all right and to inform her of the news. Hinata expressed concern about the lack of effort in investigating Sarutobi's assassination, noting that there had been no formal investigation. Sakura agreed, pointing out the acting Hokage's disinterest. Kitsune frowned at the thought, feeling a surge of anger at the idea that someone might be behind Sarutobi's death. Sakura reminded him that Sarutobi had been popular, and taking on the Jounin and Chunin would be a significant challenge. Hinata mentioned that Jiraiya the Toad Sage was likely to become the new Hokage, which could lead to a proper inquiry into Sarutobi's death, given Jiraiya's connection to him. Kitsune acknowledged this, recalling that Tsunade and Orochimaru were the other two Sannin. Sakura brought up Orochimaru's betrayal, recalling what Anko had told her about being his apprentice. Kitsune noted this information as useful and suggested they get back to training. Kitsune contemplated improving his stealth and armor, thinking that avoiding Sasuke would be an excellent way to practice. Meanwhile, Jiraiya passed by the hot springs, feeling disheartened that even peeking had lost its excitement. Suddenly, his instincts kicked in, prompting him to dive to the left as a barrage of kunai struck the ground beside him. He looked up to see three ninjas in black suits and masks, who charged at him without revealing their intentions. Jiraiya wondered what he had done to deserve such an attack. He skillfully evaded their strikes, recognizing their high skill level but knowing they stood no chance against one of the Sannin. With a powerful jutsu, he sent one of the attackers flying, relishing the thrill of the fight. The remaining ninjas exchanged glances and unleashed a flurry of steel projectiles from their scrolls, but Jiraiya deftly maneuvered through them, recalling a similar evasion technique he had learned after a close call with Tsunade. As the ninjas such tactics and drew large scimitars, Jiraiya sighed, confident in his abilities. He summoned two giant frogs that charged at the assassins, sending them crashing into the hot springs. One of the ninjas emerged from the water, surprised by the boldness of his situation. Kurenai, wrapped in a towel, commented on the audacity of the intruder, while Anko, ready for action, prepared to confront the unexpected disturbance. The ninja found himself ensnared in Kurenai's genjutsu, leaving him vulnerable to Anko's attack. Meanwhile, the second ninja collided with the ground, groaning in defeat. Guy, witnessing the scene, proclaimed the flames of youth and challenged the would-be assassin to test his strength against him. Kakashi, having observed the commotion, decided to intervene, especially since one of the ninjas had damaged his beloved book. As the ninja attempted to flee, Guy intercepted him, eager to engage in a spar. The assassin, though skilled, missed his throw, hitting Kakashi's book instead. Kakashi, displeased, revealed his Sharingan and declared that the attacker had sealed his fate the moment he dared to harm his precious book. With a swift and powerful jutsu, he dispatched the ninja, leaving Jiraiya satisfied with the outcome of the confrontation. Kitsune, passing by, acknowledged Jiraiya's presence and noted the chaos that had unfolded. Jiraiya, raising his hands in defense, insisted that he had not intended to peek, claiming that the thrill had diminished since everyone was already aware of his reputation. Anko had a mischievous reputation, known for her playful antics that often left others feeling flustered. Kitsune, feeling the weight of her gaze, found himself in a moment of panic. Despite having faced many formidable foes, none unnerved him quite like Anko did when she was in her playful mood. She teased him about their closeness, suggesting that their interactions might raise eyebrows, especially from Kurenai, who had a protective nature over her students. Kurenai, ever vigilant, interrupted their moment, expressing her disapproval of Anko's teasing behavior. Anko, unfazed, playfully acknowledged Kurenai's concern and promised to continue their conversation later, hinting at a more NTMT connection with Kitsune. This playful banter was a familiar dance among them, filled with camaraderie and unspoken tension. Later, Kitsune found himself helping a drunken Kurenai home after a night of revelry. The evening had spiraled into a chaotic celebration, with Guy and Kakashi engaging in a drinking contest that left them both inebriated and unable to recall the outcome. Kurenai, in her tipsy state, lamented her decision to drink so much, while Kitsune teased her about their friendship, noting how she might soon reach a stage of deep emotional reflection. As they arrived at her home, Kurenai struggled to find her key, prompting Kitsune to remind her of the blood seal that would allow her entry. Once inside, Kurenai offered him coffee, and he accepted, wanting to ensure she was all right. Her living space reflected a life of a ninja, with scattered kunai and framed memories of her past. Among the photos was one that brought a smile to Kitsune's face, a snapshot of her team during their younger days, filled with laughter and camaraderie. QB, the spirit within Kitsune, made light of the situation, teasing him about being in a vulnerable position with his intoxicated sensei. Kitsune activated a hidden function of his seal, allowing him to sober up while QB dealt with the effects of the alcohol. This unique ability had its perks, enabling him to navigate social situations with ease. As Kurenai settled onto her couch with a cup of coffee, she mused about Kakashi and Guy's contest. Kitsune, noticing her mood, inquired if she wanted to talk about anything troubling her. Kurenai hesitated, admitting to relationship issues but dismissing the idea of sharing them with a guy. Kitsune playfully transformed into a female version of himself, suggesting a girl-to-girl chat. Kurenai laughed, recalling a previous incident involving his transformation. Despite her initial reluctance, Kurenai acknowledged the complexity of her feelings, hinting at deeper emotions that she struggled to understand. Kitsune, in his original form, reassured her that he was there to listen whenever she needed to talk. Their playful banter continued, with Kurenai teasing Kitsune about his charm and the attention he received. As the conversation flowed, Kurenai reminisced about past moments, hinting at a shared kiss that lingered in their memories. Kitsune, caught off guard, realized that her words might have been influenced by her drunken state, yet there was an undeniable spark in their connection. Outside, voices echoed with frustration, hinting at the antics of their friends, but for now, the focus remained on the bond shared between Kitsune and Kurenai, filled with laughter, teasing, and unspoken feelings. Naruto groaned, questioning whether Jiraiya was truly fulfilling his duties as Hokage. Kurenai sighed in frustration, calling for Anko to join them. The two women entered, looking somewhat sheepish. Anko greeted Kurenai with a grin, while Jiraiya appeared deep in thought, claiming he was there for a seal inspection. Naruto frowned at this, feeling that Jiraiya's explanation was far from convincing. Kurenai then turned her attention to Anko, who mischievously mentioned wanting to check if Jiraiya had used a shadow clone technique in bed. Kurenai could only groan in exasperation, declaring that she had reached her limit and ordered everyone to leave. Jiraiya protested, asserting his rights as Hokage, but their conversation was interrupted by Tsunade, who arrived with a crack of her knuckles. She confronted Jiraiya about his questionable activities, delivering a punch to his gut. She then reminded Naruto about an upcoming exam, urging him to get some rest before dragging Jiraiya away, continuing to scold him. Kurenai blinked in disbelief at the chaotic scene that had just unfolded. Tsunade then warned her about maintaining a professional relationship with her foster son, to which Kurenai quickly assured her that they were only having a conversation. Anko chimed in, supporting Kurenai's claim, and Tsunade left, still reprimanding Jiraiya. As Kitsune made his way to his team's meeting point, he encountered a jounin who sneered at him, calling him a derogatory name. Just as he was about to retaliate, he noticed a commotion ahead involving Team Kakashi. Kiba was arguing with someone, while Sasuke was trying to keep the peace. The situation escalated when a man with something strapped to his back refused to let go of Konohamaru, who had apparently provoked him. A girl with a large metal fan stood by, urging the man to apologize. Kitsune strolled up, recognizing Kankuro and Temari from the Sand Village. Temari greeted him with a smile, expressing her frustration over the trouble the Leaf Ninja were causing. Konohamaru, emboldened, claimed that Kitsune would defend him against the attackers. Kankuro vehemently denied the accusation that he was wearing cat pajamas, while Kitsune dismissed the comment with a shrug. He then inquired about the whereabouts of the third member of their trio, prompting Gaara to leap down from a tree, his expression as emotionless as ever. Gaara acknowledged Kitsune, confirming that he had heard about his alignment with Konoha. Temari and Kankuro were shocked, recalling that they had offered Kitsune a place in Suna, only for him to refuse. Kitsune explained that he had a favor to repay, which required him to be in Konoha. He requested that Kankuro put Konohamaru down, which the latter complied with, allowing Konohamaru to hide behind Kitsune for protection. Kitsune then instructed Konohamaru to apologize to Kankuro, which he reluctantly did. Kankuro, in turn, was made to apologize to Konohamaru, and the tension eased. Kitsune turned back to Gaara, expressing his anticipation for their upcoming match in the Chunin exams. Gaara agreed, hinting that their rematch would have a different outcome than their previous encounter. With that, Gaara instructed his siblings to leave, mentioning that Kankuro's attire needed repairs. Kankuro lamented his situation, while Kitsune observed the dynamics between the two teams. He noted the similarities between Shino and Gaara, and Kiba and Kankuro, before teasing Sasuke about their respective Jounin instructors. Sasuke, however, was not amused and warned Kitsune against finishing his thought. Kitsune shrugged off the tension, realizing that the exams would not be as easy as he had anticipated. As they discussed the upcoming Chunin exams, Kakashi casually walked by, revealing that he had entered them into the competition without prior notice. Sasuke, feeling blindsided, looked to Kitsune for support, asking if he could SW Jounin instructors. Kitsune considered the idea but decided against it, sensing Kurenai's subtle presence nearby. Kurenai appeared, having overheard their conversation, and Kitsune questioned her motives for eavesdropping. She claimed she was merely investigating a sense of danger. Kakashi, passing by, commented on Kurenai's intentions, leaving the group in confusion. Kitsune prepared to leave, advising Konohamaru to avoid provoking stronger opponents. Konohamaru expressed disbelief at Kitsune's strength, but Kitsune reminded him that many were indeed stronger, including Gaara, Kakashi, Jiraiya, and Tsunade. When Kurenai challenged Kitsune's assertion of superiority, he confidently affirmed his strength, leaving her to ponder the implications of their conversation. Kitsune was aware that Sasuke excelled in genjutsu, but he remained unaffected due to the assistance he received from someone special. When Sasuke inquired about this person, Kitsune simply mentioned that it was someone who occasionally helped him. He then turned to Kurenai, reminding her that she should be at the training grounds with Hinata and Sakura. Kurenai expressed her concern about sensing a killing intent and questioned whether such incidents were the reason for Kitsune's habitual lateness to training sessions. Kitsune nodded, explaining that he often faced interruptions from his past, mockery from Jounin, or demands from certain individuals. With a yawn, he decided to leave, prompting Sasuke to express his frustration about their sensei's absence. He felt that without proper training he couldn't grow stronger. In a moment of determination, he called out to Kitsune, demanding that he train him. Kitsune, however, was already making his escape, teasing that he would consider it if Sasuke managed to catch him. Meanwhile, Gaara stood alone in the forest, waiting for Kitsune. He believed this secluded spot would prevent anyone from overhearing their conversation. Just then, Naruto arrived, grinning as he landed nearby. Gaara noted Naruto's decision to forego his mask and proceeded to share the serious reason for his visit. He reminded Naruto that the Kazekage had died 3 years prior and explained that the fake Kazekage had not been captured. Although it was believed he had fled to the Sound Village, there were still concerns about a potential attack on Konoha, especially since the Chunin exams were merely a cover for the fake Kazekage's plans. Gaara indicated that he had been sent to eliminate this imposter. Naruto understood the gravity of the situation and promised to inform the Hokage. As the Chunin exam commenced, Kitsune grumbled about his unfortunate encounter with a lightning jutsu from a Jounin who underestimated him. Team Kakashi was already present, with Sasuke brooding over the ongoing conflict between Sakura and Ino, both vying for his attention. Hinata greeted Kitsune with a smile, expressing her curiosity about his late arrival. Kitsune explained that he had been sidetracked, and Hinata noted the residual crackles of electricity surrounding him. She then inquired about the contents of his summoning scroll. Kitsune revealed that he carried his mercenary gear within it, though he humorously admitted he wasn't prepared for giant snakes or Sasuke's potential training demands. Hinata pondered whether Sasuke truly disliked Sakura, and Kitsune offered his perspective, suggesting that Sasuke's annoyance stemmed more from her emotional displays than her devotion. Hinata reflected on her own feelings for Naruto, wondering if he might have been oblivious to them. Kitsune reassured her that Naruto's warm and cheerful nature was a stark contrast to Sasuke's demeanor. Sakura then confronted Kitsune, expressing her frustration at his tardiness. Kitsune apologized and promised not to be sidetracked again, proposing a handshake to seal their agreement. This gesture effectively grounded the electrical charge he had been emitting. As Kitsune made a note in his notepad, Hinata expressed interest in seeing it. However, Kitsune hesitated, claiming it was personal. Just then, a figure snatched the book from his pocket, revealing its contents aloud. Kitsune was furious, insisting he hadn't written that particular item down. The figure, Jiraiya, dismissed the commotion as he walked to the front, ignoring the ANBU who had appeared to address the situation. A silver-haired genin named Kabuto approached Kitsune, introducing himself as a fellow Konoha ninja. Sasuke questioned Kabuto's motives for helping them, to which Kabuto responded that Konoha nin must stick together. He also mentioned having valuable information for newcomers like Sasuke, revealing that he had taken the exam multiple times. Kitsune sensed that Kabuto possessed more than met the eye, noting his impressive chakra capacity. Sasuke pressed for details about the information Kabuto had to offer, intrigued by what he might learn. Kabuto provided information about everyone present, which piqued Sasuke's interest. He inquired about Rock Lee, prompting Kiba to chuckle at the memory of Sasuke's earlier defeat at Lee's hands. Kitsune, curious about Kiba's remark, turned to him while Kabuto began detailing Rock Lee's prowess. Shino explained that Sasuke had accepted Lee's challenge upon their arrival and had suffered a significant loss. Sasuke then shifted his focus to Gaara, requesting information about him. Kitsune offered to share what he knew about Gaara, while Kabuto pulled out another card, revealing vague references to Gaara's past, including a fight with the Kyuubi 2 years prior. Sakura expressed her confusion, recalling that the Yondaime had defeated the Kyuubi 16 years ago. Kabuto clarified that Gaara had indeed fought the Kyuubi during an attack on Suna. Kitsune calmly corrected Kabuto, stating that the fight that nearly destroyed Suna 2 years ago was between him and Gaara, and he had managed to win. Gaara, emotionless as ever, approached the group, confirming Kitsune's account. Sasuke then asked about Kitsune, to which Kitsune suggested that Sasuke could simply ask him directly. Kabuto began to reveal Kitsune's real name, but the card suddenly ignited in flames, prompting Sasuke to dismiss the inquiry and walk away. Kitsune exhaled, realizing that Sasuke's intent was merely to provoke him. Kabuto, undeterred, created another card and read aloud that Kitsune's real name was unknown and that he was believed to be responsible for the fight against Gaara. The card also falsely claimed that Kitsune had killed Naruto Uzumaki at the start of his mercenary career. Kitsune frowned, pointing out the inaccuracies in Kabuto's statements. He insisted that he had never killed Naruto and questioned why such a trivial detail would be included on the card. Kabuto maintained that his cards were always accurate, even if the events were metaphorical. Kitsune expressed his frustration, feeling that the card was designed to undermine his team's morale. He noted the surprise on Kabuto's face when he mentioned the snake Emsur, revealing that he was aware of Kabuto's affiliations. Just then, a Sannin attacked Kabuto, who narrowly avoided the assault but ended up falling and becoming ill. Ibiki entered the room, reprimanding the Sannin for the disruption and instructing everyone to take their seats. Kitsune found himself seated next to a female Grassnin and Kabuto, overwhelmed by the lingering scent of snakes. Ibiki laid out the rules for the upcoming test, emphasizing the consequences of cheating and the importance of teamwork. As the test began, Kitsune pondered the first question, struggling to recall the orbital velocity of the moon. Inside his mind, the Kyuubi mused about the situation, while Kitsune began to count on his fingers, realizing he had prepared for this moment. He focused his chakra on a seal he had drawn on his arm, reaching out to Haku, who responded faintly. The Kyuubi expressed frustration at Haku's presence in Kitsune's mind, but Kitsune explained that the seal amplified their connection, allowing Haku to communicate with him. Despite the high chakra usage, Kitsune felt a sense of pride in his innovative sealing technique. Ibiki observed Kitsune's actions, sensing a small burst of chakra but unsure of its purpose. Meanwhile, in another part of the village, Jiraiya awaited Danzo's arrival in his office. When Danzo entered, Jiraiya confronted him about his meetings with missing Nins, questioning his motives. Danzo claimed he was merely seeking recruits for Root, while Tsunade stood beside Jiraiya, glaring at Danzo. As the conversation unfolded, Danzo insisted he had not broken any laws and sought to leave, but Jiraiya and Tsunade remained skeptical about his intentions, particularly regarding the missing Nins from Suna. Jiraiya turned to Tsunade, expressing his concern about their understanding with Suna. Tsunade bluntly reminded him of his position as Hokage, which Jiraiya found frustrating. He rummaged through a drawer and found a document outlining their agreement with Suna, noting that enlisting former Sunanins could be seen as a violation of that agreement. Danzo sighed, mentioning that all the former Sunanins had declined their offers, only to join the Sound Village instead. Jiraiya read aloud the name of the Otokage, prompting Danzo to scowl and admit that little was known about the hidden village. Suddenly, several Root ANBU members collapsed at Danzo's feet, having been brought in by Anko, who flashed an evil grin at him. Jiraiya thanked Anko and explained that the ANBU had been overheard discussing their return from the Sound Village, which raised suspicions about Danzo's involvement. Danzo growled, claiming they had no solid proof against him and warned that the council would hear about this. Tsunade interjected, stating that the council was already informed of their suspicions and had agreed with their actions. Jiraiya, frustrated, demanded to know Orochimaru's whereabouts. Danzo feigned ignorance, but Jiraiya pressed on, accusing him of having contact with Orochimaru and threatening him with execution for treason if he did not cooperate. Danzo continued to deny any knowledge of Orochimaru, but before the situation could escalate further, Haku burst into the room, apologizing for the guards who had been frozen in ice. Haku relayed that Naruto had important news regarding the Chunin exams, mentioning that Kyuubi could sense Orochimaru's presence on two candidates, a Konoha named Kabuto and an unnamed grass nin. Jiraiya searched through his paperwork, treating the task as an adventure, and eventually found the details on the genin participating in the exams. He noted that there was only one Kabuto, which seemed fortunate since Naruto had not provided a surname. As he read further, he discovered that Kabuto had been allowed to join the exams at Danzo's insistence, linking him to Orochimaru once again. Danzo scowled at the suggestion that they would trust Naruto's judgment, arguing that Naruto could be trying to turn them against him. Jiraiya defended Naruto, explaining that he was unaware of the investigation into Danzo's connection to Kabuto. He warned Danzo not to disrespect Naruto again, reminding him of Anko's friendship with Naruto and her potential longing for revenge against Orochimaru. Danzo's anger escalated, and Jiraiya shouted back, ordering the guards to take Danzo to the interrogation tower, where he would face Ibiki. Impressed by Jiraiya's assertiveness, Tsunade acknowledged his ability to handle the situation. Jiraiya, feeling slightly hurt by her earlier remark, attempted to lighten the mood with a joke, but Tsunade's serious demeanor reminded him of the gravity of their circumstances. They agreed to keep a close watch on events, especially concerning Kabuto, and Anko volunteered to help, but Jiraiya insisted that it was a matter for him and Tsunade to resolve. Haku chimed in, sharing that Naruto had expressed his determination to confront Orochimaru if they crossed paths. Tsunade was curious about how Haku could communicate with Naruto, and Haku explained that a special seal strengthened their bond. When Tsunade inquired about the nature of this bond, Haku found herself in a difficult position, revealing that it was a mark created when two people were blessed by Kyuubi. Tsunade's anger flared as she realized that Haku had taken something precious from Naruto. Haku quickly defended their relationship, insisting it was mutual. Jiraiya questioned whether Zabuza had encouraged their intimacy to help them focus on their work, to which Haku affirmed that they were in love. Tsunade, still skeptical, acknowledged Haku's feelings but made it clear that she would not allow them to live together unsupervised. When Jiraiya suggested finding someone trustworthy to oversee them, he proposed that Sasuke, who had requested Naruto be moved into the Uchiha complex, could act as a guardian. Tsunade countered that Sasuke was already overseeing another individual, but Jiraiya argued that Konan did not require supervision. The conversation turned to the possibility of revealing Naruto's identity to ensure loyalty, but Jiraiya preferred that Naruto disclose it in his own time. As they continued to discuss housing arrangements for Naruto and Haku insisted that they were not to be treated like children. The tension in the room was palpable as they navigated the complexities of their relationships and the looming threat of Orochimaru. Kitsune and his team stood assembled outside the ominously named Forest of Death. Kitsune pondered why places like this were always given such foreboding names. He mused that a name like Forest of Happy, Fuzzy Bunnies would surely be more inviting, but he knew that such names did not instill fear in new genin. Sakura shivered slightly at the thought, recalling the unsettling expression on Anko's face, which hinted at the challenges that lay ahead. Kitsune felt a sense of unease as he sensed that a Grassnin had been watching them for some time. He shared his concerns with his team, expressing that something felt off about her. Turning to Hinata, he asked where Naruto was. She replied that she had left him at home to keep him safe, which Kitsune appreciated. As they surveyed the scene, Kitsune noted that only a few teams remained, with most of the Konoha teams having made it through. Sasuke and the rest of Team Kakashi joined them, and they all wondered what the second test would entail. Suddenly, Anko appeared, her cheerful demeanor contrasting sharply with the atmosphere. She greeted the assembled genin with enthusiasm, ready to introduce them to the next phase of their training. Kitsune braced himself for whatever challenges Anko had in store, knowing that her unpredictable nature often led to intense and difficult trials. The tension in the air was palpable as the teams prepared to face the unknown, each member aware that their skills and resolve would soon be tested in ways they could not yet imagine. Before the exam began, a set of waivers was produced, outlining the risks associated with the Forest of Death. Kankuro questioned their purpose, prompting Kitsune to read aloud the contents, which included disclaimers about potential injuries, psychological trauma, and other dangers. Kiba expressed concern over the mention of psychological trauma, while Sakura reacted with panic at the idea of SXL abuse. Kitsune, however, seemed unfazed, arguing that he was accustomed to such risks, especially with the presence of Anko, who suddenly appeared with a playful demeanor. Anko, with a mischievous grin, announced that each team would receive a scroll and must reach the tower within 3 days. The catch was that they could be attacked by other teams and Jounin, including herself and several others, who were tasked with stopping them. Kitsune confidently declared that he had already signed the waiver while Anko was speaking, which led to a playful exchange of challenges between them. Anko's teasing and Kitsune's responses created a charged atmosphere, drawing the attention of their peers. As the conversation continued, Kurenai urged Anko to focus on the task at hand, while Gaara interjected, reminding everyone that they needed to proceed with the exam. Anko quickly regained her composure and explained that there would be traps and obstacles, along with hidden scrolls necessary for entering the tower. Kitsune, recovering from the earlier distractions, noted the complexity of Anko's plan, while Hinata lightheartedly teased him. With the preparations underway, the Jounin gathered to discuss the exam's fairness. Asuma expressed concern about the luck involved in finding the scrolls, while Kurenai pointed out that some teams might have advantages, like the Inuzuka clan's tracking abilities. Anko, reveling in the chaos, looked forward to the excitement of the exam, while Kurenai dismissed her provocations regarding Kitsune's feelings. In a separate confrontation, Jiraiya faced off against Orochimaru, determined to end their long-standing rivalry. As they exchanged powerful jutsu, Jiraiya instructed Tsunade to evacuate the genin and jounin, emphasizing the personal nature of the battle. Anko, who had been assisting Kitsune, echoed Jiraiya's sentiment about the dangers of mixing personal issues with combat. The tension escalated as both combatants summoned their giant creatures, causing the forest to tremble under their power. Gamabunta, Jiraiya's summon, grumbled about the situation, while Jiraiya prepared for the decisive clash against Orochimaru. The stakes were high, and the outcome of both the exam and the battle would determine the fate of many. Manda roared with frustration at Orochimaru, demanding a good reason for being summoned. Orochimaru chuckled, explaining that he needed Manda to deal with a certain toad. Manda insisted on 600 sacrifices for his assistance and turned his attention to the giant toad standing opposite him, relishing the thought of devouring it. Jiraiya, grinning, called out to Gamabunta for some oil, excitedly anticipating a confrontation. Gamabunta, with a mischievous tone, prepared to assist as Jiraiya began forming hand seals for a fire technique. The moment Jiraiya unleashed the flames, they ignited the stream of oil, sending a blazing inferno racing toward Manda. Orochimaru commanded Manda to dive underground, but Manda hesitated, questioning why he should listen. Eventually, he complied and burrowed beneath the earth. Jiraiya and Gamabunta searched for Manda, but he suddenly erupted from the ground, hissing about feasting on flesh. Gamabunta swiftly countered, striking one of Manda's eyes and causing it to dissipate in a cloud of smoke. Realizing Manda had escaped, Jiraiya expressed his gratitude to Gamabunta and prepared to pursue Orochimaru before he could reach the genin. Meanwhile, Anko led a group through the forest toward the tower, confident in her knowledge of the terrain. She, along with Tsunade and Kurenai, skirted the genin while other jounin dealt with Orochimaru's elite guards. Anko carried Sasuke, while Tsunade supported Kitsune, who had been badly injured. As they navigated the forest, Kurenai noted a familiar branch, prompting Kiba to insist they had not been there before. Sasuke stirred, groaning about his neck, and Kiba teased him about a supposed love bite from Orochimaru, which made Sasuke feel ill. Suddenly, two figures fell from the branches, revealing Hinata and Sakura. They had sensed Kitsune was in trouble while at the tower. Tsunade confirmed their fears, indicating Kitsune's injuries. Hinata gasped at the sight of him, astonished that someone could harm an S-class ninja. Tsunade explained that Kitsune had inadvertently injured Anko and used a forbidden technique that exchanged wounds with her. The urgency of their situation escalated as a blue line appeared across Tsunade, Anko, and Kurenai's limbs, bursting and causing them to collapse. Kabuto emerged from the foliage, revealing his intention to reclaim Sasuke now that the three kunoichi were incapacitated. Kiba, undeterred, challenged Kabuto, who dismissed him, claiming to be at least jounin level. Tsunade demanded to know why he hadn't killed them, to which Kabuto replied that Orochimaru had other plans for them. Sasuke, determined to prove his strength, rallied his friends to confront Kabuto. They launched a coordinated attack, with Sasuke unleashing fireballs and Kiba transforming into a beastly version of himself alongside Akamaru. Shino created a wall of insects to separate Kabuto from the fallen kunoichi. Hinata activated her Byakugan, preparing for battle, while Sakura donned gloves, ready to join the fray. Kabuto, underestimating them, began forming hand seals for his own technique. Sasuke's fireballs collided with Kabuto's earth wall, but the attack only fueled Kabuto's arrogance as he taunted Sasuke to surrender for power. Sasuke, dismissive of power, activated his Sharingan, surprising Kabuto, who realized he would need to fight seriously. As Kiba and Sasuke charged, Sasuke launched another fireball, which Kabuto evaded, only to be intercepted by Kiba's powerful wolf transformation. Kabuto, injured but still standing, acknowledged that the Uchiha was not the only threat. Sakura seized the moment, launching a lightning-infused punch that sent Kabuto reeling. Despite the impact, Kabuto struggled to regain his footing, while Sakura confidently challenged him to continue. Hinata seized the opportunity to attack, using a technique that rendered Kabuto unable to manipulate chakra or move. She explained that her strikes had been precise enough to avoid fatal damage but effective enough to incapacitate him. Kabuto, despite his predicament, managed to smile, hinting at his resilience and the challenges still ahead. The battle was intense, and as one of Kabuto's clones crumbled into the earth, Hinata spun around in disbelief. She noted that the clone had emitted chakra, making it seem like a real person. Shino translated Kabuto's words, revealing that it was an Earth-style, shadow clone, capable of taking several hits before dispersing. Kabuto had intended to test Sasuke's abilities, but he acknowledged the skills of Sasuke's comrades as well. He bid farewell to Sasuke, leaving them with lingering questions about the nature of the clone, especially since it had appeared to bleed and sustain injuries. Hinata turned to Shino, expressing her confusion over the clone's apparent injuries. Shino suggested that it could have been a minor genjutsu designed to make the clone appear more lifelike. Sasuke began to voice his thoughts on the Byakugan and Sharingan, but Shino pointed out that Kabuto had likely found a way to counter their powers. He speculated that Kabuto had spent considerable time devising methods to neutralize their abilities. Just then, Tsunade's voice called out for assistance as the insect wall dissolved. She expressed her discomfort and noted that Kitsune had been dropped on her. Sakura and Hinata rushed to help the fallen Sannin, while Enko made a light-hearted comment about the situation. Kurenai lamented their easy defeat, but Tsunade reminded them that Kabuto had suppressed his chakra to unreadable levels, making him difficult to sense. She concluded that he was likely above genin level, possibly even at elite ANBU level. Haku arrived in the clearing, bringing news that Orochimaru had vanished and his elite guard had retreated. He inquired about Kitsune's condition, and Tsunade reassured him that Kitsune was merely unconscious. She suggested they move the genin to the tower. Meanwhile, Naruto looked around, noting that the place was different from where his parents had been. Kyuubi, relieved to see him responding, explained that the seal had acted strangely, drawing him into it. Naruto felt disoriented but managed to sit up, sharing that the seal had been modified, disabling the function that allowed him to communicate with his parents' personalities. Kyuubi asked if this function had been restored, to which Naruto replied that it was only partially restored, allowing limited communication. Naruto elaborated on the nature of the personalities stored in the seal, explaining that they were like memories and responses of his parents, but not truly them. He expressed pride in the advanced nature of his seal. When Kyuubi inquired about his father, Naruto revealed that he was the Yondaime Hokage. Kyuubi acknowledged the resemblance and expressed gratitude to Naruto's father for sealing her within him, as it had allowed her to find her mate. Naruto contemplated facing Orochimaru as himself rather than as Kitsune, and Kyuubi encouraged him to embrace his true identity, urging him to let Konoha recognize his strength. Jiraiya, meanwhile, was lost in the forest of death, feeling embarrassed as the Hokage. He encountered Iruka and Kakashi, who were heading to the tower to ensure Orochimaru's forces weren't setting a trap for Sasuke. Jiraiya decided to join them, hoping to appear as a concerned leader while also finding his way out of the forest. As they moved, Kiba complained about carrying Kurenai, while Sasuke helped Haku carry Tsunade. Sakura, carrying Enko, noted her own strength, prompting Enko to compliment her. Sasuke remarked on the value of strength in a kunoichi, leading to an awkward moment when Enko playfully suggested that Sasuke might be considering Sakura for his future clan. The group was aware that night was approaching, and Shino pointed out the dangers of traveling in the dark. Sakura estimated they were about half an hour from the tower, and Kurenai expressed hope that they would reach it before nightfall. However, their path was suddenly blocked by Orochimaru and Kabuto, who had appeared before them. Tsunade cursed their bad luck, realizing she was in no condition to fight. Orochimaru taunted them, mentioning that they had given Kabuto's clone a hard time and that it would be interesting to see how they fared against him. Kabuto echoed his sentiments, reminding Orochimaru to keep Hinata alive for future use. Tsunade urged her team to drop their burdens and flee, but they refused to abandon one another, quoting Kakashi's words about loyalty. Sasuke launched an attack at Kabuto, who easily dodged it, mocking Sasuke for his lack of useful jutsu. The tension in the air was palpable as the confrontation escalated, with the fate of the group hanging in the balance. Sasuke began to doubt the abilities of the Uchiha clan compared to his allies. He grinned as he unleashed a powerful fire technique, summoning several large dragons made entirely of flames that soared toward Kabuto. Kabuto, feeling uneasy, managed to evade the dragons but was caught off guard when a massive dragon formed from the smaller ones charged at him, leaving him badly burned. Orochimaru clapped his hands, impressed by Sasuke's display of power, but noted that it had drained most of his chakra. Sasuke felt the bite mark on his neck, a painful reminder of his struggles. Meanwhile, Hinata vanished from sight, swiftly launching a series of attacks on Kabuto. She struck from below, knocking him into the air, and then followed up with a powerful kick that sent him crashing to the ground. As she prepared to deliver the final blow, Kabuto cleverly switched places with a log, leaving Hinata's attack to destroy it instead. Kabuto, feeling the effects of Hinata's earlier strikes, acknowledged that she would be a problem. Sasuke turned to Kiba, urging him to use their combined technique, but Kiba realized he had forgotten to pack a necessary item, leaving them unable to execute their plan. Frustrated, Sasuke vowed to take down Kabuto himself, which pleased Orochimaru, who relished the idea of Sasuke's anger fueling his actions. In a flashback, Sasuke recalled a conversation with Kitsune, who had warned him that fighting out of anger would only blind him to the true nature of his opponents. Kitsune had shared his own experience of losing control in battle, emphasizing the importance of maintaining clarity and focus. Returning to the present, Sasuke resolved to control his anger, but Orochimaru taunted him, suggesting that Kabuto would prove him wrong. Kabuto, ready for action, activated his chakra scalpel and charged toward Kiba, but was interrupted by a barrage of poison darts that forced him to change direction. Shizen arrived, calling for Tsunade's assistance, and Sasuke and Kiba took defensive positions, leaving the fight against Kabuto to Hinata, Sakura, and Shino. Sakura, eager to engage, launched an electric attack at Kabuto, but he managed to grab her arm before she could connect. Undeterred, she detonated the electric current, sending both herself and Kabuto flying backward. Kabuto, frustrated by the turn of events, expressed his weariness of the ongoing battle, prompting Orochimaru to order him to finish off the opponents. Just as Kabuto prepared to strike, he exploded in a burst of blood, revealing Kitsune, who had arrived just in time. Hinata was relieved to see him safe, and Kitsune expressed his excitement about finally facing Orochimaru. He acknowledged that he had been hiding behind a mask for too long and was ready to reveal his true self. As he removed his mask, he declared himself Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, a name that surprised those around him. Orochimaru, unimpressed, questioned Naruto's decision to discard his mask and whether it would affect his abilities. Naruto confidently stated that he was training to become Hokage and would not lose. Orochimaru dismissed him as unworthy of his attention, but Naruto had a plan. He used shadow clones to distract Orochimaru, who quickly dispatched them. However, Naruto had a trick up his sleeve, using an exploding clone to catch Orochimaru off guard. With the battle escalating, Naruto prepared to get serious, summoning a powerful sword known as Kyubi-Kei, an artifact from the Kyubi. Orochimaru recognized its significance and expressed his longing to claim it for himself. Naruto, however, was determined to protect his newfound power, ready to face Orochimaru with everything he had. The tension in the air thickened as both fighters prepared for the confrontation that would determine their fates. The more artifacts one wore, the greater the influence the demon generals had over them. If Naruto possessed the complete set, he could confront the Kyubi no Yuko on its own terms and still have a reasonable chance of victory, although he would risk becoming a mindless demon. Tsunade grunted as Shizune finished healing the tendons in her arms and instructed her to tend to the others, confident she could manage the rest herself. Shizune hurried over to Kurenai, leaving Tsunade to contemplate the situation. Hinata, feeling frustrated, questioned why Naruto was wielding such a weapon. Tsunade explained that Naruto could resist the blade's effects, and his unusual behavior was merely a side effect. He had not fundamentally changed. In the midst of battle, Naruto launched a spear of wind toward Orochimaru, who narrowly avoided the attack. Orochimaru, revealing his own legendary weapon, challenged Naruto to see whose was stronger. Naruto accepted the challenge, swinging his blade in a wide arc, a black blur trailing behind it. As Orochimaru raised his sword, the black flames ignited where he had just stood, prompting him to realize the danger he was in. Naruto revealed that the technique was called Amaterasu, said to have been developed by the Kyubi and later imitated by a Sharingan user, though not perfectly. The Kyubi, amused, noted that only someone with demonic chakra could utilize it to its full potential, urging Naruto to let Orochimaru burn. Orochimaru's confidence faltered as he acknowledged that the battle was not going as he had anticipated. Naruto, disappointed by Orochimaru's lack of entertainment, taunted him about their respective strengths. Orochimaru, feeling the pressure, decided he had no time to waste and vanished in a swirl of leaves. Naruto, feeling let down by the encounter, returned to his summoning scroll to reseal the QBK. Haku approached him, pointing out that his eye was leaking. Naruto, surprised, realized the technique had unusual side effects. Sasuke inquired about the source of Naruto's newfound ability, to which Naruto reluctantly revealed that Itachi Uchiha had taught him the technique after he had helped Itachi with a cure for his impending blindness. Hinata, slowly approaching Naruto, expressed uncertainty about whether it was truly him. Naruto greeted her with a familiar grin, prompting a nostalgic flashback for Hinata, where she had introduced herself and shared her feelings for Naruto. Overwhelmed by the memory, she fainted, leaving Naruto to chuckle at the situation. As the story progressed, the group engaged in light-hearted banter about Naruto's identity as Kitsune, with various characters expressing their feelings and teasing one another. Kurenai suggested that Naruto needed a real woman as his bride, while Enko playfully chimed in about living next door. The atmosphere was filled with humor and camaraderie, even as Itachi made an unexpected appearance, leading to further playful exchanges among the characters. Sasuke, feeling the pressure of his brother's presence and the teasing from his peers, attempted to deflect attention from himself, insisting he was not affected by Orochimaru's influence. The playful jabs continued, with Kiba teasing Sasuke about his interactions with Naruto, leading to a humorous exchange about relationships and misunderstandings. In the midst of the chaos, Itachi reminded everyone that while they may have regrets about their past actions, the important thing was to learn from those mistakes. The camaraderie and lightheartedness among the group provided a stark contrast to the earlier tension of battle, showcasing the bonds they shared despite the challenges they faced. As the final stage of the Chunin exams approached, anticipation filled the air. The lead instructor, Heiei, introduced himself, though his frail appearance prompted some concern among the participants. Naruto, wearing his mask, observed the scene with a mix of curiosity and skepticism. He wondered how someone so seemingly unwell had reached the rank of Jounin. The final exam would be conducted in a tournament style, with each participant drawing numbers. Those who failed in the first round would be eliminated from the entire test, while those who made it to the quarterfinals would be considered for promotion to Chunin. Heiei's frequent coughing fits did little to inspire confidence, and Naruto couldn't help but question the instructor's capabilities. As the participants drew their numbers, Naruto found himself assigned to fight Chuji, while others faced various opponents, including Sasuke against Tenten and Gaara against Sakura. The announcement of Naruto's true identity as Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze stirred whispers among the crowd, revealing the significance of his lineage. With a month to prepare for the next round, Naruto felt a surge of pent-up energy. Hinata suggested they go out for ramen, an idea that sparked a glimmer of excitement in him. She expressed her longing to get to know the new Naruto better, hinting at the possibility of a date, which made him smile. Meanwhile, Konan, having recently freed herself from Pain's control, found herself traveling with Naruto. She was pleasantly surprised by his kindness and the ease of their companionship. As they journeyed together, she felt a sense of completeness whenever he smiled. Despite the challenges ahead, she cherished the time spent with him, hoping to learn more about the boy who had captured her attention. As they walked, Naruto expressed his struggle to find conversation topics, feeling the weight of their silence. Konan, understanding his frustration, reassured him that it was not his fault. Their bond was growing, and with each passing moment, they both began to realize the depth of their connection. Naruto awoke with a smile, feeling the gentle weight of Kurenai's head resting on his chest. As he stretched and got up, he couldn't help but groan, realizing the trouble he might be in with Haku. Kurenai expressed her concern, asking if he regretted his actions. Naruto assured her that he did not, although he felt anger toward the council. He contemplated the idea of confronting those who wished him harm, even considering a more drastic approach toward the village itself, but he quickly reminded himself of his dreams of becoming Hokage. Kurenai observed Naruto as he dressed, noting the weaknesses within Konoha. She mentioned that despite Jiraiya's efforts, the damage left by Danzo's brief rule had created significant issues within their forces. She believed that a cleansing was necessary to strip power from those unworthy of it, criticizing the council's failure at democracy. Naruto found her alliteration amusing, and she asked where he planned to go next. He mischievously mentioned that he felt it was his duty as the future Hokage to initiate this cleansing. Kurenai wrapped her arms around him, urging him not to do anything reckless. Naruto playfully asked her to define stupid, and she clarified that it meant anything that could lead to his demise. He reassured her of his ability to avoid leaving evidence and asked to borrow her shower to freshen up before facing Haku. As Naruto entered the room, he was met with the intense glares of Haku, Hinata, and Konan. Haku expressed her frustration at having waited for him all night, while Hinata, lacking sleep, scolded him for not keeping his appointment. Konan politely acknowledged Naruto but indicated that Haku had prevented her from seeing him. Naruto suggested they all get some rest, promising to be at the Hokage monument later if they wished to speak with him. Haku hugged Naruto, noticing a scent that surprised her. She questioned when he had started wearing perfume, and Naruto panicked, realizing he had not intended for her to find out about his time with Kurenai. Kyubi, the spirit within him, teased him about Haku's possessiveness. Hinata and Haku expressed their anger toward Kurenai, feeling that she was trying to take Naruto from them. Haku charged out of the room, followed closely by Hinata, both determined to confront Kurenai. Naruto, observing the situation, did not feel the need to chase after them. He felt a sense of acceptance regarding his relationships and was pleased to see that Konan was willing to cooperate with Haku and Hinata, even if it was to confront Kurenai. He hoped that his precious people would become friends rather than rivals. As Konan fell asleep, Naruto decided to let her rest and prepared for the upcoming exams. He summoned several shadow clones to assist him with various tasks before heading to the Forest of Death. This location provided the perfect cover for him to utilize Kyubi's chakra without attracting unwanted attention. He intended to search the forest thoroughly, suspecting that Orochimaru was hiding nearby. In the forest, Naruto summoned Kyubi in her four-tailed form, adorned in samurai armor and wielding a katana. Confident in his abilities, he took up a fighting stance as Kyubi prepared to spar with him. Meanwhile, Kurenai walked through Konoha with a distant smile, occasionally rubbing her neck and humming a cheerful tune, while Anko observed her friend, knowing all too well the reason behind her good mood. Kurenai felt a mix of embarrassment and frustration as she walked alongside Anko. Anko's teasing about a tattoo mark on Kurenai's neck only intensified her discomfort. Kurenai tried to deflect the conversation, insisting there was nothing to discuss, but Anko's playful grin suggested otherwise. The two friends walked in silence for a moment, each lost in their thoughts. Meanwhile, in a darkened corner of Konoha, a masked figure known as Shadow moved with stealth through the shadows. He approached a door and entered the interrogation chambers, where Danzo awaited him. Danzo, battered and bloodied, had seen better days. His face was marred with scars, and his noble robes were torn and stained. Shadow informed him that Orochimaru had sent him with an offer of power that could help Danzo achieve his dream of becoming Hokage. With a raspy voice, Danzo agreed to follow Shadow. In a nearby office, Ibiki observed the unfolding events through a crystal ball. He noted that Danzo was headed toward Orochimaru as planned. He turned to the two ANBU agents beside him, instructing them to follow Shadow discreetly. Ibiki felt a sense of anticipation, believing that with luck, they could eliminate Orochimaru before the final stage of the exams began. However, he also recognized the need to focus on protecting Konoha from within, especially given the desperation of their enemies. Back at Kurenai's house, the atmosphere was tense. Kurenai had invited Haku and Hinata over after they had all collapsed from exhaustion. Now, they were awake and engaged in a heated discussion. Haku confronted Kurenai about her relationship with Naruto, expressing her anger and jealousy. Hinata, caught in the middle, felt hurt and defensive. Kurenai tried to explain that her feelings for Naruto were genuine, but Haku insisted that the mating mark on Kurenai's neck indicated something deeper than a mere fling. The argument escalated as Kurenai challenged Hinata's feelings for Naruto, suggesting that they were merely infatuations. Hinata, determined to defend her emotions, insisted that her feelings were real. Kurenai, frustrated by the situation, pointed out that they were all fighting over Naruto, who had his own struggles to deal with. The tension in the room was palpable as they grappled with their emotions and the implications of their relationships. As the discussion continued, Kurenai felt the irritation of the mating mark on her neck, a constant reminder of her connection to Naruto. Haku, sensing Kurenai's discomfort, decided to leave, stating that she had no longing to assist Kurenai until the matter with Naruto was resolved. This left Kurenai and Hinata alone to reflect on their feelings and the complexities of their situation. Hinata apologized for her earlier outburst, acknowledging that her past crush on Naruto was clouding her judgment. Kurenai reassured her that it was okay to feel confused, as they were all navigating a challenging emotional landscape. Hinata, however, vowed to continue fighting for Naruto's affection, regardless of the competition. Kurenai, feeling a mix of camaraderie and rivalry, smiled at Hinata's determination. She admitted that her own emotions were getting the better of her due to the mating mark. Hinata, curious about Kurenai's experience, asked what it felt like when Naruto left the mark. Kurenai described the sensation as painful yet overshadowed by other intense feelings. As their conversation wound down, Hinata realized it was time to return home, worried about her father's reaction to her late night. Kurenai watched her leave, contemplating the tangled web of emotions and relationships that had formed around Naruto. The challenges ahead loomed large, but for now, they would each navigate their paths in the ever-complex world of Konoha. Living in a ninja village often meant that if someone felt a presence following them, it was likely true. In an attempt to shake off his pursuer, Naruto ventured deep into the alleyways, inadvertently isolating himself from the rest of the village. The council member he encountered was an elderly man, one of the first to advocate for the formation of an elite unit. He had even suggested Naruto's name for the role. However, the old man's time was running out. When he sensed someone behind him, he turned around, demanding to know who was there. A cloaked figure emerged from the shadows, and the old man felt a wave of killing intent wash over him. Naruto revealed himself, stating his identity as Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. The old man reacted with disdain, referring to Naruto as a demon. This prompted Naruto to clarify that he was merely the container of the Kyuubi, gesturing to the figure lurking behind the old man, who was indeed the Kyuubi. The Kyuubi, in her two-tailed form, expressed her anger at the old man for making Naruto's life a nightmare, emphasizing that it was Naruto's will that kept her at bay. She warned the old man that if he continued to provoke Naruto, she would unleash her true power upon him. The old man, undeterred, laughed defiantly, which would be his last act. Naruto, feeling the weight of the situation, reminded the Kyuubi that he had asked her not to leave any evidence behind. The Kyuubi demanded to know where the evidence was, and Naruto pointed out the remnants of the old man scattered throughout the alley. With a snap of her fingers, the Kyuubi summoned flames that consumed the evidence, leaving the alley scorched but the two of them unharmed. With the threat neutralized, Naruto felt a sense of accomplishment, knowing that sacrifices were necessary to strengthen the village. 2 weeks later, Sasuke sat with Kakashi, reflecting on their training in the wilderness. He wondered about Naruto and felt a pang of curiosity about his brother's whereabouts. When he inquired about his limits, Kakashi informed him that pushing beyond 2 would likely be fatal. Sasuke acknowledged this and suggested they return to Konoha. Kakashi, however, mentioned that they had plenty of time, teasing that Sasuke might want to show off his new jutsu to Naruto. Sasuke simply grinned in response. As they prepared to leave, Sasuke pointed out that Kakashi had likely forgotten his book, which elicited a smile from Kakashi. Meanwhile, in a hotel room, the Suna team gathered, with their Jounin sensei, Baki, pondering whether he was being compensated adequately for his troubles. Gaara glared at Baki, who explained that it was the council's orders for Gaara to forfeit in the upcoming tournament to avoid any conflict with the fake Kazekage. Gaara expressed his disappointment at not being able to fight Naruto again, while Temari suggested that Naruto could visit Suna as a diplomatic agent in the future. Kankuro agreed, noting that it would be easy to arrange. Gaara, however, made it clear that if Baki failed to organize a rematch, there would be dire consequences. Baki sighed in relief as Gaara walked away, acknowledging the pressure he felt from his students longing for a rematch. Temari explained that Gaara was curious about the source of Naruto's strength, recalling that during their last encounter, Naruto had mentioned that his power came from more than just the Kyuubi. Baki then instructed Temari and Kankuro to forfeit as well, to which they readily agreed. Kankuro joked about the difficulty of keeping Gaara out of trouble, and they left the room. Meanwhile, Naruto was abruptly awakened by Jiraiya, who informed him of another mysterious disappearance among the council members. Jiraiya noted that whoever was behind these attacks was exceptionally skilled at leaving no trace. Naruto expressed his indifference towards the council members, having been wronged by them in the past. When he learned that the latest victim was Marek Noller, who had assigned Anko to a team, Naruto defended Anko, stating she was with someone else at the time. Naruto, feeling the need to clear his name, explained that he had been busy trying to resolve relationship issues, which had only complicated matters further. Currently, Haku and Konan were living in the Uchiha complex, getting to know each other, while Naruto struggled with his own romantic entanglements. Deep down, Naruto hoped that everyone would learn to coexist peacefully, sparing him the pain of having to harm any of his cherished friends. If that did not happen, he would need to find another way, or perhaps he'd Kyuubi's suggestion to eliminate everyone, but he decided that would be a last resort, one he would never pursue. Tsunade expressed her relief that Naruto could prove his innocence, especially since the council was eager to execute him following the mysterious disappearances of several council members who had voted against him. Jiraiya observed Naruto closely, suspecting that he might be behind those vanishings. Yet, he felt a sense of satisfaction, as Naruto was demonstrating remarkable skills by leaving no evidence while simultaneously resolving Jiraiya's issues. The council members who had been plotting a coup were now reconsidering their plans due to the unsettling events. As Jiraiya prepared to leave, he wished Naruto luck with the girls, to which Naruto responded with a groan, wondering if it was too much to ask for all women to get along. Tsunade quipped that while getting along was feasible, having them all love and share one man was not. She turned to Jiraiya, playfully blaming him for Naruto's predicament, which led to a light-hearted exchange between them. However, Naruto, eager to focus on his training for the Chunin exams, interrupted their banter. After Tsunade departed, Naruto began to prepare his training gear when another knock at the door interrupted him. He summoned a shadow clone to answer the door, only for it to be pierced by a sword. The figure wielding the sword, a man with bright blonde hair and blue eyes, bore a striking resemblance to the late Yondaime. He introduced himself as Harem Namikaze, declaring his intent to slay the descendant of the traitor of their clan, identifying Naruto as the son of Minato Namikaze. Naruto's eyes narrowed as he defended his father, asserting that Minato had been a hero who fought valiantly for Konoha. Harem coldly accused Minato of betraying his own family during the ninja wars, which enraged Naruto. He counted to 500 in his mind, reminding himself to gather information before taking action against Harem. When he learned that Harem hailed from IW, he dismissed Harem's claims of restoring their clan's honor, confident in his own abilities to defend himself. As Harem charged, Naruto effortlessly caught the blade with his hand, surprising Harem. With a swift motion, Naruto defeated Harem, who collapsed into a pile of mud, revealing himself to be an Earth clone. Naruto sighed, realizing he would need to deal with the real Harem. Meanwhile, Jiraiya and Tsunade shared a moment at her office. Jiraiya appeared unusually cheerful, prompting Tsunade to inquire about the source of his good mood. He casually mentioned the usual paperwork, including reports of visitors for the upcoming Chunin exams and a mission request for capturing a troublesome cat. Tsunade's curiosity piqued when she learned that one of the registered visitors was an Iwanin named Harem Namikaze. Jiraiya's demeanor shifted as he recalled a conversation with Minato, who had shared the tragic story of his family and the circumstances surrounding his departure from Iwa. Minato had fought against his own clan during the Great War, a haunting memory that had lingered with him long after the conflict ended. Minato's name was considered taboo in Iwa, where he was not celebrated as the legendary Yellow Flash but labeled a traitor. This revelation left Tsunade in shock, realizing the implications of a survivor from Minato's clan. Jiraiya expressed concern that if this survivor discovered Naruto, He would likely seek vengeance for his family. Tsunade inquired about the number of survivors, and Jiraiya explained that the entire Namikaze family had been sent to battle, leaving only one small boy, a civilian, who was presumably the last of the clan aside from Naruto. The possibility of this survivor targeting Naruto was troubling, as it could provoke IWA into a conflict if he were killed, given that he possessed a unique bloodline. Tsunade questioned whether Naruto shared this bloodline, to which Jiraiya confirmed that while Naruto had it, it had not yet manifested. Both Minato and Naruto had been unable to access it without undergoing a specific ritual. As they made their way to Naruto's apartment, Tsunade chuckled at the thought of Naruto's reaction to their sudden return. Meanwhile, Naruto was preoccupied with thoughts of a newcomer named Harem, who claimed to be related to Minato. He decided to create a clone to track Harem's whereabouts while he informed his mother about the situation. Racing toward the Hokage Tower, Naruto collided with Jiraiya midair, leading to an awkward encounter. He expressed his concerns about his father, specifically questioning whether it was true that Minato had nearly annihilated his own clan. Jiraiya confirmed that he had received reports about Harem attending the Chunin exams, revealing that Harem intended to use the event as a cover to enter Konoha with the goal of killing Naruto. The implications of Harem knowing Naruto's identity were grave, as it could escalate tensions with IWA, potentially leading to war. Naruto contemplated the situation, considering the thrill of unleashing his power against an entire army. However, he recognized the need to handle the situation carefully. He devised a plan to confront Harem, intending to frame it as clan business to distance Konoha from the conflict. Jiraiya warned him about Harem being the last of his clan and possessing the bloodline, which was a dangerous ability. Determined, Naruto resolved to lure Harem away from the city to minimize damage to Konoha. With a dramatic exit, he vanished in a swirl of leaves, leaving Jiraiya to reflect on his impulsive nature. Meanwhile, Hinata had finally escaped the confines of the Hyuga mansion after enduring a 2-week grounding and lectures from Niji about her perceived weaknesses. However, she had grown stronger and more assertive, surprising Niji during their last training session when she pinned him against the wall with impressive speed and skill. This encounter caused Niji to reconsider his views on her abilities. Unbeknownst to them, Hanabi, a younger Hyuga, had witnessed the confrontation and was inspired by her sister's transformation. No longer seeing Hinata as weak, Hanabi recognized her as a formidable kunoichi who would not tolerate disrespect. With newfound determination, Hinata stormed down the street, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. Hinata's thoughts were consumed by one person, Naruto. She felt a surge of frustration as she navigated the streets, worried that her absence over the past 2 weeks had allowed others to grow closer to him. Determined to re-enter the competition for his affection, she quickened her pace. As she hurried along, she spotted Sakura, who acknowledged her with a nod. Hinata slowed down and inquired about Naruto, only to learn that he had been absent since the announcement of the exams. Sakura mentioned hearing rumors about Naruto facing relationship difficulties, which sparked a glimmer of hope in Hinata. She believed that he needed someone understanding and caring to support him during this challenging time. Sakura shared her recent endeavors, revealing that she had been working on new jutsu and had requested medical training from Lady Tsunade. However, Tsunade suggested that her assistant, Shizune, would be a better instructor. Hinata smiled, recognizing the value of having a skilled medic on a team, noting that a competent medic could significantly increase their chances of survival. The two friends briefly imagined scenarios involving their crushes, Sasuke and Naruto, both of whom had suffered injuries. Their daydreams led to a moment of embarrassment as they both experienced spontaneous nosebleeds, their imaginations running wild with thoughts of their respective crushes. Suddenly, Kakashi and Sasuke entered the village, interrupting their reverie. Sasuke greeted them with a nod and inquired about Naruto's whereabouts. Sakura, eager to assist, offered to check Sasuke for injuries, but he declined, expressing his urgency to find Naruto. Sakura attempted to join him, but Sasuke pulled away, insisting he had no time to talk. Jiraiya approached the group with Tsunade, playfully commenting on Sasuke's treatment of Sakura. Tsunade, unimpressed, pointed out Jiraiya's lack of romantic advances in recent weeks, suggesting he had changed his ways. Jiraiya acknowledged Tsunade's support during his time as Hokage, expressing gratitude for her assistance in keeping the village running smoothly. As they walked, Jiraiya voiced his concerns about a potential invasion by sound, fearing that some elements within Konoha might aid Orochimaru. Tsunade reflected on Jiraiya's ability to be both a carefree individual and a capable leader when necessary. Meanwhile, Naruto was engaged in a fierce battle just outside Konoha, using his shadow clones to lure his opponent, Harem, into the open. However, he soon realized that Harem possessed a significant amount of chakra, rivaling his own, and relied heavily on Earth clones. Naruto found this tactic frustrating, as Earth clones were far less versatile than his shadow clones. As the battle continued, Harem's clones surrounded Naruto, who taunted them about their strategy. The clones revealed that they were stalling for time, waiting for their bloodline to activate. Naruto, intrigued yet skeptical, questioned the necessity of such a lengthy process in a combat situation. The clones explained that awakening their bloodline required a ritual involving the death of a version, a revelation that left Naruto uneasy given his own connection to a demon. The confrontation escalated as Naruto realized the stakes of the battle, understanding that the situation was more complex than he initially thought. Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze listened intently as the Earth clones began to recount a tale about the founding of their clan. They explained that IWA was the second village to be established after Konoha, and that they had always been rivals. Despite their fierce competition, IWA faced a significant disadvantage. Konoha was home to the powerful Uchiha and Senju clans, while IWA had little to defend itself. However, there was one clan willing to do anything to protect their village, even making a pact with a demon. The Earth clones revealed that this clan was the Namikaze, whose founding father had sold his soul to grant his descendants a unique bloodline. This bloodline allowed them to become Jinchuriki without the need for a sacrifice to seal a demon within them. Instead, the ritual they performed unified them with the demon, enabling them to share experiences, power, and knowledge. Naruto, growing weary of the conversation, questioned the implications of this bloodline. The Earth clones explained that while he could fight alongside the Kyuubi, he was not truly one with the demon. They had defended IWA for generations until a traitor revealed their secret to the Hokage, leading to the downfall of their clan. Only two Namikaze survived, a young boy who was not in active service and the traitor himself. The knowledge of their rituals was preserved, allowing the clones to bind themselves to a demon in pursuit of revenge. As the Earth clones crumbled to dust, a wave of demonic chakra surged around Naruto, causing him to feel faint. He recognized the voice of despair that echoed around him, a chilling reminder of his impending doom. Struggling to his feet, he saw Harem approaching, transformed into a grotesque insect-like creature, his body twisted by dark chakra. The creature introduced itself as Monosugoi Akuma, a name that sent shivers down Naruto's spine. He felt overwhelmed as stone spears emerged from the ground, piercing his vital organs. Yet he refused to give in. With a surge of determination, he tapped into the power of the Kyuubi, his eyes blazing red as he prepared to confront the monstrous being. Meanwhile, Hinata, Sakura, and Sasuke searched for Naruto in Konoha, growing increasingly concerned about his absence. They had checked all of his favorite spots, but he was nowhere to be found. Their worry escalated when a loud explosion echoed from the forest, sending villagers into a panic. The trio rushed to the village gate, where Sasuke speculated that Naruto was likely in trouble again. Hinata insisted on helping him, but Sasuke cautioned against it, arguing that they were merely genin and that their best chance of assistance lay with experienced ninjas like Kakashi or the Sannin. Despite Sasuke's objections, Hinata expressed her longing to support Naruto, even if it meant putting herself in danger. Their conversation was interrupted by another explosion, causing Sasuke to falter. Just then, Jiraiya and Tsunade arrived, warning them about the demonic chakra emanating from the forest. Gaara, who had sensed Naruto's struggle, approached the group and offered to investigate the situation. With a cold demeanor, he stepped through the gate, leaving Jiraiya to chuckle at the unexpected cooperation. As the tension mounted, the fate of Naruto and the outcome of the battle loomed uncertainly on the horizon. The atmosphere was tense as the group awaited Gaara's return. When he finally appeared, he was alone, which brought a sense of disappointment. Gaara informed them that Naruto was preoccupied and suggested they try again later. He conveyed that Naruto believed the fight was his alone and expressed his frustration towards Hinata for her reckless behavior, as well as his concern for Sasuke, urging him to find compassion. Sasuke, visibly irritated, questioned whether Gaara had relayed their concerns to Naruto. Gaara clarified that Naruto had overheard their discussion and was currently in a heightened state of power, embodying the essence of the Kyuubi with 3 tails. This revelation left Hinata confused, while Sakura and Sasuke exchanged looks of bewilderment. Jiraiya, puzzled by the term full Kyuubi mode, sought clarification. Gaara explained that it meant Naruto was relying solely on the Kyuubi's chakra, conserving his own. Sasuke interrupted, inquiring if this was related to Naruto's control over the Kyuubi. Jiraiya sighed, acknowledging the truth in Sasuke's words, and they could only hope that Naruto would emerge unscathed. Gaara, with a chilling determination, stated that if anyone were to defeat Naruto, it would be him, before departing. Hinata, feeling conflicted, expressed her confusion over Gaara's apparent hostility towards Naruto. Meanwhile, Naruto was engaged in a fierce battle against a formidable demon named Harem. His Rasengan attack collided with the demon's tough exterior, yielding little effect and only serving to frustrate him further. The demon's flesh absorbed human chakra, rendering Naruto's usual techniques ineffective while simultaneously providing it with a significant resistance to demonic chakra. In a moment of desperation, Naruto reached out to the Kyuubi for guidance. The Kyuubi assessed Harem's strength and concluded that he was slightly stronger than a 2-tailed Bijuu, but Naruto's own power far exceeded that. However, the Kyuubi warned him that no mortal, not even a Jinchuriki, could truly contend with a Bijuu, and Harem had transcended mortality. Determined to turn the tide, Naruto summoned shadow clones to distract Harem while he prepared to unleash the Kyuubi's artifacts. After ensuring he was hidden from view, he unrolled a summoning scroll and called forth the first of the Kyuubi artifacts, contemplating how many he would need to defeat Harem. The Kyuubi explained that each artifact would grant him additional power, and with this knowledge, Naruto felt a surge of confidence. As Harem taunted him, Naruto charged forward, wielding the Kyuubi with ferocity. He struck Harem's armored shell, but the demon retaliated with a flurry of blade-like limbs. Despite his agility, Naruto found himself overwhelmed as Harem's injuries began to heal unnaturally, with swarms of beetles repairing the damage. Frustrated, Naruto unleashed a wave of Amaterasu, but it barely affected Harem, who mocked him for his futile efforts. As the battle escalated, Naruto felt a surge of pain in his left hand, but he pushed through, determined to defeat Harem. The two clashed in a violent explosion of chakra, uprooting trees and corrupting the surrounding environment. Despite severing several of Harem's limbs, the demon continued to regenerate, leaving Naruto feeling increasingly desperate. In a moment of vulnerability, Harem managed to pin Naruto against a tree, causing him immense pain. However, as Naruto struggled, he felt a surge of power emanating from within him. His hand, now transformed, bore a black metal gauntlet with cruel claws. This newfound strength marked the emergence of the second Kyuubi artifact, Kyuubi Kiku, which would aid him in the fight ahead. As the final exam approached, the stadium buzzed with anticipation. Political figures filled the stands, eager to witness the battles involving the Uchiha prodigy and the son of the Yondaime Hokage. Naruto stood in the Hokage box, listening intently to Jiraiya's advice. Jiraiya urged him to prioritize the defense of Konoha over winning the tournament, a sentiment Naruto found amusing, especially considering the council's reputation. With a grin, he acknowledged Jiraiya's unspoken thoughts, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. Naruto had decided to keep his eyes open, acknowledging Jiraiya's concern. Jiraiya, however, had been acting strangely all day, filled with an uneasy feeling. Naruto, ever optimistic, reassured him that as long as he was standing, there was nothing to worry about. Jiraiya shook his head and took a seat in the Hokage chair, while Naruto left the Hokage box, accidentally bumping into Tsunade. He winked at her, leaving her to wonder if he was aware of something she hoped he wouldn't reveal. As the genin gathered in the pre-match area, Niji greeted his cousin Hinata, who offered a brief smile before returning to her anxious demeanor. Niji noted her agitation and tried to fulfill his role as a branch member without provoking her. Hinata expressed her impatience, eager to demonstrate her skills to Naruto. Suddenly, a familiar voice interrupted the atmosphere, announcing the cancellation of their examination. Sasuke recognized the voice and turned to confront the newcomer, who was dressed in typical jounin attire. He quickly deduced that it was Orochimaru, the traitor Sannin, who had removed his disguise. Sasuke questioned the purpose of the disguise, making a quip about Orochimaru's peculiar choices. Orochimaru, however, was not in the mood for banter. He clapped his hands, activating Sasuke's curse seal, which rendered him unconscious. Ino and Sakura rushed to Sasuke's side, with Ino vowing to protect him despite Sakura's warning about Orochimaru's superior strength. Orochimaru chuckled at their bravado, announcing his intention to take Sasuke with him. Sasuke, still managing to stand with Sakura's support, surprised Orochimaru, who lunged at him. Just then, a barrage of icicle spears intercepted Orochimaru, causing his earth clone to explode. Haku approached the remnants of the clone, confirming its nature and suggesting that the real Orochimaru was nearby. Konan appeared, taking on a humanoid shape from a flurry of paper, and urged the genin to prepare for their exam. As the two girls departed, they warned the genin to remain vigilant for Orochimaru's squad. Konan sent a paper bird to report to Jiraiya about the incident. The genin, now aware of the potential danger, hurried into the arena. Hinata wondered where Naruto was, while Sakura expressed confidence that he would arrive soon. Ino marveled at Naruto's rapid growth, and Gaara remarked on his unique abilities. Meanwhile, Naruto navigated the arena's corridors, feeling a sense of unease since leaving the Hokage box. He was unaware of Jiraiya and Tsunade's absence, but sensed that something significant was amiss. Haku and Konan approached him, revealing that they had interrupted Orochimaru's attempt to capture Sasuke. Naruto acknowledged their mission and felt a sense of camaraderie with them, sharing a light-hearted moment about their respective techniques. As they parted ways, Haku gave Naruto a small kiss on the cheek, while Konan leaned in for a kiss on the lips, which sparked a moment of jealousy from Haku. Naruto, now alone, entered the arena to a loud cheer from the crowd, recognizing him as the Yandame's legacy. He stood beside Sasuke and Hinata, inquiring if he had missed anything. Sasuke informed him that they were merely being praised for their skills. Naruto felt a nagging sensation that something was off, which was confirmed by Jiraiya's speech welcoming the Suna Council representatives. Naruto turned to Temari, seeking clarification about the representatives, but she shrugged, indicating that they were kept in the dark. Kankuro expressed his discomfort, while Gaara silenced them, prompting Naruto to ponder when an attack might occur. Sasuke suggested that an ambush would likely happen after they had exhausted their chakra. The examiner for the next round approached, announcing a change in the schedule. Naruto would face Gaara in the first match. Gaara, however, declared that he would forfeit, stating he would fight Naruto later. Naruto accepted this, intrigued by the examiner's surprise at his calm demeanor. There was something familiar about the man confronting Naruto, but he couldn't quite place it. As he squinted, trying to decipher the connection, the examiner cleared his throat and announced the next battle would be between Sasuke Uchiha and Naruto Namikaze. Naruto was taken aback, questioning why he was being assigned another opponent when his previous one had forfeited. The examiner explained that Sasuke had received a bye in the new system, meaning he would face Naruto since Gaara had stepped down. Naruto scowled at the examiner, pondering the implications. He believed that if Sasuke wasn't working for Orochimaru, then he must be the child of his father and Kyuubi. Sasuke, however, declared his forfeit, stating he saw no point in fighting someone he knew could easily defeat him. The examiner, frustrated, announced that Naruto would now face Niji Hyuga, but Niji also forfeited, claiming it was destiny that he would lose to Naruto. With no one willing to fight Naruto, the examiner's patience wore thin. He dramatically suggested he would have to take matters into his own hands. Naruto, sensing something significant was about to happen, called out to his fellow genin to find their jounin commanders, urging them to prepare for what was to come. As the arena emptied, Naruto noticed Sasuke leaving, followed by Shino and Kiba. Lee, filled with enthusiasm, encouraged Naruto, while Gaara expressed his intent to investigate a council representative. Shikamaru grumbled about the situation, and Naruto, eager for action, turned his attention back to the man who had been waiting for him. The man grinned, revealing that he was someone whose life Naruto had ruined. When Naruto feigned ignorance, the man introduced himself as Danzo, claiming he would become Hokage after eliminating a certain mercenary. Naruto, unimpressed, acknowledged that he had encountered many who wished to kill him, but Danzo's declaration of being the acting Hokage piqued his interest. As Naruto prepared to summon his weapon, Danzo launched a barrage of kunai, knocking the scroll from Naruto's grasp. Danzo announced an attack by Root, and chaos erupted in the stadium as disguised ANBU Root officers began to assault the Konohanins. Civilians fled in panic while elite ninjas clashed. Amid the turmoil, Naruto formed a Rasengan, ready to confront Danzo. Danzo retaliated with a massive fireball, but Naruto evaded the attack and countered with a spear of wind. Danzo acted a wall of earth to block Naruto's assault, but Naruto quickly created clones to overwhelm Danzo's defenses. As the dust settled, Danzo emerged transformed, his skin purple and 4 extra arms sprouting from his sides, a testament to the power Orochimaru had granted him. In the Hokage box, Jiraiya recognized that the representatives were enemy ninjas. His attention was drawn to one holding a kunai to his throat, and he calmly addressed Orochimaru, who had finally made his appearance. Their exchange revealed a tense history, and as the situation escalated, Orochimaru's demeanor shifted, sensing something was amiss. Kakashi, having disguised himself, revealed his true identity and joined the fray alongside Anko, who was eager for revenge. As Orochimaru commanded his elite guards to attack, chaos ensued. Tayuya, caught between powerful ninjas, realized her precarious position and considered surrendering. However, Anko, with a playful yet menacing demeanor, made it clear that surrender would not spare her. The battle intensified, and the stakes rose as both sides prepared for the inevitable clash, each determined to prove their strength and resolve in the face of overwhelming odds. Kakashi had informed Tayuya that she could not kill prisoners unless they attacked her. In a moment of defiance, Tayuya dropped her flute, challenging the situation. Kakashi instructed Anko to take Tayuya to a special cell, then turned his attention to Naruto, who was engaged in battle with Danzo. Confident that Naruto could handle himself, Kakashi decided to check on his genin. Tayuya, however, was not convinced. She scowled at Kakashi, questioning his trust in Anko to assert her alone. Kakashi, seemingly unfazed, watched as Tayuya suddenly collapsed to the ground, unconscious from Anko's swift action. Anko grinned as she dragged Tayuya away, satisfied with her work. Meanwhile, Sasuke felt a frown settle on his face as he and his comrades navigated through Konoha. The village was engulfed in chaos, with Root and Konoha forces locked in fierce combat. Otonins were also present, aiding Root. Shino suggested they help defend Konoha, and Sasuke, unable to locate Kakashi, agreed that they had to do what was right. Kiba, eager for action, charged toward a small group of Otonins attacking Hayate, who was struggling in the fight. Shino followed closely behind to assist his friend. As Sasuke prepared to join them, he found himself suddenly surrounded by a massive wall of earth. An imposing Otonin, who had a glass eye in place of one of his, taunted Sasuke, questioning whether he would surrender or be beaten into SBMison. Sasuke, refusing to back down, formed hand seals and unleashed his Raiton technique, charging at the Otonin. However, Hidetsum easily evaded the attack, watching with amusement as Sasuke's energy dissipated against the earth wall. Hidetsum mocked Sasuke's efforts, and Sasuke retaliated with a fireball technique, catching the Otonin off guard. The two collided against the walls, both sustaining injuries, but to Sasuke's shock, Hidetsum stood unharmed. Disappointed, Hidetsum decided to end the fight decisively. He threw a dart at Sasuke, who was unable to react in time. The dart struck him in the chest, and a numbing sensation spread through his body, rendering him immobile and speechless. As Hidetsum reveled in his victory, the earth wall shattered, revealing Haku and Konan racing through Konoha in search of Orochimaru and other high-profile targets. Konan spotted a giant earth tower and speculated that its creator must be powerful, possibly Orochimaru. Haku, noticing another Otonin approaching, decided to intercept while Konan investigated the tower. The Otonin, having evaded Haku's ice spear barrage, questioned her identity, intrigued by her bloodline ability. Haku calmly stated that he was an enemy of Konoha and must be executed. The Otonin introduced himself as Ryuga Tenma, a star swordsman and loyal vassal of Orochimaru. He displayed his sharpened canines and boasted of his bloodline ability, which allowed him to glean information about others by looking into their eyes. Haku introduced himself, and Ryuga revealed his knowledge of Haku's past, including his connection to Zabuza Momochi, the demon of the mist. Haku was taken aback by Ryuga's ability to read thoughts and weaknesses, but he remained resolute. Ryuga then cast a genjutsu, enveloping Haku in a dark illusion that transformed into a blood-stained battlefield. As Haku navigated the horrific scene, he spotted two figures among the fallen. Despite his efforts to remain composed, he felt a pang of anguish as he recognized Naruto, gravely wounded with a sword through his heart, and Zabuza, lifeless beside him. Haku struggled to convince himself that the vision was not real, his voice trembling as he confronted the painful imagery. Ryuga expressed disbelief in the situation, insisting that what they were witnessing was not an illusion but a vision of the future. Haku struggled to accept this, recalling the respect Naruto had for Zabuza despite their frequent clashes. Ryuga's sinister smirk suggested that Naruto's hesitation in battle would lead to his demise. Overwhelmed by the grim realization, Haku fell to her knees. The dark void around them shattered, revealing the chaos of battle as Konoha's ninja fought against the Root and Oto invaders. Ryuga drew his katana and charged at Haku, who braced herself for the worst. Just as she closed her eyes, expecting the blade to strike, the sound of clashing swords echoed instead. Meanwhile, Jiraiya and Tsunade navigated through Konoha, urgently searching for Orochimaru. Jiraiya lamented that he had hoped Kakashi would have defeated him. Tsunade criticized the Hokage for hiding behind his men, to which Jiraiya pointed out her lack of objection to Enko taking her place. Tsunade sighed, acknowledging the situation and sensing the urgency in the air. They both recognized that Orochimaru was calling to them and resolved to confront him. Shizune rushed to Tsunade, carrying Taunton, and reported that their forces were managing to repel the invaders. She had also dispatched their secret weapons. Tsunade smiled, feeling confident that with those allies, they would win the battle. Sakura and Hinata arrived, breathless and seeking information about the invasion. Jiraiya instructed Shizune to find Asuma and gather all the Jounin to drive the invaders out of Konoha, emphasizing the need to prioritize the enemy before worrying about civilians. With determination, Tsunade and Jiraiya charged toward the Hokage monuments, where Orochimaru awaited them on the head of the Sandaime Hokage. Orochimaru disdainfully remarked that the situation could have been avoided had Minato chosen him over the idiot. Jiraiya landed on Minato's head, confronting Orochimaru. The tension escalated as Orochimaru boasted about surpassing the limits of power. Jiraiya recalled Kakashi's report about the cursed seal on Sasuke and questioned Orochimaru's methods. Orochimaru revealed that he could drain life force from those marked by the cursed seal, shocking Jiraiya and Tsunade. Tsunade prepared for a fight, while Jiraiya expressed confidence in Konoha's resilience against Orochimaru's forces. As Orochimaru prepared a powerful jutsu, Jiraiya and Tsunade sprang into action. Coffins emerged from the Sandaime's head, each marked with a number. Jiraiya charged at Orochimaru, while Tsunade attempted a powerful kick that missed its target but shattered the hair of Sarutobi. The unexpected appearance of the Sandaime and the first two Hokages shocked Jiraiya and Tsunade, who struggled to comprehend the situation. The Shodaime and Nidaime Hokages expressed their pride in the village, while Minato, the Yondaime Hokage, acknowledged Jiraiya and prepared for battle. The scene was set for an epic confrontation. leaving many questions unanswered about the fates of Sasuke and Haku, and the outcome of the battles to come. In a flashback, Minato called upon the Shinigami to seal the Kyuubi within his son, Naruto. The Shinigami appeared, warning Minato of the price, his life. Minato accepted this fate, kissing Naruto goodbye before the Shinigami sealed the Kyuubi within the child. The Shinigami observed the lives of others from its realm, an ancient being of immense power, as the story unfolded in Konoha. It was said that the emotions of humans were a mere shadow compared to those of a being like the Shinigami. However, if rage could be harnessed as a power source, the Shinigami could have fueled an entire galaxy. The Shinigami acknowledged that a deal had been made, a life for a seal, and that deal had been broken. It sensed the distortions in reality as the soul of Minato Uzumaki was forcibly returned to the land of the living, contemplating its next move. It could reclaim Minato's soul along with those of the other Hokage and Orochimaru, or it could destroy the seal and release the Kyuubi. The Shinigami considered itself a fair entity, showing no favoritism to the rich or the poor. It recognized the breach of contract. Meanwhile, Hidetsum, an elite jounin from Oto, confronted Itachi Uchiha, a jounin of Konoha and a member of the Hokage's elite squad. Itachi wore the same outfit he had donned years ago before leaving Konoha, now accompanied by a new head protector and an eye patch over one eye. Hidetsum, dismissive of Itachi's rank, boasted about his own elite status. In a moment of arrogance, he stared directly into Itachi's Sharingan, which led to his own demise as he succumbed to the power of the Uchiha's gaze. Sasuke, unable to move, was lifted by Itachi, who explained that he was now working for Konoha because Danzo had become his enemy. Danzo had orchestrated the massacre of their clan and had attempted to have Itachi killed. As Sasuke was carried, he reflected on how his feelings had changed. He was no longer solely focused on revenge against Itachi but instead felt a sense of gratitude toward his brother, who had always come to his aid in times of trouble. Itachi, noticing Sasuke's gratitude, acknowledged it with a grunt before expressing concern for Sasuke's well-being, particularly regarding a dart still lodged in him. After removing the dart, he playfully tossed Sasuke over his shoulder again. Sasuke grumbled about the rough treatment but recognized the truth in Itachi's words about the village's pampering. They discussed Itachi's eye patch, which was a result of an operation to save his eyesight. Itachi advised Sasuke not to rely on his Sharingan, emphasizing the importance of learning to fight without it. As they moved forward, Konan, a former member of Akatsuki, approached Itachi. She reported that she had come to investigate a giant earth tower and mentioned Haku, who had gone to intercept an enemy ninja. Itachi, sensing a familiar yet unsettling presence, decided to investigate further. He instructed Konan to take Sasuke to the hospital while he headed toward the Chunin exam arena, where a fierce battle was taking place. Naruto was becoming increasingly frustrated as he fought Danzo, who, despite his injuries, continued to fight with relentless determination. Danzo boasted about his strength, claiming to be as powerful as a Jinchuriki. Naruto, realizing he had lost his summoning scroll in the chaos, felt the pressure of the fight mounting. As Danzo launched a barrage of attacks, Naruto found himself on the defensive, struggling to dodge the relentless blows. Just as Naruto was sent crashing against the arena wall, he forced his arm back into place and contemplated calling upon Kyuubi's chakra for assistance. However, the strange seal placed on him prevented access to that power. Determined to turn the tide, Naruto charged at Danzo, ready to unleash a Rasengan. In a moment of desperation, he realized the danger of Danzo's impending attack, which combined fire and wind techniques. As he braced for the impact, expecting pain, he instead felt a peculiar sensation, one of tickling rather than burning. Confused, he looked at the flames enveloping him, which seemed to cling harmlessly to his body. Intrigued by this unexpected turn of events, Naruto wondered what Kyuubi would have to say about this peculiar phenomenon. Naruto performed the hand seals for the summoning technique, intending to call forth Kyuubi in her two-tailed form. However, instead of the usual puff of smoke, flames surrounded him and reformed into an image of Kyuubi. The fiery apparition smiled at him, her voice sounding youthful and vibrant. Kyuubi informed Naruto that he could no longer summon her as he once did. The technique used by Harem had merged their chakra signatures, making them essentially one physical entity. This revelation surprised Naruto, who wondered if this meant he would transform into her. Kyuubi clarified that while he would not turn into her, he had gained her affinity for fire techniques, rendering all fire jutsu ineffective against him. Naruto found this new ability useful, but he was curious if there was more to gain from calling on her chakra. Kyuubi hinted that if he found the Namikaze scrolls, he could learn additional techniques. As they spoke, Danzo, their adversary, prepared to attack with a powerful fire jutsu. Naruto, aware that fire techniques would not harm him, remained unfazed as the flames clung to him harmlessly. With a determined expression, Naruto charged at Danzo, utilizing a Rasengan that absorbed the flames surrounding him, transforming it into a radiant sphere of energy. As he moved the Rasengan towards Danzo's heart, Danzo attempted to evade but was too late, losing one of his arms in the process. With a grin, Naruto continued his assault, landing another devastating kick that shattered another of Danzo's limbs. Danzo, now furious and wounded, emitted a dark, eerie chakra. Just then, Itachi appeared, urging Naruto to leave Danzo to him. Itachi sensed that Jiraiya was outnumbered and believed Naruto was the best hope for victory. Understanding the urgency, Naruto summoned 5 shadow clones and instructed them to place scrolls at designated locations, indicating that he had prepared for contingencies. Meanwhile, Zabuza Momochi, the legendary demon of the mist, confronted Ryuga. Zabuza, unchanged from their first encounter years ago, effortlessly wielded his blade, sending Ryuga staggering back. Ryuga, overwhelmed by fear, questioned Zabuza's nature, to which Zabuza proudly affirmed his identity as a monster. He then unleashed a thick mist that enveloped the area, his voice echoing ominously from all directions. As Ryuga demanded to see Zabuza, he was met with laughter and a challenge. Ryuga charged towards the sound, only to collide with an ice mirror, disoriented and confused. Haku's voice emerged from the mist, chilling and taunting, revealing her favorite jutsu, which had trapped even Naruto in the past. Haku swiftly moved between mirrors, launching a barrage of Senbon at Ryuga, who realized too late the extent of his predicament. Haku expressed her gratitude for Ryuga's earlier actions, acknowledging that they had revealed a flaw within herself. However, she could not forgive him for invading her thoughts. As she activated her mating mark, Ryuga, desperate, activated his curse seal. Haku unleashed a powerful ice technique, shattering the mirrors and encasing Ryuga in a large diamond of ice. With the mist dissipated, Zabuza chuckled. At the sight of Ryuga trapped, Haku, overjoyed to see Zabuza again, rushed to embrace him, sharing her concern for Naruto. Zabuza, intrigued, decided to observe Naruto's progress against Orochimaru, the mastermind behind the invasion. Suddenly, a shattering noise interrupted them as Ryuga emerged from the ice, his form distorted and followed by ghostly afterimages. His eyes were completely white, and he spoke in a disjointed manner, claiming that Orochimaru had granted him power to crush his enemies. 2 of the shadows solidified into faceless versions of Haku and Zabuza, stepping forward to confront the originals. Haku shivered at the sight of her faceless counterpart, while Zabuza dismissed the threat, confident that mere copies could not defeat them. The faceless Haku echoed her real self's voice, challenging them and hinting that they would prove to be more formidable than expected. The tension in the air thickened as the battle continued, with both sides preparing for the inevitable clash. A spear of ice suddenly materialized and shot toward Haku, who skillfully evaded it with a leap. Haku smiled, recognizing the technique used by her faceless opponent. She confidently formed the same jutsu with a single hand, demonstrating her mastery. 12 ice spears surrounded her and flew toward their target, passing through the faceless clones effortlessly. Zabuza scowled, frustrated by the situation. It seemed that while the clones could inflict harm, they were untouchable. Haku acknowledged her dwindling chakra reserves, having expended considerable energy on her techniques. She had also used her mating mark, leaving her without her strongest card. Zabuza, fully energized, understood the need to remain vigilant against the faceless clones. The dense mist created by his clone enveloped them, adding to his annoyance. Jiraiya struggled to defend himself, feeling the strain of fighting against the Shodame and Naidame. Sarutobi and Minato stood at the back, guarding Orochimaru. Although the strength of the Summon Council members was limited, their persistence was draining Jiraiya's chakra, complicating the final confrontation with Orochimaru. Tsunade crashed down with a powerful kick, shattering the Shodame. She felt a pang of regret as she fought against her own relatives. The Shodame disintegrated into dust, thanking her for his release. The Naidame acknowledged Tsunade's strength, remarking on the power of their bloodline. Minato, from the back, interjected with a teasing remark about the Naidame's arrogance, prompting a chuckle from Sarutobi. Minato expressed his frustration at being forced to follow Orochimaru's orders while enduring the banter from his elders. Orochimaru, sensing the approaching chakra, grinned wickedly, hinting at a plan involving Minato's son. Realization dawned on Minato as he understood Orochimaru's intentions. Meanwhile, Naruto charged in, taking advantage of the distraction to attack the Naidame and tear through his ribcage. The Naidame acknowledged Naruto's strength as he turned to dust, leaving Naruto to confront his father and Sarutobi. Tsunade urged Naruto to escape, but he refused, feeling capable of handling the situation. He faced his opponents, realizing the gravity of the moment. Minato scolded Naruto for his language, leading to a brief exchange about their relationship. Naruto expressed his resentment toward Minato for the hardships he faced, despite understanding the necessity of his father's actions. As the tension escalated, both Naruto and Minato prepared for battle. They charged at each other, their attacks colliding in a powerful explosion that sent them both skidding back. Minato threw a kunai, which Naruto caught, but the ensuing punch from Minato sent him flying backward. Jiraiya recognized the technique Minato had used, realizing Naruto was at a disadvantage. However, Naruto, undeterred, taunted Minato, inviting him to try again. As the battle continued, Naruto revealed a crucial fact about the Mangekyo Sharingan, sharing insights he had learned from Itachi Uchiha regarding the risks of using such powerful techniques. The fight intensified, with both sides fully engaged, and the stakes higher than ever as they battled not only for their lives but for the future of Konoha. Itachi had made a significant decision regarding his Sharingan. Rather than relinquishing it entirely, he opted to trade one of his eyes for another's. Naruto, standing before his father, bore the left eye of a Mangekyo Sharingan. He reflected on the experience, considering it the best payment he had ever received for a simple task. Minato, surprised by his son's clever use of a trump card, noted that the Hiraishin was too fast for a Sharingan to replicate. However, Naruto explained that while he might have struggled alone, the heightened senses granted by Kyuubi and the knowledge embedded in his seal allowed him to counter the speed. With a chuckle, he tossed a kunai back at Minato, who caught it instinctively. In an instant, a yellow blur sent Minato crashing into the giant stone representation of his own head. As Naruto's left eye reverted to its normal state, he realized the physical incompatibility of the Mangekyo eye he had received. It required immense power to maintain its activation, and although Kyuubi's healing chakra had changed the eye's color to match his own, his body was still adjusting. He sighed, noting that he had managed to maintain the eye for 4 seconds, but in this instance, 3 seconds had sufficed. Minato, pulling himself from the crater, expressed his admiration for Naruto, acknowledging him as his son. Naruto, however, lamented that he had hoped his father's fall would have been more definitive. Minato boasted about his own strength, reminding Naruto of his past victories, including defeating the Kyuubi. Recognizing Naruto's newfound ability to use Hiraishin, Minato decided it was time to escalate their training. Naruto, sensing the shift in intensity, formed hand seals and unleashed a powerful fire technique. To his surprise, the fireball transformed into a small version of Kyuubi in her true form, charging toward Minato. Minato, excited by the challenge, prepared to counter with his own technique, resulting in a massive explosion that sent debris flying across the arena. Naruto, bemused by Minato's lack of creativity in naming his techniques, questioned their familial connection. Minato, flustered, defended his honor, claiming he had not had the chance to name his abilities before his untimely death. The banter continued, with Naruto expressing disbelief at his father's intelligence, which only prompted Minato to compare Naruto's attitude to that of his mother, Kushina. As the sparring continued, Minato launched a rapid series of punches at Naruto, who struggled to defend against the onslaught. After a powerful uppercut sent him sprawling, Naruto realized it was going to be one of those days. Meanwhile, Shizune found herself in a precarious situation, pinned against a wall by sharp rocks after an ambush by several Otonins. She had quickly been subdued while trying to protect two genin, who were injured but still mobile. Sakura, clutching her bleeding arm, felt the effects of blood loss as her vision blurred. Hinata, also in distress, was targeted relentlessly, preventing her from utilizing her Byakugan effectively. In a moment of desperation, Hinata focused her chakra, hardening her arms to parry the attacks of one of the Otonins. Despite her efforts, she was forced back until a sudden thin blue line appeared across the throats of the attackers. In an instant, the line exploded, and the Otonins fell lifeless to the ground. A cloaked figure emerged from the shadows, inquiring about their well-being. Sakura, struggling to stay conscious, asked for the figure's identity. The woman, sounding reassuring, offered assistance. As Sakura began to collapse, the woman provided her with a blood pill, which would help restore her strength. Hinata, still wary, engaged her Byakugan and questioned the woman's identity, noting her Konoha forehead protector. The woman introduced herself as Rin and proceeded to help Shizune escape her predicament. Elsewhere, Hate was in a dire state, coughing up blood as Shino and Kiba searched for Sasuke. Kiba expressed frustration at Sasuke's disappearance during their fight against the Otonins. Hate, weak but determined, urged them to find their Jounin commander rather than abandon him. Just then, Kakashi appeared, seeking information about Sasuke's whereabouts. Kiba explained the situation, pointing to Hayate's condition. Kakashi, concerned, began to summon his Nin dogs when Konan landed beside him, revealing that Sasuke was in the hospital and had been saved by Itachi. Kakashi was taken aback by the news of Itachi's return to Konoha, having learned that he had acted under Danzo's orders when he had killed his clan. Konan confirmed that Jiraiya had deemed Itachi a good person at heart, despite Tsunade's reservations. With the information shared, Konan prepared to return to the fight, leaving Kakashi to process the implications of Itachi's actions and their impact on Konoha. Kakashi turned to his two remaining genin and the severely injured Hayate, suggesting that they should take him to the hospital. While Naruto and Minato contemplated their next move, Tsunade engaged Orochimaru in battle. She was fatigued, and Orochimaru appeared to possess limitless chakra. Tsunade unleashed her frustration, demanding to know why he would not perish. Orochimaru responded with a sinister laugh, proclaiming himself a god with an invincible soul. Even if she killed him, he could simply transfer his essence into a new body. As he formed hand seals, snakes erupted from his sleeves, ensnaring Tsunade. He taunted her, wishing her enjoyment in hell, and hurled his sword, Kusanagi, toward her. In that moment of despair, Tsunade felt a warm sensation and opened her eyes to see Jiraiya, having intercepted the sword, collapsing to the ground. He had taken the blow meant for her, and his blood trickled down the blade onto her. Tsunade cried out in alarm, rushing to his side as he struggled to speak. Despite his injuries, he insisted that he was too old for such battles. As Jiraiya's form slumped lifelessly to the ground, Tsunade's heart shattered. She mourned the loss of another dear friend, her anger directed at Orochimaru, vowing to take revenge. Just then, Anko landed on the Hokage monuments, carrying the summoning scroll that Naruto had used. She addressed Orochimaru, challenging his confidence and revealing her allegiance. This unexpected turn of events left Tsunade questioning Anko's loyalty and the fate of her comrades. Meanwhile, the battle between Naruto and Minato raged on in the streets of Konoha. Civilians cheered for the Yondaime, while the genin supported Naruto, except for Shikamaru, who found the situation too troublesome. As their fight progressed, Minato managed to corner Naruto in the Uchiha district. Minato acknowledged Naruto's efforts, expressing pride in his son, despite the dire circumstances. Naruto, feeling the weight of exhaustion, insisted he was just getting started. Curiosity piqued, Naruto asked Minato about the name he had given to the Kyuubi. Minato, momentarily distracted, glanced toward the Hokage monuments, contemplating whether to share the story. Jiraiya, ever the instigator, encouraged Minato to divulge the secret, but Minato refused to be drawn into Jiraiya's antics. In a moment of solitude, Minato found himself reflecting on his feelings for Kushina, the woman who captivated him. He often observed her training, mesmerized by her skill and beauty. Despite his status as Hokage, he felt shy and awkward around her, a stark contrast to his usual confident demeanor. Kushina, aware of Minato's admiration, found it amusing yet flattering. As the battle continued, Minato faced an unexpected challenge of his own. While he prided himself on having no weaknesses, he harbored a deep fear of snakes. When a snake approached him, he panicked, demonstrating an exaggerated reaction that left him in a state of distress. The conflict between the characters escalated, intertwining their fates and emotions as they navigated the chaos of battle and personal struggles. In the midst of a training ground, Minato faced a small grass snake, unleashing 2 Rasengan, a series of powerful fire and air jutsu, and tossing several explosive tags at the creature. The result was an explosion that left him disoriented and sprawled on the ground, much to the amusement of Kyuubi and Kushina, who approached him with concern. Kushina waved a hand in front of Minato's eyes, trying to rouse him from his daze. He muttered incoherently about snakes, prompting Kushina to cradle him in her arms, surprised by the singed scent of his hair, which she found oddly appealing. Kyuubi, observing the scene, chuckled to herself, knowing the true reason behind Minato's presence. She had seen his reactions in the village and was aware of his feelings for Kushina, as well as Kushina's own crush on him. As she left the area, she mused about the irony of being called a demon. Gradually, Minato regained his senses, blinking as he felt a gentle hand stroking his hair. Realizing he was leaning against someone, he hoped it was not an overly large man. When he recognized Kushina's voice, he froze, mentally urging himself to remain composed. He claimed to be fine and confirmed her identity, trying to project an air of confidence. Kushina, however, insisted on being formal, which flustered Minato even more. He tried to downplay the situation, adjusting his Hokage robe and attempting to appear charming. Kushina's smile made him stammer, and he found himself lost for words. When she mentioned Kyuubi, Minato's confusion deepened, as he struggled to recall the details of his initiation regarding the legendary creature. Kushina pressed him, curious about his motives for watching them train. Minato, caught off guard, quickly fabricated an excuse about his duty as Hokage to patrol the area. However, his panicked expression revealed his embarrassment. He then blurted out his admiration for her, confessing that he had fallen in love while watching her train. Before he could fully process his words, he was already fleeing the clearing. Kushina, surprised but amused, chased after him, asking if she should be angry for his spying. To her surprise, she found his actions endearing. Minato, still in shock, felt a mix of dread and hope as he realized he might have a chance with her. In a sudden turn, Kushina struck Minato on the head with her staff, scolding him for being a coward. Minato protested, eager to prove his bravery. Kushina proposed a challenge. If he could defeat Kyuubi, she would consider him brave enough for a date. Minato accepted the challenge, determined to prove himself. Kyuubi appeared dramatically, confirming her identity as the nine-tailed demon. Minato, undeterred by her reputation, declared his intent to fight her in the name of bravery and love. Despite his bravado, he was quickly overpowered in their initial encounters, each attempt resulting in him being thrown back. After several rounds of this back and forth, Kushina, tired of watching, finally agreed to go on a date with Minato, even though he had not technically won. Minato, however, was ecstatic, focusing on the outcome rather than the means. His joy was infectious, and he celebrated his victory with exuberance, much to Kyuubi's bemusement. Kyuubi questioned Kushina's feelings for Minato, but she defended him, acknowledging his determination and good heart. As Minato continued to celebrate, his antics brought laughter to the training ground. Later, Naruto, having overheard the story, expressed his disbelief at Minato's antics and the situation with Kyuubi. Minato shrugged off Naruto's comments, accepting the title of King of the Idiots with a grin, knowing that his experiences had only strengthened his resolve and connection to Kushina. The battle reached a critical point as both Minato and Naruto prepared to unleash their final techniques. With a fierce determination, they charged at each other, each intent on claiming victory. The clash of their jutsu resulted in a powerful explosion, sending both fighters sprawling backward. As the dust settled, Naruto attempted to gain the upper hand by launching a dark ball of fire, but Minato skillfully evaded the attack. Naruto, feeling the effects of the fight, wiped the blood from his left eye and contemplated his dwindling chakra reserves. He realized that he needed to immobilize Minato, but the speed of his father made it nearly impossible to land a decisive blow. Suddenly, the world around them shifted to a stark black and white. The Shinigami appeared, declaring that a deal had been made. Minato, desperate, offered his soul to the Shinigami, but the deity insisted that it was not Minato's decision to make. Naruto, refusing to back down, asserted his intention to defeat Minato, even challenging the Shinigami directly. The Shinigami, taken aback by Naruto's audacity, found himself at a loss for words. Naruto proposed a challenge to the Shinigami. If he could defeat Orochimaru, the one who had disrespected the sanctity of life, he would be rewarded. The Shinigami, intrigued by Naruto's confidence, vanished, leaving Minato to chuckle at his son's boldness. Naruto, unfazed, expressed his longing to confront Orochimaru. Meanwhile, Orochimaru, sensing the tension, attempted to manipulate Anko into handing over a scroll. Anko, however, was determined to take control of the situation. After a brief exchange, she used a blood seal to summon QBK, transforming into a powerful form that allowed her to confront Orochimaru directly. In a swift and decisive move, Anko severed Orochimaru's head from his body, declaring that she would be the one to end his life. As Anko joined Tsunade and Jiraiya, they assessed the situation. Jiraiya, though injured, was recovering, and Tsunade began to heal him. Anko revealed that the scroll she had used was a copy, specifically attuned to her blood. Tsunade instructed Anko to ensure Orochimaru was truly dead, granting her permission to use any method she saw fit. Anko, with a glint of mischief in her eyes, approached Orochimaru's lifeless form, testing his state with a series of brutal actions. Tsunade watched, torn between concern for the treatment of Orochimaru's body and a sense of justice for the pain he had caused. After a few moments, Anko confirmed that Orochimaru was indeed dead, prompting a sigh of relief from Tsunade. However, the moment of triumph was short-lived. A massive white-scaled snake emerged from the remnants of Orochimaru, revealing a new threat. The snake grew larger, dwarfing the Hokage monument, leaving Anko and Tsunade in a state of shock. With their chakra depleted, they realized they needed assistance. Jiraiya, despite his injuries, suggested that Naruto might be able to summon help. Anko quickly set off to find Naruto, while Tsunade and Jiraiya exchanged worried glances. Jiraiya, despite his condition, attempted to lighten the mood, revealing that he had taken the attack for Tsunade to avoid the burden of paperwork in her absence. Tsunade, overwhelmed with emotion, expressed her fear of losing everyone she cared about. Jiraiya comforted her, offering support as she let her tears flow. Tsunade felt a wave of relief wash over her as she reassured herself and those around her that they were all fine. However, the emotional weight of the situation was heavy, and she sobbed, expressing her fear and vulnerability. Jiraiya, determined to comfort her, promised to do everything in his power to prevent her from experiencing such pain again. Despite his own injuries, he tried to lighten the mood, but Tsunade's reaction to his familiar nickname for her was swift and forceful. As she fell asleep, tears still on her cheeks, Jiraiya sighed, reflecting on the complexities of women and men alike, acknowledging his confusion about both. Meanwhile, Naruto was in a dire situation, clutching his bleeding arm amidst the devastation of the Uchiha district. The aftermath of a fierce battle between him and his father, Minato, left both of them exhausted. Minato smiled at his son, acknowledging Naruto's growth as a fighter, which Naruto appreciated, knowing how high the compliment was coming from his father. However, as the fight continued, Naruto realized he was running low on chakra, contemplating his next move. He felt desperation creeping in, fearing he might lose and reflecting on all he had yet to accomplish in his life. As the battle raged on, Minato launched a series of kunai at Naruto, who managed to evade them but was ultimately caught off guard by a kick that sent him crashing into a house. As he lay there, unable to move, he grappled with the reality of his situation, feeling a deep sense of loss and regret for the things he had yet to achieve. In another part of the village, Konohamaru was having a challenging day. He was being pursued by an Otonin after witnessing the theft of Naruto's scroll. Determined not to let his mentor down, he navigated through the village, trying to shake off his pursuer. Since Naruto had taught him the Kage Bunshin technique, Konohamaru had taken to calling him boss, a title that reflected his admiration and respect. As he practiced his skills, Konohamaru felt a surge of confidence, hoping to avenge his grandfather. Naruto had recognized his progress and promised to teach him more advanced techniques, which thrilled the young boy. However, as he faced the Otonin, he knew he had to rely on his training and wits to survive. In a moment of desperation, Konohamaru executed the Kage Bunshin technique, creating a clone that, while not perfect, would serve as a distraction. He quickly hid, hoping to outsmart his pursuer. The Otonin, frustrated by the sudden turn of events, was caught off guard by the clone's boldness. As the clone charged, it triggered an explosive tag that Konohamaru had cleverly placed, resulting in a dramatic explosion that sent debris flying. With the Otonin defeated, Konohamaru felt a rush of triumph, knowing he had taken a significant step toward becoming a true ninja, one worthy of Naruto's mentorship. As he caught his breath, he realized that he was not just fighting for himself but for the legacy of those who had come before him, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. Kono decided this was the appropriate moment to be sick and did so in the bin he had been hiding in. Kurenai rushed around the corner, concerned for his well-being. Konohamaru pulled himself upright, insisting that she needed to deliver a scroll to their leader. He mentioned Naruto, and Kurenai noted the summoning scroll in his hand. Exhausted, Konohamaru slumped forward and collapsed, fatigue finally taking over. Kurenai picked up both the boy and the scroll, taking a moment to assess the situation. She noted the devastation around them and felt a sense of pride for Konohamaru's bravery, despite the significant gap in their abilities. She smiled at the thought that Naruto would be proud of him. With a plan in mind, she decided to take him to the hospital for a checkup before delivering the scroll to Naruto. Meanwhile, Naruto was waiting, feeling somewhat foolish as he stood up and noticed nothing was happening. Enko, who was with him, commented on the oddity of the situation and reassured him that it was a common problem for men his age. Naruto scowled, frustrated that his technique was not working. Enko tilted her head, questioning whether he was performing the correct hand seals. Naruto explained that the jutsu did not require hand seals but was still puzzled by its failure. Enko suggested using his special sword to win, but Naruto informed her that it had been stolen. Just then, he found himself standing on the head of the full-sized Kyuubi no Yuko. Enko expressed her excitement, and Naruto steadied himself, realizing that Kyuubi had been summoned. Kyuubi, sounding somewhat ashamed, admitted she had been half asleep during the summoning. As Naruto lowered himself and prepared for battle, he held onto Kyuubi's head while she leapt off the Hokage monument, ready to confront Orochimaru. Kyuubi chuckled at the sight of Orochimaru, noting how strange he looked. Naruto realized Enko had summoned a comfortable chair, several bottles of sake, and plates of dango for herself, preparing for the upcoming fight. Kyuubi found Enko's actions amusing and appreciated her company. Naruto had devised a clever strategy using chakra amplification seals he had created for his clones. Each clone held a significant portion of his chakra, allowing him to summon Kyuubi's formidable presence without depleting his own strength. This technique had taken weeks to perfect, but it enabled him to call upon Kyuubi's power effectively. As Kakashi dispatched the last of the Otonins, he nodded to his team, inquiring about their status. Kiba confirmed that their comrade was still holding on. Shino gazed in amazement as Kyuubi stepped between Orochimaru and the village, realizing the significance of the moment. Kakashi murmured that the Kyuubi was now protecting the very village she had once sought to destroy. Irika led the students into the academy, noting the giant fox standing guard against the impending threat. Asuma, who had been helping Irika, remarked on the irony that the village's worst nightmare had become its savior. Ryuga, confused, shouted out in disbelief at the unfolding events. Zabuza chuckled at the sight of Kyubi, recognizing that Naruto had become serious about the fight. Haku, evading an attack from her faceless clone, urged them to hurry if they wanted to witness the battle. Danzo staggered backward, bloodied and in disbelief at the sight of Kyubi. Itachi, having easily overpowered Danzo without activating his Sharingan, noted the Kyubi's return but remained confident that Naruto had everything under control. Danzo, in a desperate attempt to regain some power, pointed at Kyubi, but Itachi dismissed his concerns, revealing his own monstrous nature as he activated his Mangekyo Sharingan. He promised Danzo a fate of fear and pain for the next 72 hours. Meanwhile, Hinata sat in the hospital, allowing the nurses to treat her injuries. Niji entered and asked if she was all right, noticing her bad mood. Hinata expressed her frustration, revealing that her motivation for entering the exams was to prove her worth to Naruto. Niji advised her to seek worth in her own eyes, suggesting that if Naruto could not accept her for who she was, he was a fool. Surprised by Niji's unexpected kindness, Hinata questioned whether her victory over him had changed his perspective. Niji acknowledged that she had shown him the truth about destiny, which is shaped by individual choices. He encouraged her to stop trying to impress Naruto and instead focus on being happy with herself. Niji concluded by emphasizing the importance of self-acceptance and living by her own standards, not by Naruto's. Hinata was deemed combat-ready by the nurse, who suggested caution. However, Niji was eager to leave, emphasizing that the battle continued and they were genin. He turned to Hinata, expressing their intent to show the invaders what Konoha was truly capable of. Hinata stood up, filled with determination, ready to join the fight. Meanwhile, Hanabi, the youngest of the Hyuga clan, overheard the conversation and felt a strong longing to join her sister and Niji in battle. Hayashi, their father, placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder, telling her to be patient, as her time would come. Hanabi protested, feeling left out while her sister and cousin prepared to confront the enemy. Just then, several Otonin burst into the hospital, prompting Hayashi to activate his Byakugan and swiftly eliminate the intruders, showcasing the strength of the Hyuga clan. In another part of the battlefield, Tsum, Hana's mother, was engaged in combat. Hana playfully chided her mother for being overly enthusiastic, to which Tsum responded that she hadn't had a chance to fight in a while. Hana teased her mother about being single, while they both continued to fend off the enemy. Tsum noted that Hana also lacked a partner, but Hana insisted she had other outlets for her energy. As the battle raged on, Tsum wondered if the Hyuga were up for a brawl, but Hana suggested they ask the Nara clan instead. Tsum dismissed the idea, claiming the Nara were too lazy, but Hana pointed out that the women might be different. Tsum acknowledged this with a grin. Meanwhile, Orochimaru, the notorious enemy, was confronted by Naruto and Kyubi. Naruto was surprised by the sight of a giant talking snake and joked about capturing it for profit. Kyubi, feeling confident, suggested they simply eliminate Orochimaru instead. Naruto summoned an army of clones, each preparing to attack, but Orochimaru countered with a swarm of snakes that destroyed the clones before they could launch their assault. Kyubi laughed at Naruto's misfortune, but Naruto remained focused, determined to defeat Orochimaru. Anko, who was riding on Kyubi's back, cheered him on, adding her own playful banter. Naruto acknowledged her support but expressed his disinterest in pursuing a relationship with her, despite her playful encouragement. As the battle continued, Kyubi questioned Anko's state, suspecting she might be intoxicated due to her carefree singing about defeating Orochimaru. Naruto, undeterred, prepared for a surprise attack, setting off a series of explosions around Orochimaru. The giant snake was momentarily disoriented, allowing Naruto to take advantage of the situation. Orochimaru, however, was not easily defeated. He boasted about his ability to heal himself by sacrificing those under his cursed seal. Naruto realized the urgency of the situation, knowing that Orochimaru's actions could endanger Sasuke and others. Kyubi suggested they continue their assault, but Naruto hesitated, concerned for his friends. As the battle unfolded, Haku found herself struggling against the faceless copies of her enemies, which were difficult to hit due to their ability to become incorporeal. Zabuza, fighting alongside her, expressed his frustration at the relentless attacks they faced. The fight was intense, with both sides determined to emerge victorious, showcasing the strength and resilience of Konoha against the invading forces. Zabuza had managed to dispel his mimics with little difficulty, but his inability to harm his opponents was becoming increasingly frustrating. He decided to resort to a powerful technique, swirling his blade around his head and instructing Haku to step aside. Haku complied without hesitation, leaping out of the way. Zabuza continued to whirl the blade until the wind whipped around him, and with a swift motion, he brought the blade down. There was no incantation, no gathering of chakra, and no warning before Ryuga's left arm fell to the ground, cleanly severed. Zabuza grinned, declaring his technique to be his ultimate assassination move, the silent blade. Haku expressed admiration for Zabuza's skill, but Ryuga responded with a mocking laugh, questioning if that was all Zabuza had. Zabuza assured him that it was all he needed, and with a powerful strike, the building behind Ryuga split and collapsed onto him, crushing him beneath the debris. Haku blinked in surprise, realizing the attack had been so precise that it had sliced through a building, leading to Ryuga's downfall. The two faceless copies of Ryuga flickered out of existence, and Zabuza acknowledged his continued prowess with a nod, feeling a sense of accomplishment. Haku suggested they go see Naruto, but Zabuza felt a twinge of disappointment at Haku's lack of enthusiasm. Nevertheless, he agreed to the idea. Meanwhile, Itachi had just finished off Danzo, reflecting that it was a personal vendetta for attempting to manipulate him into killing Sasuke. He glanced up to see the Kyuubi unleashing blasts of chakra at Orochimaru but deemed it unimportant. Itachi's concern was for Sasuke, and he hoped he was mistaken about the situation. Upon entering the hospital, everything appeared normal at first. A nurse approached him with a smile, asking how she could assist. Itachi inquired about Sasuke's room, and the nurse, noticing his resemblance to Sasuke, asked if he was a relative. Itachi confirmed this, and as they walked down the hallway, the nurse mentioned hearing about the massacre of his clan. Itachi explained that he had been elsewhere when it happened. When they reached the room, the nurse's demeanor changed dramatically. She dropped her clipboard in shock, and Itachi's heart sank as he peered inside. There was no sign of Sasuke, only a gaping hole where the wall had been. The nurse exclaimed that someone had broken in and stolen Sasuke. Itachi's voice turned cold as he questioned how no one had heard anything. The nurse stammered that there should have been guards present. Itachi's instincts kicked in, and he suspected the involvement of Root Anbu. He rushed to the hole in the wall, knowing that whoever was responsible would be long gone. The nurse apologized, bowing her head in regret. Itachi instructed her to inform the Hokage, stating his name with a sense of urgency. Just then, Jiraiya entered the room, interrupting the conversation. Itachi turned to him, seeking answers. Jiraiya reassured Itachi that they had a spy planted among the traitors. He promised to inform Itachi when they received information about Sasuke's whereabouts, allowing him to lead a squad to reclaim his brother. Itachi, however, felt a sense of dread at the thought of anything happening to Sasuke. Jiraiya acknowledged his concern but emphasized that if Naruto defeated Orochimaru, the enemy would likely use Sasuke as leverage. Itachi left the room, feeling a mix of frustration and determination. Jiraiya shivered at the thought of dealing with Itachi, noting how intimidating he was. Tsunade entered, ready to assist, and the two of them had taken soldier pills, preparing for battle. Jiraiya, however, was feeling unwell, suffering from a fever and lightheadedness. As they moved through the hospital, Tsunade suggested that Jiraiya could join the fight, but he expressed his longing to stay with her instead. He gazed out the window, watching as Konoha's defenders pushed back the remaining invaders. Tsunade frowned at his reluctance, prompting Jiraiya to hesitate before admitting that he didn't want to fight. He ducked to avoid a playful punch from Tsunade, who scolded herself for her reaction. Jiraiya reflected on the complexities of relationships, realizing how one could see someone in a new light after years of familiarity. He touched the spot where Tsunade had once cried on his shoulder, understanding the depth of their connection. Anko's cheerful voice broke his thoughts as she encouraged the others to join the fight. Kurenai landed beside her, bringing gifts and catching Naruto's attention with a scroll she tossed to him. Naruto was curious about the scroll's origin, and Kurenai explained that it had been claimed by Konohamaru from an enemy ninja, leaving further details to be uncovered by Naruto himself. As Naruto summoned QBK, he prepared for the next steps in their plan, contemplating how to deal with Orochimaru. QB suggested a strategy, but Naruto realized the difficulty of accessing Orochimaru's chakra network. Despite the challenges, Naruto was determined to confront Orochimaru, devising a plan that involved overwhelming him in battle. He acknowledged the slim chances of success but remained resolute. Anko urged everyone to resume fighting, and Kurenai agreed, ready to support the cause. The atmosphere was charged with anticipation as they prepared for the next confrontation. Naruto stood in a clearing, gazing up at the enormous snake that loomed before him. He felt a surge of determination as he prepared to confront Orochimaru. The urgency of the situation weighed heavily on him. If he did not act quickly, Kyuubi would vanish due to a lack of chakra, leaving the village vulnerable to destruction. As Kyuubi charged toward Orochimaru, she left a path of uprooted trees in her wake. The collision between the two titans created a sound wave so powerful that it momentarily silenced Tayuya, who was trapped in her chakra-stealing prison cell. The battle was intense, and the stakes were high. Naruto's plan hinged on his ability to keep Orochimaru occupied while his allies strategized. Meanwhile, in Konoha, the council members plotted against Naruto, their disdain for him palpable. One council member noticed a giant red ball hurtling toward him, only to be met with an explosion that silenced his scheming. As the battle raged on, Kakashi grimaced in pain, clutching his wounded arm while Kurenai bandaged him. They watched over their genin, who were engaged in heated discussions about strategy. Jiraiya had gathered the remaining forces to devise a plan while Naruto kept Orochimaru distracted. The invaders had been repelled with the help of Suna and the skill of Konoha's forces, but the situation remained dire. Kurenai's sharp retort to Kakashi's complaints only added to the tension. She finished bandaging him and informed him that Naruto was still alive, but his chakra reserves were dwindling. Gaara approached them with news that the Kyuubi was also nearing her limit. In the midst of the chaos, Anko fought fiercely against Orochimaru, her kunai finding its mark as she plunged it into his scaled hide. Naruto, determined to deal as much damage as possible, leaped from Kyuubi to attack Orochimaru directly. Despite their efforts, the snake's regenerative abilities proved formidable, and their attacks seemed to have little effect. As Naruto unleashed a powerful technique, he realized that he needed to act decisively. He retrieved a three-pronged kunai, a relic from a past battle, and aimed for Orochimaru's eye. The strike was successful, eliciting a shriek from the monstrous serpent. With a burst of speed, Naruto activated a teleportation technique, appearing on Orochimaru's head. However, the exertion left him dizzy, and before he could regain his balance, Orochimaru retaliated, sending him flying and swallowing him whole. Inside the creature, Naruto found himself in a grotesque environment, surrounded by pulsing flesh and a sickly green glow. He felt a wave of disgust wash over him as he attempted to free himself from the encroaching mass. Sensing an approaching presence, he called out, but received no response. With his chakra nearly depleted, he contemplated his options, knowing he had to find a way to escape this dire situation. As he ventured deeper into the creature's belly, he encountered remnants of past victims, a grim reminder of the stakes at hand. Naruto found himself in a dark and unsettling place, where the walls pulsed and shifted around him. He was acutely aware of the strange environment, especially as he noticed the unsettling sounds emanating from within. Orochimaru's presence loomed large, and Naruto felt a mix of dread and determination. As he navigated this grotesque landscape, he realized that Orochimaru was not merely a memory but a formidable opponent, manifesting in a grotesque form. Naruto's resolve hardened as he prepared to confront this twisted version of his enemy. He charged forward, wielding his power, determined to defeat Orochimaru once and for all. Despite his efforts, Orochimaru seemed to regenerate effortlessly, taunting Naruto with each failed attempt. The battle was fierce, and Naruto's frustration grew as he faced the relentless onslaught of Orochimaru's flesh. The stakes were high, and Naruto's anger fueled his determination to avenge those who had fallen, including Sarutobi, whom Orochimaru had killed at the behest of Danzo. Meanwhile, Jiraiya and Tsunade watched from a distance, their hearts heavy with the weight of loss and the longing for revenge. Tsunade's grief for Naruto's fate ignited a fierce determination within her, while Jiraiya recognized the emotional toll it was taking on her. Despite his concerns, Tsunade refused to step back, driven by her need to support Naruto. Anko, ever the optimist, reassured her friends that Naruto was still alive, believing in his ability to fight against overwhelming odds. The other shinobi prepared themselves for the impending battle, each grappling with their own fears and hopes. The genin, inspired by their teachers, steeled themselves for the fight ahead, acknowledging the risks but also the necessity of their roles as warriors. As the tension mounted, the group united, ready to charge into battle against Orochimaru. They were fueled by a mix of determination, camaraderie, and the longing to protect their fallen comrades. Each member of the team understood the gravity of the situation, and they were prepared to face whatever challenges lay ahead. Naruto's fury reached its peak as he confronted Orochimaru, vowing to avenge Sarutobi and honor the memory of his father. The battle was not just about survival, it was a fight for justice and retribution. As he clashed with Orochimaru, Naruto's resolve only strengthened, and he was determined to emerge victorious, no matter the cost. Naruto felt a surge of anger as he confronted Orochimaru, who had summoned a weakened version of his father to attack Konoha. Although Naruto had little regard for the village, he knew how much his father had loved it, and using him as a tool for destruction was unacceptable. As he struggled with his emotions, he could hear Kyuubi's voice urging him to take action, but the connection between them was fragile. Orochimaru, relishing the chaos, continued his transformation, confident in his immortality. Naruto, determined to fight back, completed his own transformation, enveloped in a red chakra that sparked with energy. However, he soon realized that his chakra levels were only at their usual state, even in this enhanced form. Kyuubi's frustration echoed in his mind as the emotional turmoil disrupted their bond, forcing him back to his original state. Frustrated, Naruto lamented the difficulty of mastering the technique. Orochimaru, intrigued by Naruto's abilities, decided he wanted to claim that power for himself. As Orochimaru lunged forward, Naruto narrowly dodged the attack and unleashed a powerful Rasengan, tearing through the monstrous form that Orochimaru had created. However, as he attempted to move away, he found himself ensnared by the remnants of the creature, its slimy skin quickly covering his body and tightening around him. Meanwhile, Jiraiya and Tsunade were struggling against Orochimaru's overwhelming power. They had charged at him with their summons, only to be easily brushed aside. The remaining ninjas, despite their numbers, were unable to make a significant impact. Jiraiya expressed his frustration at their lack of effective strategies, while Kakashi suggested they needed a powerful attack to find a weak point in Orochimaru's defenses. As they discussed their options, a cloaked figure approached to assist Tsunade, healing her injuries. Jiraiya was curious about the newcomer, noting the familiarity of her voice. Kakashi, sensing something off, questioned whether they had met before, but the cloaked figure remained vague. With a sense of urgency, Kakashi decided to rejoin the battle, leaving Jiraiya and Tsunade to devise a plan. Tsunade, despite the dire situation, maintained her optimism, believing they would find a way to prevail. Jiraiya, trying to lighten the mood, joked about their predicament, while Tsunade playfully challenged him to a bet on their survival. As they exchanged banter, the atmosphere lightened momentarily, but the seriousness of their situation loomed over them. In a different realm, Naruto found himself trapped in darkness, unable to move. Orochimaru appeared before him, boasting about his impending victory. However, Kyuubi and Harem soon joined Naruto, ready to confront Orochimaru. They revealed that Orochimaru's attempt to take over Naruto's body had backfired due to the strength of the Namake's bloodline, which was designed to contain multiple souls. As Orochimaru struggled to escape, he realized he was trapped within Naruto's mind. The landscape shifted from darkness to Konoha, where both Naruto and Orochimaru regained their ability to move. Orochimaru, confident in his ability to seize control, prepared to fight. However, Naruto was the first to strike, launching a powerful punch that sent Orochimaru reeling. The snake Sannin was taken aback, realizing that conventional jutsu were ineffective in this realm where willpower and soul strength reigned supreme. As Orochimaru staggered to his feet, Naruto charged again, unleashing a flurry of attacks reminiscent of his father's fighting style. Orochimaru, realizing he was at a disadvantage, attempted to counter, but Naruto's determination and the support of Kyuubi and Harem gave him the upper hand. The battle was not just a physical confrontation, it was a clash of wills, with Naruto fighting not only for himself but for the legacy of his father and the future of Konoha. Naruto faced Orochimaru, who had been rendered immobile. The situation had shifted dramatically, and Naruto felt a surge of confidence as he emerged from the cocoon of flesh that had confined him. Despite his initial belief that he had absorbed Orochimaru, he was surprised to find the snake still alive. Realizing the challenge ahead, he prepared himself for the fight. Meanwhile, Jiraiya struggled to devise a plan to defeat his former ally. He had relocated Tsunade and the cloaked medical ninja to a nearby building, which was now missing its roof. Tsunade inquired about Jiraiya's progress, but he admitted he was at a loss for ideas. Just then, Anko approached with a grin, announcing that Orochimaru had stopped regenerating. This news brought a smile to Jiraiya's face, and he welcomed the prospect of finally gaining the upper hand. Anko expressed her eagerness to resume the fight, and Jiraiya turned to the cloaked medical ninja, Rin, asking about her presence. Rin explained that she had come to check on an old patient, only to discover he had been consumed. When Tsunade realized she was referring to Naruto, Rin revealed that she had performed a significant operation on him, involving a transplant of Itachi Uchiha's Sharingan. This revelation surprised Jiraiya, who learned that Rin had hoped never to perform such an operation again, but was relieved that both patients had survived this time. Curiosity piqued, Jiraiya asked about the risks associated with the operation. Rin clarified that while the procedure itself did not carry a high chance of failure, one of her teammates had died during a mission, and his last wish had been for his Sharingan to be transplanted to another squad member. Kakashi then emerged from behind the ruins, confirming Rin's story and expressing his surprise at seeing her alive. As they discussed their past, Kakashi emphasized the urgency of their current situation, insisting they focus on defeating Orochimaru before addressing personal matters. With a shared understanding, they resolved to take down the formidable foe, buoyed by the knowledge that he was no longer regenerating. Meanwhile, Naruto pondered his situation, questioning how much longer he could survive within Orochimaru's stomach. He considered his options, contemplating the possibility of using his Rasengan to escape. Suddenly, he felt a presence in his mind. Orochimaru's voice echoed, revealing that he was trapped within Naruto's consciousness. The realization struck Naruto that he could only hear Orochimaru because their mental wavelengths were aligned. Orochimaru explained that he had merged with Manda, the king of the snake summons, and that to defeat him, Naruto needed to find and destroy his physical body. Although Orochimaru was reluctant to provide information, Naruto cleverly deduced a way to access Orochimaru's mind by embracing his own arrogance. As he focused on this trait, he transformed, gaining some of Orochimaru's characteristics and memories. With newfound determination, Naruto ventured deeper into the snake's body, navigating through tight spaces as he recalled Orochimaru's past, including the cursed seal techniques. He contemplated using this knowledge to enhance his own abilities, considering the potential for drawing power from others without harming his allies. Eventually, he arrived at the center of the giant snake, where he discovered a glowing tablet and Orochimaru's body, surprisingly peaceful in appearance. Naruto resisted the urge to dissect the body, deciding instead to leave it as a gift for Anko. With a sense of purpose, he picked up Orochimaru's body, ready to confront the challenges that lay ahead. Manda had not yet dispersed, and Orochimaru sighed, acknowledging that he still had some chakra left. Naruto closed his eyes and activated the Hiraishin no Jutsu. Jiraiya and Tsunade stood ready to launch another attack against the giant snake when a large chunk of flesh exploded from the creature and a yellow flash shot out of its mouth. A figure emerged, wrenching a kunai from the snake's head and throwing it to Jiraiya, who caught it. Recognizing the kunai, Jiraiya began to speak, but a streak of yellow suddenly thundered toward them. Naruto reclaimed the kunai and dropped Orochimaru's lifeless body. Jiraiya and Tsunade took up fighting stances, furious at Orochimaru's actions. Naruto, feeling a mix of confusion and frustration, checked his reflection in the Yandame's kunai and realized he resembled the sinister Snake Man. Orochimaru's voice echoed in his mind, taunting him about their resemblance. Naruto declared his identity, insisting he was Naruto and pointing to Orochimaru's corpse. Tsunade laughed, noting that while he might have taken on some of Orochimaru's features, she would recognize her own son, even if he was not blood-related. Naruto rubbed his forehead, pondering how he could prove his identity. Jiraiya pulled out two pictures, one depicting a naked Anko and the other a masked Kakashi. Naruto felt disturbed by the images, especially the one of Kakashi, and Jiraiya grinned, noting that Orochimaru would have been intrigued by the pictures. Orochimaru suggested that Naruto should take a closer look at the picture, but Naruto vehemently refused. Desperate to break the mental link with Orochimaru, Naruto turned to Anko, who was unsure how to react to someone who looked so much like her former sensei. Apologizing, Naruto unexpectedly pressed his head against Anko, and a burst of chakra erupted from him, revealing his original form. With a revitalized appearance, Naruto grinned, and Anko recognized him, beaming with excitement. Tsunade questioned the situation, and Jiraiya asked if Naruto had learned more about his bloodline. Naruto explained that his bloodline had defeated Orochimaru, who had attempted to possess him but ended up becoming a part of him instead. Tsunade hugged Naruto tightly, almost crushing him, while Naruto internally lamented the situation. As Orochimaru's voice continued to annoy him, Naruto expressed a longing for Kyuubi's voice instead. Tsunade grew concerned, realizing Naruto could hear Orochimaru. When she asked what Orochimaru was saying, Naruto shivered and insisted that she did not want to know. He then presented Anko with an Orochimaru piñata, which excited her as she began to cut it open, discovering Kusanagi inside. With the excitement of the moment, Jiraiya turned to Naruto, asking what they would do about the giant snake still attacking. Naruto confidently instructed everyone to fall back, assuring them he would handle the situation. Tsunade expressed her concern, and Jiraiya sounded the retreat. As Naruto approached the giant snake, he felt the presence of Orochimaru and Kyuubi in his mind. Orochimaru informed him that Kyuubi wanted him to rip the snake into pieces, while Harem, another presence, offered a powerful technique called the Namikaze's secret art, Kankai. Naruto focused on the images of the souls within him and channeled his chakra, forming the necessary hand seals. With a burst of smoke, 3 figures appeared beside him, each looking around in confusion. Orochimaru was thrilled to have a body again, while Kyuubi, in her two-tailed form, prepared for battle. Harem explained that they could each perform one attack on the target, but Naruto had no control over their actions. He eagerly pointed at the giant snake, which seemed curious about what would happen next, and together they prepared for the confrontation. As the battle raged on, a powerful technique was unleashed. A fiery sphere, infused with the essence of a Rasengan, blazed with the intensity of the sun. Harem, demonstrating his prowess, launched a massive chunk of earth toward the giant snake, his form vanishing as the attack was executed. The impact was heard with a sickening crunch, signaling that the giant snake had sustained serious injuries. Orochimaru, with a sinister grin, summoned his own Rasengan. Both he and Kyuubi charged at the giant snake, their attacks colliding with devastating force. While Orochimaru's technique caused less damage than Naruto's, Kyuubi's Rasengan detonated, tearing a significant chunk from the snake's body. The 2 figures had already dispersed before the explosion could wreak further havoc. The giant snake, in agony, lunged at Naruto, who skillfully leaped over the creature's clumsy attack. Determined to finish the battle, Naruto summoned the last of his chakra reserves to create 1,000 clones, each wielding a Rasengan. The excitement in the air was palpable as Anko cheered, anticipating the CLMX of the confrontation. With a fierce determination, Naruto executed his ultimate technique, unleashing a barrage of Rasengan spheres that rained down upon the giant snake's head. The resulting explosion left nothing but a bloody stump where the creature's head had once been. The victory was met with exuberant cheers from Anko and the other Konoha ninjas, who celebrated Naruto's triumph. As he collapsed from chakra exhaustion, the last sight he beheld was the smiling faces of his comrades chanting his name. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, tension filled the air. Jiraiya was furious, his anger simmering just below the surface. He firmly declared that he would not execute Naruto, who had just saved the village. A group of council members argued that Naruto posed a threat, insisting that he should be eliminated while he was incapacitated. Their words were cut short when Sum Inuzuka, acting on instinct, eliminated one of the speakers with a swift strike. She grinned, revealing her sharp canines, and addressed the remaining council members with disdain. As the situation escalated, Itachi Uchiha, a figure shrouded in mystery, entered the fray. The council members recoiled in fear, realizing that their threats held no weight against such a powerful ninja. Itachi made it clear that he would not allow anyone to endanger the village's safety. The remaining council members, recognizing the futility of their position, quickly retreated, leaving Tsum and Hayashi Hyuga to confront Jiraiya. In a serious tone, Hayashi inquired about the purpose of their meeting and the recruitment of Itachi. Jiraiya explained that Itachi had never been a criminal and revealed the council's treachery in ordering the assassination of the Uchiha clan. Tsum expressed her frustration at not being present during such a critical moment, while Hayashi echoed her sentiments. Jiraiya announced the disbandment of the civilian council, asserting that Konoha would now be governed solely by the Hokage's authority. The conversation shifted to Sasuke's recent kidnapping. Jiraiya requested the best trackers from both Tsum and Hayashi, acknowledging the exceptional skills of the Inuzuka and the Byakugan. He needed their expertise to locate Sasuke without risking the safety of Konoha's forces. Tsum offered to send her sister Hana, while Hayashi mentioned branch members who could assist. Jiraiya expressed gratitude for their cooperation, knowing that Itachi was eager to find his brother. As the meeting concluded, Itachi voiced his concerns about Sasuke's safety, fearing that without Orochimaru, Sasuke's captors might resort to drastic measures. Jiraiya reassured him, expressing confidence that Sasuke would be all right. Itachi left the office, burdened by worry but determined to act. Jiraiya exchanged a nod with Tsunade, who began to clear the room of the fallen council members. As he contemplated Zabuza's request to join Konoha, he felt a sense of optimism about the future. In a surreal moment, Naruto found himself face to face with the Shinigami, a figure of immense power. The Shinigami acknowledged Naruto's success in binding Orochimaru and informed him that should he perish, so would Orochimaru. The Shinigami then granted Naruto a new title, one that allowed him to store and manipulate souls, enhancing his already formidable abilities. As the Shinigami faded away, Naruto was left with a sense of uncertainty about the future. The Shinigami's departure marked a new chapter in Naruto's journey, one filled with potential and challenges yet to come. If only Naruto had known how annoying the situation would become, he might have reconsidered his decision to exchange his soul for the sealing of the Kyuubi. Now, he could finally return to his dark and mysterious self, free from the incessant lamentations about never tasting ramen again. Naruto awoke in a hospital bed, surrounded by gifts and tokens of gratitude from the villagers of Konoha, celebrating him as their savior. A nurse entered the room, her face bright with a smile, and informed him that he had received a special gift from Mr. Ichiraku, a large bowl of ramen. As the delicious aroma wafted through the air, Naruto's eyes filled with tears of joy. Life was indeed good. Minato, watching through his son's eyes, felt a swell of pride as Naruto devoured the entire bowl of ramen. He couldn't help but smile at his son's enthusiasm. Meanwhile, Kyuubi, who was also present, playfully poked Minato, drawing him back into their ongoing game. The souls bound to Naruto had found a way to pass the time by playing card games together. They were currently engaged in a simple game of pontoon, which Minato found easier to grasp than poker. As they played, Minato glanced at his cards and decided to stick. Orochimaru revealed his hand, showing a 9 of clubs and a queen of spades, totaling 18. Kyuubi followed with her own cards, which added up to 18 as well. Harem, however, triumphantly declared 20 with a jack and king of diamonds. When it was Minato's turn, he revealed an ace and king of hearts, achieving 21. The others groaned in defeat, and Minato, with a grin, chose an item for the loser to remove, which happened to be Kyuubi's bra. She complied, leaving her in just her underwear, much to the amusement of Minato and Harem. As the game continued, Minato eventually lost and was instructed to remove his shirt. Kyuubi and Orochimaru admired his muscular physique, and for a moment, life felt perfect. Anko entered the interrogator's office with a grin, greeted by Ibiki, who was ready for a busy day of interrogating Otonin. Anko felt a surge of excitement at the prospect of being able to conduct the interrogations freely. Life was good. For everyone involved, life seemed to be going well. Even Shikamaru allowed himself a small smile at the current state of affairs, but this tranquility lasted only a few minutes. Naruto burst into the office, having just finished his ramen, and requested permission to leave the village. Jiraiya, who was present, immediately refused, concerned about Naruto's safety. Naruto explained that he had relied too much on Kyuubi's powers and needed to travel to Iwa to learn his family's jutsu. Jiraiya was hesitant, questioning the wisdom of allowing Naruto to venture alone to a country with which they had a tense relationship. However, Naruto was determined and focused on his allies, calling upon their strengths to support him on this journey. As the conversation unfolded, Jiraiya eventually relented, agreeing to let Naruto go, but only if he took a small team with him, a scout, a diplomat, and a jounin. Naruto quickly decided that Hinata would be a good scout, Haku could handle diplomacy, and either Anko or Kurenai would make an excellent jounin. After confirming their availability, Naruto prepared to set off. He felt a sense of urgency, driven by an unsettling feeling that something was amiss. Jiraiya provided him with a map, marking locations where he had friends, but warned him to avoid the Uzumaki clan HQ, as they would not welcome him due to past grievances. Ignoring Jiraiya's warning, Naruto felt a spark of hope that he might discover family ties. He waved goodbye as he left to pack for his trip and write letters to his chosen companions. As he walked home, he felt a mix of excitement and determination, eager for the intense training that awaited him. Life was about to become even more thrilling. In the midst of a heated discussion, Kyuubi acknowledged that it was indeed the actions of a certain individual that led to the attack on Konoha. However, Kyuubi had her own methods of seeking revenge, and with the time afforded by being sealed together, she planned to inflict pain in her own way. Minato listened, realizing the depth of her frustration. Harem considered Kyuubi's perspective, deciding not to oppose being stuck with the traitor. Tayuya was in a foul mood, expressing her disdain for her situation. She felt that if she survived the whims of the author, she would be reduced to a mere caricature, falling for a foolish blonde and ultimately redeeming herself in the eyes of the audience. Kurenai, concerned about Tayuya's language, pointed out that she should be more mindful. Tayuya retorted that she would only stop swearing when Anko ceased her sadistic ways, leaving Kurenai to ponder the implications of that statement. Meanwhile, Ebisu lamented his lack of lines, prompting Haku to bluntly point out his shortcomings. Kisame and Dosu joined in, questioning their own roles, only to be met with indifference from Haku, who seemed to have little regard for them. In a different corner of the narrative, Jiraiya professed his love for Tsunade, claiming he would risk his life for her, having done so in the past. Tsunade, however, reminded him that his actions of peeking had not gone unnoticed, and while he tried to charm her with grand gestures, it did little to redeem his earlier misdeeds. As the characters shared their favorite songs, Minato chose a classic, while Pakin opted for a fun anthem. Kyuubi's choice was a more intense track, reflecting her fiery spirit, while Harem went for a humorous tune. Itachi selected a reflective piece, and Sasuke surprised everyone with a light-hearted song, which Orochimaru agreed was indeed enjoyable. In a light-hearted moment, Orochimaru commented on a stranger's appearance, while Jiraiya and Tsunade exchanged playful banter about their own attributes. Naruto, observing the scene, questioned how these individuals were meant to serve as role models. Sakura, in a moment of realization, expressed her relief at being Tsunade, a strong woman with her own flaws. Naruto, embracing the role of Jiraiya, teased Sasuke about the rumors surrounding him, which only deepened Sasuke's frustration. Guy, ever enthusiastic, challenged Kakashi, who seemed unfazed and distracted. Guy's exuberance was met with Kakashi's nonchalance, as he recounted his underwater experience. Guy, determined to prove himself, declared that if he failed, he would walk on his hands around Konoha for 3 days. Kakashi, confident in his own abilities, remained unbothered by Guy's antics, even as Sasuke worried about Guy's safety, questioning Kakashi's silence on the matter. Once upon a time, in a world filled with magic and adventure, a group of friends found themselves on a quest that would change their lives forever. They were united by a common goal: to uncover the secrets of an ancient artifact rumored to hold immense power. Each member of the group brought their unique skills and strengths, making them a formidable team. As they journeyed through enchanted forests and treacherous mountains, they encountered various challenges that tested their resolve and friendship. They faced mythical creatures, navigated through labyrinthine caves, and solved intricate puzzles left behind by those who had come before them. With each obstacle, their bond grew stronger, and they learned to rely on one another in ways they had never imagined. One evening, as they camped under a starlit sky, they shared stories of their pasts, revealing their hopes and fears. This moment of vulnerability deepened their connection, reminding them of the importance of trust and camaraderie. They understood that their journey was not just about the artifact but also about the relationships they were building along the way. As they drew closer to their destination, the challenges became more daunting. Dark forces sought to claim the artifact for themselves, and the friends found themselves in a race against time. They had to outsmart their enemies and navigate through traps that tested their courage and wit. With each victory, they grew more determined to protect what they had come to cherish. Finally, they reached the hidden chamber where the artifact lay. It was a breathtaking sight, pulsating with energy and surrounded by ancient symbols. As they approached, they felt the weight of their journey and the sacrifices they had made. They realized that the true power of the artifact was not in its magic but in the unity and strength they had discovered within themselves. In that moment, they made a pact to use the artifact wisely, ensuring that its power would be a force for good in the world. Together, they emerged from the chamber, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead, knowing that their friendship was the greatest treasure of all. Their adventure had only just begun, and they were prepared to embrace the future together.